Hello and welcome to yet another episode of Combos and Chill Dirty Talks. This is Dirty, and this is my wife, the co-host. She's a Phoenix.
Hi guys.
So today is a very special day for us. So do you want to do the honors?
First of all, I'm really grateful for the opportunity that we're getting to talk to him. He's the vocalist for the band called Recoil and Horror, and he's a Twitch streamer as well. So I'm gonna fumble a lot, so just bear with me because
At Ian
I'm really
Horror.
excited.
Yeah, he does stream Apex Legends, and actually, you know what? I'll let him explain everything by himself. So without any further ado, let's bring on the guest, Ian.
How you guys
doing, bro? How's things?
Hi.
Excellent. How are you guys?
How are you?
Good. I'm gonna
Nice.
share this on my Facebook right quick here.
Sure,
It's
sure.
all good, man. How's things, man? How you been?
I'm very hot.
Dude,
and other
believe
than that,
me,
I'm good.
You don't need to talk about hot. We understand it
Oh,
over
we
here.
are
It's
we
like
are melting here in the Middle
melting
East.
and
you know?
humidity.
Yeah, I bet.
So we just want to welcome the
go.
guys in the comment section. We got Metal Check Mentality. Sorry, Mentality. Yes, we have LJ. We have
I still don't know how to say his name.
Vegeta 666. Thank you guys for joining us, and it means the world to us. And it's so good to have friends around. And Ian, back to you, man.
Yeah.
So you said you're
Just making
hot.
sure that, the 100, and I'm trying to get this to link over here. It should be going.
No worries, man. Take your time. He's trying to get the stream live on, so he can host it on his channel, so we can get more viewership. But thanks a lot, guys, for sticking around and supporting the channel all the time. And I'm really stoked about tonight's session because it's like officially the first time. I was telling Ian off camera that it's gonna be officially the first time that I'm talking to a musician from abroad.
Yeah, and that's why I proposed to bring him on because other than his talents, he's just an amazing person to talk to. So, I got very few opportunity to have a deep conversation yet, but this is one
Horribly
of...
boring and average.
No, don't
I'm
say
s-
that. I highly doubt that.
By the way, guys in the comment, if all the volumes and everything is good, just give us a thumbs up or just say woot woot.
What? So random.
Woot woot. Come on, let's go for it. Awesome. Thank you very much. Ready, Brian? So, Ian,
Yes.
what you been up to, bro?
I've been trying to get this album done that we're gonna release in the fall.
Okay.
Part of the reason why I complain about it being so hot is I don't really have adequate AC in here, so I can't afford studio time. So trying to record sucks because I'll just start profusely sweating and can't record anything. So.
Oh man.
Oh shit. Oh my god.
But the album is close to being done.
I'm so excited.
I
Yay.
think that everything that everyone has heard up until this point, I think I hope that I exceed your expectations because there's been a lot of passion and a lot of heart put into what we're doing. And it really makes the old stuff look like old. Like it redoes it.
I mean, I don't think that you would have to worry about that if you're considering your true fans. They would actually listen to it from the point of view that, okay, you know, they know the band, that this is what comes out, So you will have support no matter what.
I think that the coolest thing for me is when I went to go make this album, I wanted to make a song for fans of metal, like in every track have a song that's similar to a genre that people enjoy. And so the coolest thing for me about this is I've noticed a lot of people said, oh my God, Flare is my favorite track, or Lamia's, or Scholar Tempest. And so my idea, I could see it working because I'd have different people say, this is my favorite track. I like the other ones, but I really love this one.
Yeah.
And so for me, that's awesome to get that feedback because that's what I set out to do. And we're not just a slam band, we're not just deathcore, we're not just metalcore and stuff like that. I think we have all those elements in there. And for playing live, I think it's beneficial because we can play with a variety of different bands and not just stick to one group of live shows.
Okay. Can I ask, why did you specifically choose the name Amalgam for the album?
Amalgam is a blend of metals and it's a blend of alloys.
Very interesting.
So I'm more traditionally old school metal. Like I grew up with early Suicide Silence for deathcore, and later end Pantera, and then Slipknot,
nice.
and Chimera, and
I
then
love
deathcore.
Chimera.
Yeah, Chimera is like probably my favorite band
Yeah.
of all time from that era.
Yeah.
Chimera, and so I also like all this new stuff that's coming out. Like there's so many great new bands like Breath of Humanity, or Humanity's Last Breath. Sorry, Humanity's Last Breath. There's just so many good new bands and like Sentinels and bands
After
like
the
that.
Burial, yeah.
After the Burial, yeah, I actually played live with them on a festival.
Nice.
Yeah, back in the day. And so I wanted to take the elements that I really liked, that I enjoyed, and then take all these really cool, innovative features and combine them. And so Amalgam is a combination of alloys. And so I thought it was appropriate because it's a combination of metal.
That's amazing.
So how was the thought process behind it? Was it like it was a concept base, or it's like just we go with the feel?
The first 3 tracks, I had no idea what I wanted it to be at all.
Oh,
I was
you've
like,
just been jamming.
yeah, I was like, I like brutal death metal, and so I made Lamia's Rot, and then I also like Shadow of Intent, so we made Flare. And everyone calls me a Brand of Sacrifice ripoff, which is super flattering because I had never even heard of that band until people told me that I was ripping them off.
I've never heard about them.
So-
we used to be like we called like anyway.
But so then by the time we got to track 3, which is Scholar Tempest, this shit was just crazy, right? And I'm like, who in the fuck is going to listen to this band? Like, who's going to listen to this album? It's all over the place.
Dude, that
So
song
then I
is
was like,
beautiful. That
let's
song
do
is-
let's do 10 tracks, and so we're gonna have like kind of 2 or 3 from each genre. So there's gonna be 3 that are melodic death metal, 3 that are technical, 3 that are genty,
Nice.
3 that are mellow death, and then it just kind of blended all together.
Yeah, because
into-
we were getting ready and he was playing all the songs and he was like, "Ooh, I like Flare. Ooh, I like Scholar Tempest." So like he was, like finding his own, like he was putting them in different genres, and it's good that it's got
for me it comes down like, I don't know, I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong because you're a musician. It's like there is a stage when you step after that stage, you just don't listen to the music because you like it or you're not. You look at the structure, how creative the artist got with the structure. That's the elements you focus on, which with Recoil and Horror, as he mentioned, they have the deathcore going on, they got the classic death metal kind of going on, they have the whole genty thing, and I think it was Flyer, yeah, sorry, not Flyer, Flare. Yeah, sorry if I said Flyer.
For me, my favorite is Rose's deathcore cover. I don't know what obsession I have of that song since the beginning of time. I've road rage driven while listening to it on like the highways, and just like, I enjoy it.
So I think with the I've done 2 other covers since then that have come out that are remakes of rap songs, and those are gonna release after Amalgam.
Nice.
I was a huge fan of like when pop goes punk and pop goes crunk, and there really haven't been any of those for a while. And I was just like, I do listen to rap and hip hop, and I was like, dude, these would be fucking brutal if someone just made a deathcore version of these. And I wanted to kind of do this for fun, so I hit my friend Alex Savini. He's from Planet Killer, and he's just an awesome guy. And I was like, hey, do you want to do this? Just start out and see how it goes. And then again, like more like it got the attention of so many people. Like I could really see this becoming like a new genre, and I'm thinking, hopefully it could. There'd be so many copyright legalities in it, because right now we can cover it and it's fine. But if this thing actually blew up, I'm sure they'd be wanting their chunk of the money too. But I'm gonna keep doing it until I get in legal trouble.
he wants to experience it so he can learn from it.
It's like let's push it,
I'm gonna keep pushing it out there until someone tells me that I can't say the things I'm saying or that I owe them money.
I know, man. I know. Like okay, all the guys in the comment section, please write out your questions in the comment section. I'm sure Ian would be more than happy to answer them. So share your thoughts. Let's get more communication going on. We got our worldwide family here. So thanks a lot again for the support and staying around. And Where is the questions now?
Well,
You're so like
excuse me,
indulgent
you
in
know
the
what?
conversation.
This guy,
She lost
okay,
the whole track.
Shut the fuck up, first of all. This guy, he's telling me, Nazneen, see, you get too excited. You need to calm down. You need to like give him space to talk because you're gonna. Because, dude, when I think, I'm gonna keep asking the minute I remember because I have a goldfish memory. I will forget. I will forget my question. So I told him, okay, fine. Let me. I'll calm down. Now he's telling me.
Literally, dude, time like record time. She forgets. It should be written in Guinness book. Like, you know, it should be in the Guinness. Like, that's it. Record time.
Okay, so so now
I mean, give us.
complaining that
I mean,
I'm shy.
sorry if we're like this. You know, we've been.
Yeah, this
we
is
were
just
really stoked to have Ian on board for this, and we've been.
I'm
a bit
very
of,
stoked to be here.
Oh,
I'm
man,
glad that
thanks a
anyone
lot.
wants to listen to any of the shit that comes through my head.
Dude.
No, I mean,
Dude,
see, this
it's-
is what I told him as well. Like, there was an episode we did where I even
Yeah.
interviewed him because
she asked me the same thing. I said the same thing. Like, who the fuck wants
Yeah,
to listen
because
to
when-
me? You know. Like,
because he was in a band called Nicotine and they opened for Nickelback. So many people do not know that.
What?
And,
Yeah.
yeah, dude.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
I play bass. Like my.
in
What?
here in Dubai. So that's why, like, you know, many people out there don't
You're like
know
one of the
about
only
him.
people in the world that can say that they opened for Nickelback. You know how cool that is? I mean, I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, I love Nickelback, but you're one of like,
Yeah.
how many people can say that aren't giant rock stars, dude?
Exactly, dude.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Now, that's
I mean,
fucking cool.
Yeah, and he was a bassist in that band. Now he's a vocalist for AKB. So, yeah, I mean, so that's what I keep telling him. Like, it's so interesting for me to know what's the thought process and the mind, like, inside the artist, like, what pushes them and what, like, you know, gets that
So,
art out.
but what is the
that's why,
encouragement?
like,
What is the
yeah,
encouragement?
exactly, that
The
whole
motivation?
For me, like, sometimes I'm struggle or I really delay a song because I'll have the flow completely figured out as to how I want it to go, but the subject matter has to come to me organically.
Mm-hmm.
And the majority of things that I write about are about other people's experiences in life and not just mine.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't go digging for those. I don't want to, because I don't want to make it completely about other people's tragedy. It has to be something that really resonates with me.
Okay.
So sometimes it takes me a while to create things because I want, you know, I have to feel a connection with it. And then I'm like, I want to tell this story for this person or from my perspective of how I feel about it. That's how I write the majority of my things.
Okay.
I had the same process the same mindset. I was going through shit, and I was not listening to anything remotely near to metal. I was listening to deep house. I was listening to trap hop. I was listening to reggae, hip hop.
Yeah, he listens to all kinds of genres.
Like,
so.
dude, that like the last stop for me was mumble rap, which I'm still struggling to get out.
And
but
I
the
suffer
production,
from. I suffer from.
Eon.
You can call me, hey, you can call me Eon. That's totally fine. I've been called way worse than Eon.
Why?
Ian, like, the production on this fucking genre is just beyond a masterpiece. I don't know. I look at it that way, and for me, as I said, is much more of the structure, and
Right.
it's just the state of mind when the artists go through.
Yeah.
It's the piled up energy
Exactly.
that you couldn't be productive with it. The times that you wanted to be productive and your friends were like, you know, out of it. I mean,
And
the
this
drummer
is-
couldn't do it, you know.
And this is why I feel it is so, like, surreal, because this is the process that you guys go through for writing, but then on the other hand, like, for example, the listeners, they process it in a very different way. Like, it could mean something way different or something similar to what you wrote it for. So, like, that's just so amazing that, you know, you can be someone's therapy.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly. I'm sure Ian has a lot to say about that because
Yeah.
one of them that she had an experience and like a life changing that you've been like your band's music Recoil and Horror helped her
Yeah.
through her hard time was her.
Yeah.
And believe me, I would never know about your band if it was because like, you know, if it wasn't because of her. And she's been talking so big about the band. Dude, the thing is, like, I'm to be honest with you, I'm kind of a picky chooser. Like, I'm
Oh,
like,
very
Oh, so am
picky.
I. It's
Oh
okay.
my god.
I mean, you know what I'm talking about. It's
Dude,
like,
if I'm driving and I give him the Spotify on my phone and I'm playing like deathcore or any other genre or whatever, like any heavy
like,
metal,
I will tell you
he'll
one
be like,
detail.
no, skip,
I'll
skip,
tell
skip.
you one detail about Phoenix. If you want to know that she's pissed off, she's gonna be listening to deathcore.
All right,
Why are you
fair
giving
enough.
this shit away?
I'm like, holy
Yeah, I never.
shit.
I
Sorry,
rarely
man.
listen to. Oh no, you're fine. I rarely
See,
listen to
he's doing
deathcore
my job.
outside of-
Yeah, he's doing my job today.
Dude, it's like sometimes I question myself, like, did I fuck up? What happening? But no, she's just in a good mood because that experience. So Ian, what is your answer to such a impact that you have on a person?
When I write music, I always remember what it was like being that kid that was impacted by hearing music. And music to me is something completely different, I feel, than other people. Like for me, I was a runaway, like growing up, because my environment was incredibly abusive and it was super controlling. And so I'd save all the money that I had to go to these hardcore shows. And so I'd see bands like Dillinger Escape Plan or Poison the Well, or Botch, All Shall Perish, you know, that whole core element. And so really for me, music saved my life and gave me an environment to where I can go and I guess get away from everything that I was dealing with. So when I create music now, I always remember and never forget what it was like to be that kid that was like 14 and 15 years old.
Exactly.
Dude, that was like the one thing that he looked forward to. Because I don't feel that I would turned out half as good as I did if I didn't have that exposure to that expression. Because I'm horrible at drawing. I'm horrible at a lot of art. Like the only thing I've ever been good at is writing melodies in my head. Like I've been playing guitar for 16 years and I don't consider myself a good guitar player because I can't just pick it up and do crazy solos. But I put a strong emphasis in writing the best thing that I can write to convey the emotions that I feel. And so I'm glad that anything that myself and Aaron and the other members of my band create can impact people like that, because I feel like that's what our whole purpose is, to connect to people at an emotional level or a mental level.
I mean, there were many times where I was doing my own art or designing pieces or doing my own like shit, but I was listening to Recoil and Horror, and I remember so many times that I just felt like calmness after you know that, because there's so much, like I've been through the same abusive and controlling environment just like you, so
all of us.
yeah, I got out of it just by marrying this guy, so it was happening till now. So yeah, I mean, now that you know, I look back, that it's just amazing for me that, you know, you can write something sometime, but then in future, or you know, like generations to come will listen and you know, either create art by listening to you, or you know, that's just amazing. That's just so amazing that it can inspire others.
For a musician too, like I can look at the art that you draw and be equally as inspired by that, or feel a certain way, because I just literally can't physically draw. Like I'm just terrible at it. And I think for being on the music spectrum, you can look at physical art that people create and that they draw and feel extremely motivated and feel a powerful connection to that, because you're really capturing something from your head and sharing that with other people. And it really kind of is a raw emotion, because you're going, I'm literally drawing what I'm seeing inside myself, and then you're putting it out there for everyone to experience. That to me, like, because music, I think, can be, I mean, and art can be interpreted however you want it to, but for music, you know I'm gonna get someone that's like, man, that song just kicks ass, and I'm like, yeah, that was about like something serious and deep, but I don't have to share that with them because they still enjoy it. So art is like physical art, is painting, I feel, is criticized extremely harshly, and so you're really revealing yourself when you put it out there. And I think that is I think that's just admirable to do that, because
thank you so much.
I would be afraid to share anything I could draw, even if I was good. You know?
Thank you so much.
That's like dude, he summed up your story literally. I'm not joking, because Ian, like the moment I saw her art, I told her the same things. It's like, because dude, her family gave her some wrong information about the religion. Apparently she was not allowed to draw humans or like anything with a face. Yeah, basically you're claiming to be God. This is a wrong perception of anything remotely to Islam or to any religion.
That's crazy.
So you see what type of strict elements we're talking about?
Yeah, so
absolutely.
A lot of my art was restricted.
It was too hard to break through with them. It's just like, you know what? I won't waste my time, you know, explaining shit to you, because I know at the end of the day you're gonna find a way to justify it for yourself. So, you know,
Yeah.
But she started doing. She used to got, like, you know, I think you got shit for some of your drawings.
Yeah, some of my pieces. Yeah.
That's insane to me.
I mean, it's
It's
just,
just-
you know, close-minded people, and I'm just glad I got out of that. And now with this idiot, I have the freedom to do it, you know?
The thing is, like, it's for me because take it this way: whoever lives in this region and like Middle Eastern families,
Exactly.
they have this seed implanted in you as a DNA once you're born. So no matter you like it or not, you need to follow the basis of the religion for a while.
Right.
Then you can figure out your shit, and depending on your family and your odds, maybe you will have chances to, you know, break out and, you know, break the cycle and become an
Yeah.
artist. With my family, my mom was like she was a teacher at a school, and she was you know, just singing at home, and she had the talent. When I started singing clean and stuff, and she saw some of my videos on IG, she looked at me as like, oh man, so you got it from me. I'm like, what?
That's so
She's
sweet,
like,
and I'm glad you had that support, you know?
She was the only one, although she been behind my ass is like, what the fuck are you doing with your life? So other than that, but she's been supportive.
Yeah.
Sorry if I took the spotlight. I just wanted to explain.
you're
like,
fine.
you know,
No,
just-
I'm waiting for him to finish so I can actually ask a question. So he's like,
Sorry.
Nazneen, don't be excited. And then now he's
it's the
doing it.
musician thing, you know?
I think I can relate. I can relate to that because although it sounds like it is much more strict there. We kind of have the same family constructs in America, depending if you're Catholic or Christian. Like my dad was up and down was Catholic, but like just an awful. Like it was just awful living there. That's a whole other conversation. But
Yeah.
the same kind of control and restrictions were put on me as well. You know, but I think the difficulty is not so much of the government overreach that you guys probably have to deal with over there.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
So
what is your question, Phoenix?
I want to ask, what artists have you grown up with that made that build the foundation of like the way you write or the way you would, you know, do your vocals and everything?
That's a really good question. I'll try to, because I approach this as both a guitarist and just a composer all around, and then a vocalist. So I think for guitar, as far as all the fancy melodic stuff and just crushing stuff, it's got to be Dimebag Darrell from Pantera.
Oh,
I think that
nice.
he's
rest in
the
peace.
best guitar player ever. Like even in comparison today, like I really like Lucas Mann and Charles Caswell. Like I think they're great guitar players, but Dimebag Darrell's my favorite guitarist. So he impacted my riff writing and how to approach solos, I think, when I write those. For vocals, this is so crazy because I started out really inspired from the lead singer of, and I forget his name, and I feel like a jerk, but the lead singer of Poison the Well. He was just amazing. The lead singer from Bad Religion, which is Greg
Oh, okay.
Gaffin,
Okay, yeah, okay.
punk band. And then Corey Taylor really was the first
Oh,
type
yeah.
of person I heard from Slipknot that was screaming like that. Well, going on into the future, like when I had left and then came back as a musician, Dickie Allen, definitely from Scumfuck and Infinite Annihilator, is probably my favorite vocalist.
Oh, fuck yeah, yeah.
Dickie Allen is insane. But before that too was Dan Watson, because Dan Watson also started out in Infinite Annihilator, but he's now a part of Enterprise Earth, and Dan Watson was a huge influence on me as well. So it's funny. I think my two biggest influences were both former vocalists of the same band. As
Okay.
far as current material goes,
I just want to attend to the comment section just because Reddy Brian is asking how many videos going to be there for the band you guys going to be making.
I think we're going to be doing one more music video. So I'm gonna think how to answer this. So we have one music video done right now that's independent. Okay.
Nice.
Another music video is probably going to be created independently, but it also might be made from the influence of someone that has a say in it. And so I don't know what they're going to want, if they want that, and when it's going to be released. But we're talking to other outlets that may release some of our content in the future. So that's how I'll answer that.
That's
Okay.
cool.
So probably two. I just can't give you. I'm really horrible at time frames, and I've promised that like
Yeah, I know,
won't give
dude. We are
them
musicians.
anymore because I
No.
never can hit the time frames when I say, hey, It's good. Like the album, I hope is going to be out in fall. Like I'm doing everything. I think it will be.
It will be, man.
If it comes out in winter, like I don't think it will.
So man, it's gonna be all good. Hopefully everything will go by plan. And LJ is saying Ian and MJ have inspired me and so many others to take our low moments in life and make something beautiful out of it.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes,
because
exactly.
I have known a little bit of the story with MJ, and
Exactly.
it's just profound.
It's very heart touching.
Yeah,
Very.
I mean the kind of life change that you go through, and then having that supportive partner with you and going through that journey, it's
Exactly.
amazing. That's why like I kept telling him that they're amazing people, even though I know you guys so like less compared to now. Like I knew you guys before. I always kept telling him that, dude, we have to bring
Yep.
Ian abroad on
To
this
be honest,
because
you, yeah,
There's
go
something
ahead.
that I want to talk about MJ real quick that some people don't understand. Like, she was in a really bad car accident. A lot of people know that.
yeah, I
And-
just didn't want to give out the details because it's like your personal life, so I didn't want it to like
Oh no, I think we're okay with being open about it
Oh, okay.
because
That's
we won't
cool.
give away
That's
all the juicy details, but like the big stuff, I think we're okay. So,
Okay.
and that's basically like how this band started. Was after her car accident, and she had to relearn how to walk, and it was
Oh.
really difficult. And I jokingly said, I just want to play music again because this isn't my first band. This is my first time touring and stuff. It was a joke. I was like, I just want to do this again.
That's interesting. Okay.
You can help me get back up on stage and write another album. And I really didn't want to do it at all. I really was just over music because I had just tried for such a long time. So it manifested itself, and then here we are now, which is awesome. I think there's a part of MJ that people don't understand that I want to talk about, like just from my perspective, is although MJ, like, she's been through a lot of other tragedies in life outside the car accident, and those are things that I can relate to. And she got into a really bad physical accident. I think I have I've sustained a lot of things in my life too, and she has helped me just as much. And you can see someone progress from not being able to walk again. You can physically see like the miracle of that happening.
Exactly.
And I think for my mental health, she's taken me out of probably the darkest places in my life that I've ever been.
That's amazing.
You can't necessarily see that on the surface, but I want her to have just as much credit for that as like, oh, it's amazing that you guys helped her walk again. It's like she really kind of worked double duty on that as well, because it wasn't just about her physical well-being and her mental well-being. She's also taking on my mental tolls that I had suffered with as well. So I mean, she really is indescribably amazing as a human being.
That's so sweet.
God bless you, MJ. And
I wish I get to meet
day-
you guys someday, and then even MJ, like just like
sure,
sit down,
for
just
sure,
chill
for
with
sure.
her. Yeah.
I mean, yet to meet up. You guys meeting
Yeah,
up. But dude, MJ is such a beautiful person.
Yeah.
Since the day we did the first Zoom call just to test the connections, man, she been like
I'm so sad that I
open
missed
about
that
it, yeah.
call. But
She's
yeah.
my life force, honestly. Like, I'm not like a miserable, grumpy old person. Like, by default, I think I kind of am. So I make that conscious
Dude,
effort to not be that
dude,
way.
I'm
But
the
if I
same,
didn't have
man.
her around here pushing me, dude, I don't know if I'd even be in a band. I don't know if I'd be doing anything.
So,
I don't be on Twitch. I would just be working and like
So-
buying shit that I don't need.
Dude,
so I
same
guess
thing.
whenever I put my headphones in, I have to thank MJ. Like thank you.
Dude, the same thing. This show, the Dirty Talk. Sorry, not the Dirty Talk. Dirty Talk by Combos and Chill. I was on Facebook. Then we met. Then I met Phoenix. Then I'm like, we got married, and I closed it down completely for like a good 7 months. And then shit been on my ass is like, you know what? Buy a PC. Just get your parts that you want and just fucking get it. So I gotta
because
set
I
it
feel
up.
it's such a unique
She
kind
been
of
up my ass like for like constant couple months and like just do it.
You
I'm
needed
like,
that kick in the ass, okay?
yeah, dude, I really relate to you. Like like you need that force with you. You need that wake up call. It's like listen, dude, you can actually do this. To be honest with you, until now, no one ever listened to me as much as she listened to me. Like, she listens to a bunch of my crap that sometimes I question, dude, this shit doesn't make sense. Why I'm saying this, to this extent. But without that,
I question myself all the time with a lot of things that I still do, and I have done a lot of, when I really sit back and look at it, not trying to sound egotistical, like I have been really lucky. I've met a lot of cool people and have made friends with a lot of really successful musicians. I've played shows with like After the Burial. I played,
awesome,
I played a show back when when before Mitch Lucker had passed away, and I played at the show with Mitch Lucker and Eddie when Eddie was still in All Shall Perish and Mitch was still a part of Suicide Silence. I mean, I have been around. I've seen, I've been on stage with Poison the Well, which was a giant band here in the States for hardcore music, and it's hard for me to look at the things that I write sometimes and really understand like what it means to other people. I constantly second guess the words that I use. I constantly second guess the patterns. Like, even though I have a lot of years under my belt and I've done a lot of really cool things, I am always trying to improve what I do, and I'm always and then Mandy will come and be like, man, that sounds really sick, and I'm like, okay, cool, I'm doing something right. Or other people will be like that. They're like people that I look up to. I'll send them clips of my music, and they're like, "This is fucking insane,
dude."
And
insane.
I'm just,
beyond insane.
I'm expecting them to harshly be critical of it because I'm trying to ultimately just be better than who I was the day prior as a musician.
Dude, your music is like a big ass monster walking. Like, and I see it that way.
And I told him that, see, the first time I made him listen to the songs, I told him, see, this is like, his voice is a powerhouse.
Oh my god, dude, how
need
the
to prepare your ears.
How's that low
I can't
tone?
wait. I can't. So okay, I'm gonna have to plug myself in this a little bit here. So I'm gonna have to do this. When I first did the first version of vocals for the 4 tracks that were out, I didn't know if I was going to go back to playing guitar and then get another vocalist that wanted to be in the band. So I kind of just laid down vocals that were presentable to the styling that I wanted and that I thought were good enough. Well, I started getting more compliments on my vocals, and I started finding more guitar players. Like, all of a sudden, guitar players came out of the woodwork for this. Like, it's never happened. Like, it was like I fucking found the pot at the end of the rainbow, and there's 30 guitar players.
Yeah.
I was like, fucking yeah, because I fucking don't want to play guitar anymore.
Jackpot.
Like, I've been doing this shit.
Yeah, dude, there's a, sorry to cut you off, but I have to speak about this video. There's one video on his Instagram where there was a voice challenge, and I remember he did one scream for the longest time I've ever seen anyone do it. Like, just without, I don't know.
I can do them longer now.
Oh, nice.
I can do them longer now.
Nice. It was wicked to see,
I know.
It's amazing.
So I was tracking some new stuff, and I couldn't hit a tone that I was trying to get, and I got really frustrated, and I kind of came up with a completely new set of tones using my nasal resonance and some other things behind my jaw here and underneath my tongue.
And yeah, that's what I noticed, the placement of your tongue as well. Like, you keep changing it to get that different tone.
Yeah.
And
so when I kind of unlocked that, I started thinking about the original 4 tracks I had released as demos. Well, all those are in different tunings as well. So I was like, okay, with the amount of feedback that I'm getting back that's positive in this, I want to redo these in a standard tuning, and I want to redo all of it with the vocal skills that I have now. And so that's why I'm really, really excited for everyone else to listen to what the new vocals sound like, because there's some shit that I do that scares myself on it. Like, I don't know how I do it. Like, I look at Manny, I'm like, what in the fuck was that shit that I just did right there?
By the way,
That's so awesome.
any chance, do you know a band called Sikt? Sikht.
No, I don't know. I don't know if I've heard of them yet.
Dude, I will send some of their songs over to you on IG.
Always, yeah. Send, if anyone also for you guys or anyone watching.
There is plenty of people watching, man. They are
a lot of people. A lot of people will come to me and I'm not complaining at all. It makes me feel super good. I get a lot of people that will send me their vocal covers or the music that they write, like wanting me to check it out, and I keep sending them because it means a lot to me that my input matters to people.
Exactly.
Because I'll tell you if it's bad, but I'll also tell you if it's fucking awesome.
That's
I will. I'll be very nice about it. I won't be like, hey,
brutal
it sucks.
truth.
What the fuck are you doing? I'll just say, hey man, like, maybe approach this right here. I like this, but just maybe approach this a little bit differently. But it means the world to me that people care about what I think about their music as well.
I feel that he really underestimates himself, because he
that's the thing. He should see my drummer. My drummer is like, listen, he's like, you know what? Like, show him the best, like, your best work ever. You put your blood, sweat, and tears in this one final product of your whole career. He's just gonna shit on it and like call you an idiot. He's like this. Like, it reaches to a point I'm like, I actually doubt myself. I ask Venus, like, am I this dumb, or he literally didn't get the idea I was presenting to him?
No, I've seen the dynamics because I've been there with him recording, so I'm like, okay, this is insane.
It's
So-
like, dude, the communication is one of the main keys that you want in
Absolutely.
the band. And he actually found it on him, like being on the vocals, and he created the new technique of the tongue. By the way, some people, I think Reddy Bryan was saying we want it live. So can you do it?
Yeah, many
Oh
people are
God!
asking about
Don't
it.
put me on the spot.
Even
let me get
Majin is
out of the mental
asking.
pressure of it. If I just start making noises randomly, it'll be like because I feel confident to do it. But like now it's a mental thing. He's like,
Come
"Oh,
on,
do it."
Come on, for the viewers, a
I'm
tiny one.
dehydrated. Brian,
Yeah. Just hydrate. I mean, do you have a process that you start with, or like you
for
can
warm up.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'll show you my process and how I get my time. I go through like basic warm ups that everyone else does,
Okay.
and then I start making weird noises like, yeah.
Oh,
And just
that's
do shit like that.
That's like positioning the tongue
Yeah.
and getting the
Yeah.
I
different
told you
angle of the-
it's. I've seen that video and I knew that it was all about the positioning of how. he
Well,
does
this
it.
is the new
And I
techniques.
start low.
Damn.
Super dry.
Damn.
I told you.
Super
dry.
I told you. It's like,
Dude, she gives me shit. She tells me I can do growls. I can't. I can do screams. Okay? I like basically my drummer said.
Okay. Because this dumbass does zero warm up. Okay, he just climbs up to the mic and he just starts doing his shit. I'm like, okay, if you warm up, you can
Yeah,
scream.
which you've seen.
Always warm up. Always warm up.
I
There
know.
you go.
I know.
There you
This is-
go.
This is my warm up today. It's sugar.
Oh, man.
And then vaporized sugar. Don't warm up with sugar. Warm up with water.
I used to eat.
And then you
like
go on a podcast, and then people put you on the spot that you're friends with, and then they're gonna remember that shit, and then not play Apex Legends with you in the future. That's how that's gonna work, Brian.
Oh man, is that a threat, Brian? Are you gonna take
Brian
that?
is saying he also never warms up. So.
Dude, the thing is, like, she gave me like a lot of compliments after the, after the vocal takes. Like, how you do it? You didn't even do anything. You didn't have tea, or you didn't have like a, bar
Yeah,
of chocolate
he
or
doesn't do
something. I'm like,
anything. He just climbs up the mic and does a shit. I'm like, what the fuck?
the thing is, like, the maximum I've done it was on the album that we released in 2016. It's 22 seconds. Like the harsh, it's like minimal guttural, but it's like in like a scream format.
Just let me see where the camera's at. You just think of it like that's your diaphragm, that's your air.
Yeah.
And you gotta think of this top part, like my fingers up here at the top.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah.
And that's just like a balloon opening. And you just gotta constrict it, and then that air will slowly press out your diaphragm.
Exactly. But I feel it from my stomach because I use my stomach, like my abdominal section, for that power.
Good.
Dude,
That's where you're supposed to be feeling it.
Yeah.
If you feel it here,
You're
you feel
doing
in
it
other
wrong.
places, you're fucking yourself
Dude,
up.
on stage, as I was telling MJ the other day in the test run, I had a Tool tribute band here in Dubai, so we were covering The Grudge. Dude, after the scream, in the bridge part of that song, I was so like I had to hold whatever like Maynard is doing. So as much as I was pressuring on my abdominal area, dude, I was very close to fainting on stage. I completely blacked out.
Dude, I can imagine that.
I have a picture. I don't know where this picture is at. I hope it's on a hard drive somewhere. It's from the old band that I played in. I was playing guitar still. My friend Tyler was the vocalist of this band. And I remember the show. I don't know if it was for Job for a Cowboy and we were opening for them or something like that. It was a big show, right? And it was hot as fuck out. And so I'm not paying attention because I'm trying to like not throw up. So I'm like not looking at the crowd and just like, oh my God, this sucks. I look up and Tyler is just like fucking like a toothpick, like just floored out, with a microphone in his hand, like on the ground, like in the fetal position. And I don't know if he's fucking around or what happened. Apparently when I wasn't looking, he had just belted out a scream and just fucking treed over and passed out on stage, but was still sitting there trying to scream halfway unconscious from lack of oxygen. And someone took a picture of it, and it's just like us moshing, and then the vocalist looks like he got killed somehow and is just sitting there like a dead body.
Wow.
I fucking love that.
God.
I don't know where that picture's at, but I love it. It's so fucking hilarious.
Man,
This is like this awesome band, and there's this dude in the middle that's just dead.
Oh my God.
these are the experiences and the things that happen on stage. You were asking me as an artist,
Yeah.
how was it, dude? Come on, man. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ian. Like all the technical issues you get, and that amazing,
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Exactly.
dude, the amazing
There you
momentum
go. You can see
get
the man's
and-
frustration.
You know that amazing, like you know that momentum you get on stage when
Right.
the crowd is like feeling your energy, man.
Right.
Yeah.
Explain that. Explain that for us.
So, music. I always tell. I was actually joking with MJ about this yesterday because she was doing management work and just management work in general because she gets
Yeah.
to see the other side of it.
Kudos
See,
to MJ.
Yeah, shout out to
I told
her.
her-
She's the superwoman in this.
being a musician is really difficult because you're putting up with all this shit for that 30 to 45 minute set that you play live, and then the second that set's over, you're dealing with the same bullshit, if not more,
Yep.
the second you're off that stage.
Yep.
Yeah.
The experience live though, and why it's worth it, after a while you just kind of like, for me, it's not that it gets boring and you go through the motions. I just kind of like ghost out because when you start feeling the energy from people and you start seeing it collective, like all the kinetic energy in that room come together and create this explosion of an event, it's kind of out of body experience for me. It's something that I've never
told you.
experienced anywhere else.
I told you.
Like I played a show one time, my friend George was there, and like everything I've done, the majority of important things I've done live have been as a guitar player, so that's where my experience is from. And I kind of like, I remember starting the show, I remember the intro coming in, we're playing live, and then it was just kind of like over, and I was like, what the fuck? And my buddy George came up to me, he's like, dude, like that was sick, you did such a good job today. And
Yep.
like in the back of my head, I had been practicing on this solo for like a whole week. I had kind of wrote in the solo and didn't really know how to play it. So I was like, oh God. The first thing I thought was, did I butcher that? Because I had no recollection of it. And then I saw someone had taken a video of me playing it, and I played it like perfectly.
Ah.
And I don't remember it though.
And
I
prof.
don't. I remember it starting and it ending, and it just being the best feeling I've ever had in my entire life.
Nice,
That's
man.
awesome.
Nice.
That's awesome.
And on the topic of like like the whole vocal stuff, Reddy Brian is saying that there was one time I was recording, and while I was doing lows, I was farting at the same time. That's incredible, bro. Dude, you are.
That's
you
an
know,
incredible feat.
Yeah.
I've had to throw outtakes before because that has happened to me. I know this is going into a weird conversation in the audio, but
Yeah,
I've recorded it. Happens. It's natural. Or for me, I burp all the time, and it makes me so mad because I'll
I
get
do
a gut
burp.
full of air.
I do burp.
Okay, so
as
this
well.
is a good segue to the next question I want to ask is
right.
when you and I'll ask you a two-part. One is
Okay.
from the vocal point of view, from singing as well as from the music production. What is like your process, like mentally as well as like how do you go about your process? Like, what's the first thing you do till the last? Like, is there something you do it meticulously or as a habit or, you know?
I try to mix it up because if I try to create a straight formula or a formula that repeats itself, I'll get bored with it and I'll kind of lose creativity.
Okay.
So I'll give you examples though. Like with Flare, I had written that entire symphony for the chorus part. I wrote that whole symphony out, and I was like, oh my God, dude, I love this. I want to put this in a song. And then I sent it over to Aaron, and I was like, I want to have a song that has an epic intro. I want this chorus, this whole symphony that I wrote, to be the chorus of this song. My main influence on this are bands like the Black Dahlia Murder,
Oh yeah.
Oh,
and
yeah.
And like Shadow of Intent. And I was like, can you come up with like just like one meaty breakdown and just something that kind of sounds like that? And so he wrote the guitar around that part.
Okay.
Now there's a track that is on the album that I wrote, I'd say 80 to 90% of. It's called Disposition Matrix.
Okay.
So I wrote all the guitar on that. I wrote the drum patterns. I wrote then the lyrics came for that, and the vocal patterns came. But I only wrote out I only wrote out the chorus part and then went back to the verses and filled those in later. And then I had a couple parts where I didn't enjoy the transition of it. So I sent it over to Aaron. I'm like, hey man, can you work out these two transitions right here? Because I hate what I've written for them. Like it was just like, it was really, to me, it felt elementary.
Okay.
Like really just not good at all. And so I was like, can you just kind of write some riffs that you think are appropriate here? And so then he wrote literally two riffs and then produced the whole thing. And then that's how that song was created.
Awesome.
That's awesome. That's
Every process is random.
Yeah.
Either starts
Yep.
Yeah.
for the album, a lot of it has started on the keyboard for me because I'm just kind of tired of playing guitar. I love playing guitar, but I've just I don't know. I feel like I just play the same riffs over and over again, and I'm not progressing. So
Yeah, and just back to the comments, they're talking about the whole farting situation that Brian
oh my
had.
god.
So
Oh my gosh.
okay, we
Welcome to. Aren't you so glad you had me? All my fans talk about farting and burping.
So basically, he's saying
These are grown adults, by the way. These are grown adults.
basically he's
cool,
saying like, you know, don't get him started on the burping like, you know, while you're taking a take, and he's saying I hate it when I'm in the moment and before the breakdown hits I even up burping and up, you know, and this like I pushed and MJ is saying I pushed for that song to be on the album. I think she's talking about the one that you were explaining about, and LJ is saying I'm a sane adult. I don't know if I'm a sane adult, dude. Welcome to the club. I question my existence every second.
I'm with Mr. Vegeta.
Exactly, man.
Yeah.
But dude, go ahead.
Yeah, Manny absolutely did push for Disposition Matrix. The reason that song never got released it was from my other project, and it's one of my favorite songs that I ever wrote, and I didn't know what to do with it. It kind of just been sitting around. Like I said, I didn't like those two transitions that I had, and I didn't feel like going back to it. It was about my friend that died in Iraq.
Oh man, God bless.
And it was about it was about the industrial military complex and how I just kind of feel like it manipulates everyone outside of their group, and it manipulates the world, and I feel like it manipulates people against one another and at the expense of people's lives.
Exactly.
And so
Amen.
I wrote that song because I was essentially pissed off at just the concept of war in general. I mean, I understand that I'm not a hippie, so I don't believe in kumbaya, but I do believe in people getting together and being peaceful.
Exactly.
And so I felt that my friend was emotionally manipulated to make certain decisions that he otherwise wouldn't have.
Exactly.
And it kind of, so that song was really painful, and it just sat there. And then it was also written in another band that was also mine. And so I kind of wanted to move away from it and just start over new and kind of leave it on a hard drive. But
would you ever consider releasing it at some point, or?
Oh yeah, we remade it into a Recoil song. We took it.
They already. I mean, it was MJ who pushed it to do it.
Yes.
I mean, I have a question for you.
No, I'm talking about the original, the one that they made first.
Oh, the original?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. It's weird because that's kind of like how much of that, because a lot of those stems are raw. So and I'm fine with that. I'm okay with sharing raw things. But I was super emotional when I wrote that song. So it's kind of like my private diary.
Oh, okay.
And like the Recoil version of it is kind of like, what part of that story do I feel comfortable sharing with everybody?
You know,
else?
that part that was highlighted.
Right.
Just one question, Ian. I mean, just as an artist, I always picture myself in different roles when it comes to different music that yourself or the band that you're with, you write. So is this like an international feeling of all the musicians, or this is like something unique? I mean, have you ever had it like you actually come up with a gimmick for that track to get in that role to put out that emotion?
Right. Yes.
That's a very good question.
Yes to everything you just said. There are certain songs when we first started out that I thought would reach audiences in Japan or South America or all over the world. And so I will market more so to parts of the world that I want to gain more attraction from. I'm going to try to think how I can say this respectfully. And you know, fucking, I might get in a little bit of trouble too. I feel that metal is more appreciated in other countries, and it's about it's about the music and what it's supposed to be about, versus a fucking clout show like it is in the United States.
Okay.
I don't care about being popular, and I don't feel about being cool. And I think there's a lot of hardcore, dedicated fans that love metal in the United States.
Exactly.
But if I wanted to be a rapper, I'd be a rapper, and I feel like that whole culture, like coming over, like the jewelry and the fast cars and all that shit, like that one, like metal was always about rebellion and about anti-consumerism.
Exactly. Yeah.
So-
And standing up for people who'd never had a voice, you know?
Exactly. Standing up
Yeah.
for people that need a voice. That is what metal is for
Exactly.
me. That is why it's
voice of the
loud.
voiceless.
I highly
Voice of
believe
the
in
that,
that, yeah.
That is why I'm screaming, because I'm either screaming about my own personal demons or I'm screaming about an oppression that a certain type of people have to endure.
It's really funny that you mentioned the word demons, because there are so many times I've told so many vocalists or bands that the ones that have really touched my soul, that you know, it's like especially metal bands, they like give a voice to the inner demons, like literally, like all the fears that you face or any trauma you've been through, they give that voice, you know, to process.
In the United States, where I live, I'll give you an example. Where I live on the west coast of the United States, here in Portland, Oregon. We have some of the worst human trafficking in the United States.
Man.
Oh my
It's
god.
sad to
I'd
hear
say
about.
that probably 5, if not 6, of the songs on the album reference people that I know that are survivors of that, or reference that as being a problem.
Oh my god.
I have nice things. Like I'm very grateful for the car that I have and the jewelry that I have and all that shit. It's just not what I'm about. If I wanted to do that, I would I would be a different type of musician. Metal is about being pissed off and about telling authority to go fuck itself.
Exactly. Yes.
It's basically
That's true.
the whole rebel side of the
and I
art.
feel that here in the Middle East it is more profound, I guess, because kids here, they face a lot of shit with
Dude,
like
here it's
not just
basically frowned upon.
yeah, it's frowned upon, and
It's
but
like blasphemy.
but
what
I
the
feel
fuck are you on?
I feel I've met metalheads that are too rebellious because of either the family situation or because of the religious reasons or just being like censored to a whole other level. So I feel metal gives them that freedom, you know,
Like,
mentally
Ian,
and spiritually.
You don't believe how many bands there are in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah,
And they don't have any
I'm sure
outlet.
there
they
are.
don't have
Dude,
any outlet or any
I know a
platform.
band called Creative Waste. They are proper grindcore. Like,
Yeah.
I was shocked that band is allowed to exist in that country.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, and I wanna clarify something real quick. I have no problem with like hip hop and shit like that. Like I still consider that art. I still consider that a rebellious voice.
Yeah.
Like when I think of groups like Wu-Tang Clan or Mos Def or
Yeah.
Del the Funky Homo Sapien or MF Doom and things
Yeah.
like that. Like that's real. Like
MF
that's,
Doom is dope, man.
Yeah.
MF Doom
like
is dope.
like even Bone Thugs, even the more commercialized stuff like
Yeah.
Tupac and Biggie.
Yeah.
Like they were singing about shit that they were really in.
Yeah.
And over the course of whatever happened, the commercialization of all music,
Yeah.
I think that's ridiculous that certain life choices and lifestyles are now glamorized. It's like they're celebrating. It's like they're celebrating ignorance, and I don't want to have anything to fucking do with it.
Exactly. Like this is what I tell even him, because he plays a lot of like new generation rap in the house, and I'm like, dude, this I cannot relate to it because I have grown up on like D12 and like older like, you know, rap bands and stuff. So I cannot process that nowadays. It's all about like showing off, and it's just novelty. You know, it's just about showing novelty
Right.
off. Just that's it.
And not to sound like an elitist either, I think that music, just like art, like physical art, like if you want to go draw dragons and wolves and like, you know, gothic art, like you can do that with your music as well, because you're still like you're being creative and doing you're being creative
Exactly.
about
I mean,
a passion. You can role play with music. You can role play with all art.
Exactly.
I'm not trying to tell people what they can and cannot do, but I think that
Yeah.
metal also has suffered this commercialization in the United States. Like Imagine Dragons has been the #1 rock band in America for I think the last 20 years, and I'm exaggerating, but it's like that's a fucking problem to me.
Yeah.
Like, Imagine Dragons, like
Yeah.
I mean, dude, the
Out of-
thing
out
is
of-
like,
out of what?
I
I
can,
know.
I can add,
I get that.
I just want to add something to whatever Ian said. It's just that now the problem that the musicians are facing, back in the days, you know, whoever did their homework, they actually kind of like, you know, getting the fruit now.
Yeah.
But for example, for instance, my band, we chose fucked up shows. We played in front of a bunch of old dudes and they didn't understand our genre. They would be like, who are these fucking clowns? And like, you know, the problem is that what I'm trying to say is that moment when an artist creates a new thing, a new artist creates a new thing, multiplying into different artists, different genres, forget about just metal, music in general becomes like a multi-genre topic itself.
Yeah, exactly.
It's gonna be hard to hold off.
Yeah.
So now, dude, for example, I was showing her one of the most ridiculous things that ever happened in life, which, you know, it's not my cup of tea, but it's actually some people's cup of tea. I'm in love with the cocoa.
For example,
Like-
as a
Dude,
in love
here
with
we go.
cocoa.
And like, you know, it's just like,
Yeah.
when you know how many times I face palm myself, I was like, oh my god.
we were like, okay, I was like, okay, you know what? The beat is dope, but
So you're talking about
Who?
Stitches?
I don't know his,
Yeah.
OG
I'm
Genesis.
in love with the cocoa.
Yeah,
Oh,
that song,
Stitches
yeah.
Stitches has a song like that too. See, here's the thing, man, and here's where like I think we're all hypocrites when it comes to criticism.
It's not
to a
being
degree.
hypocrite. It's just like, I'm not trying to be blasphemous about
Stitches is so ridiculous because he's got AK-47s and shit tattooed on his face, and he has machine guns in his music video, and he's got bricks of cocaine in his car. But here's the thing. As socially fucking demoralizing as that is, that dude's really done that shit. And so like I have more respect for him even though dude's got Bart Simpson tattooed on his cheek and like
Yeah.
a teddy bear on his forehead.
Exactly.
Like,
there you go. So
that
Like
that
he-
dude is the last person I would want to
Yeah,
fucking
he-
piss off.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
he
True.
saw shit.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, he's seen some shit, yeah.
He's seen stuff.
It's
But-
like if you're that hardcore, I say, dude, that guy could fucking just repeat fucking teddy bear on my face over and over again,
Yeah,
and I
man.
think that'd be fucking dope. Because
Like-
he's got machine guns.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the thing. When there
Yeah.
is this thing, I don't think there will be any control. There will be elitist because they're the new minority,
yeah.
and they just want to like pinpoint their ADHD problems. Oh, why
I
this
mean-
is here? Why this is this? For example, Ian, you won't believe me. We had this discussion with my drummer. He is against synchronized production and editing and mastering. He's saying it needs to
Yeah.
be raw.
Yeah,
You
and I
need to
agree in
hear-
that
you need
because-
to hear
yeah.
those mistakes, but not like major mistakes. You know, the mistakes that it can feel that it's like a jam song.
Like string,
Yeah.
like string noise. and
Yeah,
stuff.
string
noise,
noise,
like-
or like
like-
the snare. You know the sound in the snare. Like for example, there are different
the
like
rim and
variations
stuff,
of it.
like if you hit by mistake.
Exactly. Like I like that different.
Like very minimal editing.
Yeah.
So I have two viewpoints on this being a musician. From a production standard, I like the more raw feel with string noise. I like hearing the human qualities to the music.
Exactly.
From a production standpoint, like there's certain types of blast beats for extreme metal that just sound better with the double kick triggered, like
Yep.
and like how the snare set up, like it just gives it that like Euro blast and stuff just sound better when you have some of those
You have
elements
that
triggered.
machine gun son.
Right.
Did I say son?
But
Machine gun.
what I would kind of like to see, and I'm sure there's bands that do this. I'm just not educated enough to know who those are. I would like to see things like, because guitars are quantized, and this is all like nerd
Exactly.
speak, but they're all like really polished, or you just use a plugin now.
Yeah.
I would kind of like to see that. I would kind of like to see music production add elements of the new polished, refined stuff, but then also keep like
keep the old school going on.
like I recorded an album years ago with the bass player, and you could hear he used his fingers to pick. You could hear almost in the recording, you can almost hear him picking it,
Even
without
like
using
pinch
the pick.
harmonies and stuff, you
Yeah.
can pick it up. Yeah.
And so I would kind of like to see a blend of that, because I think that it being completely raw, you're gonna lose some audience, but I think it being overproduced too, it's losing its personality.
I mean, that's the thing. I'm seeing when I had this talk with my drummer, he kind of opened my eyes. I was like, there actually is. He
there's a kitty.
is right.
My cat's in the background.
Oh.
Dude,
I was like, is that a person?
Yeah, I
Or-
was
hey, buddy.
thinking, hey, oh,
Hi, what's
That's
the
my
name?
Spectre. His name is
Oh.
Duder.
Dude.
I called him Dude for like 3 months because I couldn't come up with anything better, so I just stuck.
dude. By the way, I had a pet rooster for like 5 years.
That's
I mean,
such
I can
a
tell. That's
unique
cool.
pet. Yeah.
Birds are super smart and loyal.
We've been meaning to get
Dude,
a
that
cat.
fuck was so smart.
Yeah.
Dude, there was an earthquake happening in Iran, okay, and Dubai felt the aftershock. So
Right.
this guy was sitting behind my head on the sofa. I was just playing video games. Then he started like getting up, making those noises, and start plucking in my head. It's like, listen, there's something happening, get your shit together. Then he
Yeah.
went and started screaming and stuff. Then I saw the lights, the chandelier in the house is like shaking. I'm like, Oh, these guys.
Could you imagine? Hold on.
Yeah.
I say this completely. I say this completely comical, but could you imagine to be that intelligent of a creature, and like the only form of communication you have to tell the humans around you is to start fucking plucking them on the head? But bro,
Yeah.
there's this fucking earthquake that happened. Shit is fucking exploding. You gotta get the fuck out of here. I don't know. I'm fucking clicking my feet like 5 times. I'm gonna fucking check this shit over here and then flap my wing.
He
You
was
gotta get
losing.
the fuck out now.
He was losing his shit, jumping up and down, like
And even his mom was
stretching himself.
Yeah, even his mom was telling me the other day the story of his like childhood. The rooster used to like respond to the name being called and stuff like that's like
I have
like
two
he used to
other
snitch on his sisters and stuff like
I
they're
have,
fighting.
I have my two other sister, and I'm the last kid. So, did I say last kid? I'm the last child. So, whenever there was a fight between my sisters, we had birds and we had the rooster. So, all of them used to report to my mom in the kitchen.
They used to come and like
And, like you know, they come and they start noise and stuff, and you know, get her attention. When she walks to the room where the fight is happening, the thing is just walking, you know, by my mom's side. It's just crazy how intelligent they are. But man, I love cats. We're actually considering getting a cat, but I have a PC laying around here,
and
so I
there's
don't
so
want
many
that thing to
wires,
chew
so
up
he's
onto
just
all the-
considering. Although I'm just
So-
yeah.
I had some questions for the both of you. When it comes to censorship, where you live, like, is it mainly just like a religious viewpoint, like the religious powers that be that kind of hold back how music or metal is perceived there, and like what gets popular? Like, what controls your media influence, basically?
Well, you wait.
If you fucking talk about Swengali, I will smack you. That's a band here. He hates them because they're so mainstream and shit. So, but yeah.
Right.
So it's because okay. So
Is it bad stereotypes? Is that what it is?
No, the
Yeah,
thing is, like there've been, the scene is small. Like,
Yeah.
let's
Right.
say in total, the artists plus the organizers plus the venues plus the fans in total rounds up around
Right.
300 people.
yeah.
Wow.
So
It's very less. Yeah.
half of this 300 is just musicians.
Okay.
So you know, it's like that. It's like that. That friend of mine, he's also living in Milwaukee. He posted is like, there is no such a thing as a scene anymore. It's just like it's just like 5 guys playing in a bunch of bands.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, so the thing is, like, over here, it's mostly overpopulated by the Arab metalhead community.
Okay.
So it's the kind of, I mean, do you understand where I'm going with this? It's
Right.
kind of, you know,
No, yeah.
they know what they're doing and their shit is serious and their shit is organized, which I don't blame them. I mean, they did their homework. But
Right.
they kind of like, there is no recognition for the others unless you're part of the clique, you know?
Okay.
Yeah, you're
so
part of the cool.
so
you're
what
part
I-
of the cool kid
yeah.
club.
Yeah. So what I feel is that because of that reason, there's few selected like very predominant bands that get the events, get the gigs and stuff, and while the others do not get that limelight or the attention, even if the music is of good, like high quality production or good
Right.
writing or good written music. So that's the sad part that I've noticed.
Wow,
because
that sounds like Portland, Oregon. Wow, that sounds like a lot of bands on the West Coast, California, looking at you.
so I guess they face the
No,
same
seriously,
shit
hold
we
on.
face.
Okay,
Yeah.
but yeah, it's the fucking same shit. Like,
Yeah.
like I said, I
Yeah.
want to give out mad love to
Yeah.
people in South America and in Canada and in Dubai and in Australia and all over the
Exactly.
East Coast and all over the Midwest. And I still do have, I still have a large support here
Yeah.
of my friends in Portland and in California, but a
Yeah.
lot of the same pissing matches go on, a lot of it. And the thing is like with me, like, there's nothing you guys can do. I've been on the stage with Jason Richardson 3 times. You know what I mean? So it's like, they can keep trying to cancel me, but I'm not going to keep my mouth shut, and I'm going to keep here. You know, I'm going to keep doing this.
Yeah. Fuck yeah.
I had a question though. So the first question I asked you guys, and the second question to follow up with that is, how much of your social media and stuff like that? Because when we had first talked about doing this podcast, you told me that you had certain app restrictions as to what was
Yes.
available
Yes,
to you.
yes.
Exactly.
And so I was really curious as to what some of those app restrictions were, the reasoning behind they restrict them, and what are ways that you go around that?
Well, the thing is, like, when it comes to platforms or like, apps to use, the thing is, like, the operators over here already, they have bunch of apps that is being presented by them that you can that you can subscribe to on a
Okay.
monthly basis, and they have different packages. So because of this, any other source of communication within any international app is completely banned.
So to simplify, like for example, Instagram video or WhatsApp
Facebook
video or
Live,
something, or like FaceTime, we don't have that shit here. So it's
Wow.
very monopolized, and yeah, exactly. So
When you use the platforms that they allow you to use, do they have control over what goes out of your country, like China? Because like China restricts things that actually leave their networks. Is it that
To be honest to
conservative
you,
there?
I personally don't have any information about this. It's just that I know that there is ways around it, which is like free VPNs, and like
Right.
you can subscribe to a VPN, or like get those. It's all about
as
VPNs
far
to get like
as-
Netflix and
yeah,
shit
but
like
as
this.
far as I feel
Right.
reach or engagement, I feel
Right.
that it is very restricted to this region itself, and it
Exactly.
will only expose you to your own contacts
Yep.
and the contacts
Okay.
of your own like it's just that circle.
Wow.
Like for example, my art did not get exposed outside of the country until and unless I started promoting bands or artists from other countries. So
Gotcha.
yeah, so once I got that engagement, only after that my art was sent out into the world.
I have a question for you then about your art then.
Okay.
Using Instagram.
Yeah.
Have you tried setting up marketing campaigns for just something random? Like not even that you're trying to sell, but just setting up something random.
We
Do they-
were
do they
thinking
allow
of-
that?
No, they do allow that. But if you go through like sources such as Amazon,
Right.
you can start an e-store.
Yeah, I mean, I can, like, for example, if I wanted to make my account a business account and like get my art out, I can do that,
Yeah,
but I
it's kind
haven't
of
done that
costly.
yet.
It's costly. Like,
That's
Yeah, yeah,
Like,
but again,
you-
like,
you
I
remember-
would need to sponsor my posts and like
Yeah.
get that shit out. So
Like take it this way. Take it this way. In this region, they don't know they don't know the definition of a copyright.
yeah,
Like take it this
Oh.
way.
Yeah.
There
Wow.
there is a local.
there were so many pages that were taking
Yeah.
my art without tagging me or like giving me credit. So
What the fuck?
dude,
Exactly, yes.
I swear to God, I
So,
swear to God, yeah.
And
yeah.
then on top of all of this, it's only local copyright, which is gonna cost you if it's an art piece. Each paper is 10. Okay, wait. It's gonna be
10,000
like around
dirhams.
$3,000 each piece.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Imagine
it's just
because
gonna be within here. Just
Can you just
locally.
can you put them all can you put 9,000 things that you've done into one thing and just be like, hey, it's one. It just contains 9,000 pieces of art.
I wish it worked
that's
like that.
I mean, you can call that some sort of
All right,
limitation.
I'm gonna write. Who do I need to write? I need to write some about their bullshit copyright
Yeah,
policies over there. I'm
exactly.
gonna get a bunch of pissed off
because
people like me on this.
because Ian because Ian, I
Bunch
wanted to
of
like
pissed off people like.
because I wanted to get my art on.
I will get people from Twitter on this right now, and I don't even own Twitter. They will cancel anything.
Are we gonna cause a movement here? Like
I don't know. Ian started it.
Good. I'll start. You know what? I got like I got like some source material left on the album. I might have to throw this into a portion of one of my songs. I can talk about censorship.
That
I think
would
that's
be
how it works
amazing.
though. I think
Yeah.
communicating with other people and letting them know what you're going through.
Yeah.
But okay, sorry.
how you get word about it.
Yeah, sorry to cut you off, but back to the spot, to the censorship. Here is the usual points, which is the standard points of like no no politics, no religious,
Right.
no racial things, just
Right.
the usual things.
Yeah.
Which is, I think all the world is abiding.
Like
so-
I remember one time I posted stories about going to a haunted mansion, and
tell 'em
those
about
stories were
the-
censored. Like
tell 'em
I
about the
got
coffee shop.
banned from Instagram because it was just
Because of the spirituality conflict.
yeah. It was
Gotcha.
just.
Tell them about the coffee shop 2 days ago.
Oh my god, fucking idiots. Okay, so I went to a
Don't name drop.
I will fucking. So they're
No.
called kapagawa, okay? I don't give a fuck. So they're called.
Sorry guys, this show gonna get flagged.
I don't give a fuck. So Kapagawa is like a Arabic coffee. Okay, so I've had a lot of like different types of them. So we went to this particular one in here in the area we live in, and I posted the story on. It was very bad, and they gave us stale dessert that was bitter and all that shit. So I posted a negative review. You know what they fucking said? They said take the story down because we can take legal action against you. I was like, excuse me. First of all, you're supposed to at least apologize, say sorry, ma'am. You know this for the trouble you went through, and we can trying to fix that shit. No apology at all. First thing they tell me is take it down. I'm like, fuck you. First of all, I'm not doing that shit. Okay, and this is like the right that this country gives companies. Like you can't even give a review. It's that censored. You know.
The reason why I asked this question is because there's such a huge. I mean, there's a lot of garbage in the United States media. There's a ton of it, and I don't feel like a lot of it should be allowed to say. But they have we have a right to freedom of speech here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But they cancel everything. They cancel everything, and I feel that it's important for you both to share your stories on this, so other people can see what it's like in other places, because there's always constrictive laws that limit people from having a voice in things, even if it's being as simply critical as your service at a cafe and what they can do towards you. I just think that the whole thing is just ridiculous.
Yeah, like for example, I'll tell you one thing about censorship that I hate, absolutely hate. He's writing a song, okay, and they're gonna perform live. Now they're considering if they can say the swear words or not. I mean, they're part of the song, and they're being censored because in certain like events or gigs or locations, you can't say that. You can't say fuck or swear words out loud in public in UAE. You can't. In Middle East in general.
So the thing is, we were on stage, and one part of our song is like it says, "We don't give a fuck. We don't give a fuck. Fuck you." So.
Did you get even eliminated from a competition because of that?
It was like
so fucked up. Why?
Like
That's insane to me.
Yeah, it was a band like a battle of the bands, and like the judges came back to me. I mean, the judge was one of my musician fellows here. I know him as well. So he came up to me, and I told him like, what was the reason, like why we got we got out. He's like, man, you guys were winning until you said the F-bomb.
See,
it's like, man, this
I played a show
sad.
here like years ago. That was a Christian owned venue, and they told us not to swear at all.
Oh my
no swear
God.
words at all. And then one of the opening bands said fuck like one time, and they just cut the mic. Like that was it, and they kicked them off the fucking stage.
That is
so
sad.
the same things happen. I think. You told me not to talk about a topic, but it's funny to me that censorship resides in the same type of
it's like
mental philosophies. I'll put it that way.
It's viral, man. It's viral. This shit happens everywhere. It's just that, because I'm sure you're gonna agree on this, as in like you have your family living in that country, so you don't want to jeopardize all this bridges, you know. So you can be rebellious with your music and your art, and you can. I mean, to be honest with you, why I'm telling you this, because there is no scene here in Dubai. Right. It's just a bunch of musicians, different genres. Most of them are metalheads. None of them is working that 100% for the scene. They are much more focused online. The whole international, the whole international market of this whole thing.
And meanwhile, there are so many bands that are of good quality, like good quality production and amazing lyrics. And I feel sad. Like I try to promote as many bands, even from abroad or here. Like for example, there is Australian bands. Like for example, Parkway Drive was not like common here. Like they're huge in Australia.
Is like here since
no one knew them until I was posting about them. There were like a couple of people who were responding. Okay, they like the band. Other than that, no one knew. So that just was the
sad.
thing
is like here the whole rock scene started from 2004. The first Desert Rock. This was the name of the festival, Desert Rock. So the first lineup was the Rasmus and Limp Bizkit, but Limp Bizkit chickened out, and
really,
only Rasmus came down, And after that, the 2005 was Sepultura, Machine Head,
Yeah, dude.
Saxon,
Ooh.
and you know, and bunch of you know, just local bands. And then this thing got to a point that they actually managed to bring down Korn. They managed to bring down
Right.
Velvet Revolver, Guns N' Roses, Metallica. You know, even black metal bands came in here.
Right.
Do you know? I'm sure you know Vader.
Yeah, I fucking love Vader.
Yeah,
dude. That,
Vader.
yeah,
Their
that band
first
is
gig.
insane.
The first gig was in 2013, which had got shut down because of a different organizer going bitching to the cops that they are bringing satanic bands to do some
Yeah.
satanic ritual stuff. I'm like, then, dude, everyone, including the band members of Vader, they all got blacklisted to play in Dubai. So,
It's insane.
dude, it was such a
so
setback
sad.
for the organizer because of someone not having like he cannot stomach seeing someone else
I
is
have a-
growing out. You know?
Yeah.
I had a quick thought on this real quick.
Tell
So
me,
when you
bro.
mentioned did Limp Bizkit just back out because they wanted to, or because of just how? it
I
was
don't
set
know.
up?
Apparently, I don't know. The news were saying. I think there are rumors. They said Fred Durst heard that there would be a bombing or something.
Oh, okay.
Some garbage news that I don't know why.
Yeah,
even
some garbage
people-
scare tactic that fucking was
dude,
bullshit.
I mean,
Probably.
dude.
You know what's funny though with Fred Durst though? I don't know him personally, but this isn't the first story I've heard of him about backing out of concerts. And there's one thing that I've learned as a musician: no matter how big or how small you are, if you have an opportunity to perform in front of people that otherwise have that limited or don't have that privilege 24/7 like they do where you're from, you play that fucking show.
Yeah.
That's just my viewpoint.
Dude, I think he actually also
Maybe he
there was
started doing it
something
after
happening.
Woodstock 99.
I don't know, man. That's the thing. I think there was
Yeah, maybe
actually-
he did you a favor. He was gonna come over there and fucking crash the place, man. He did you guys a favor.
Dude, I think there was an incident that Suicide Silence wanted to produce an album with Fred Durst, and I think Fred Durst backed out or something.
No, it was Bring Me the Horizon.
Oh yeah, Bring Me the
Bring Me the
Horizon.
Horizon,
Yeah.
yeah.
So I don't know, like I don't know a lot about that incident, but I'm just relating to what you said. Like
Ollie and his guitar player, I forget his name, but he went over. They wrote the majority of it, and they kept on trying to to produce it with Fred, and he just like was not responsive, and didn't do anything for like the course of 2 years. So they're just basically like, okay, well, we'll keep him and just keep him for our own and release our own stuff.
I mean, even Limp Bizkit is not doing anything great. I mean, like their whole charm stopped at Chocolate Starfish. So
Yeah.
I agree.
yeah.
I completely agree.
Do you
Huge
listen to
fan
Limp
here,
Bizkit?
so, you
do you
know.
listen to that genre or like?
So this is when I got into when you transition for me, when I transitioned from like things like Pantera and Metallica, I went into punk rock, and then I really liked punk a lot, but then I still missed that edge. And that was right around the time when Roadrunner was really taking off. So then I was exposed to bands like Machine Head, Chimera, Slipknot, and then, Korn, Limp Bizkit, and Stained, and all that. So I've seen all those bands
Stained.
live before.
Nice.
And then I really, really, really enjoyed $3 Bill Y'all, which was their
the first album.
Yeah,
That's a great
I
one.
really enjoyed that one because I thought it was just like
Very
the appropriate
raw and
amount
heavy.
of. Yeah, it was raw, heavy. It had a lot of hip hop influence in it, and it was also like seriously hardcore. And I feel like if they had kind of stuck more on that path, then it would have been amazing. But as an older musician, because Fred, I'm not that. Fred, I think, is maybe 10 years older than I am, possibly 15. So he was already pretty old in his life when he started getting popular, which is what I hope happens to me.
Hopefully, man.
The difference is even if I started getting a lot of commercial success, I don't think I would have changed my stripes. I mean, I can't. This is me personally, but like the reason why they went into I think a lot of bands go down that avenue is because they want to like fucking not do anything the rest of their lives, and so they make money that makes them millions of dollars, and I can't fault them for that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't think I would do that personally, but that's kind of like when you see artists. I really like sticking with
Yeah.
their first couple albums.
Yeah.
And then depending on where they go, I'm just like, I'm always going to remember that band as being badass for something, and not one of the only bands to do that I enjoy actually is Bring Me the Horizon. I know they get a lot of hate and a lot of criticism, but you try going on stage and screaming your lungs out for like 10 years and thrashing your body up, and you still want to be a musician, and you don't want to ruin what you've built or start something new. Your sound is going to change inevitably.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. But I mean, I would still love to headbang to Recoil and Horror when I'm 80, you know, like old and fragile, just
Oh man!
slowly.
By the way, I fucking love the merch, man. The merch.
Oh yeah, the shirts
Dude,
are amazing.
The shirts are. I was just checking. I was like, what the fuck?
We have some more.
Yeah.
Dude, we
have
fucking
some
love
more
it.
coming.
We're getting for sure, man. We're getting them for
We have-
sure. Dude,
we
you got
have-
hoodies.
We're going to have hoodies. Yes.
Nice.
Oh, yeah.
man.
There's
That's nice.
there's a lot of stuff I so badly want to talk about, but I want to wait until it's finalized and released. But we have a lot of really, really cool stuff coming that I
Awesome.
hope will make
Yeah.
a lot of people happy.
Sure.
Like the people
Definitely will,
in
for
the
sure.
comments are bitching about Limp Bizkit, and like, my friend, by the way, Bundlein Official is the reason behind all the
Yeah.
overlay designs.
He's
the
designed
dirty
everything.
tag.
I
It's
mean, I
his-
drew it on paper. He brought it to life. You know.
Yep. So
Awesome.
he does
Yeah.
cool digital art stuff, and he's a designer. He's a cool dude, very down to earth,
Yeah.
chill dude. And he's saying, when did Limp Bizkit ever do something great?
Okay.
I'm with
so,
you. I'm with you, Bundlein.
whether if they did it great, good or bad, I think that's up to interpretation. But what they did
Yeah.
do is something different, because if you look at rap, rock, and metal,
Exactly.
the only
He's so
real
happy.
thing,
No, that's
the only
awesome.
thing,
Listen,
the only thing that you had before that really was Beastie Boys. You know, you gotta think of
Exactly.
it like, I mean, as far as commercial, as far as what was popular,
Sabotage.
was Beastie Boys. Yeah,
Sabotage.
Sabotage and stuff. That was like
Yeah.
the only real rap rock thing.
Exactly.
And I think when you look at like really extreme deathcore and like beatdown now, I don't think a lot of those like No Face, No Case, those guys are, I think, from Russia. They're fucking insane. Like, they're just brutal. But they kind of have that hip hop fucking like that mentality, you know. And a lot of these
Yeah.
deathcore beatdown bands, I think we're influenced by a lot of that new metal stuff.
That's the thing. Like I was telling
Yeah.
her, is like that's actually one of my questions to you, which, but again, is related to Recoil and Horror, which I want to ask that what combination of genres it's the influence of Recoil and Horror.
Oh God.
Ooh. Nice question.
So
Nice.
so the underlining influence that I think will always be a part of Recoil and Horror are bands like Fear Factory and Chimera. There's always going to be the hint of a soundscape beneath it, because I want the listener to feel unnerved or energized or apprehensive or afraid. So it will have these electronic, like industrial elements to it.
Yep.
As far as the rest of it, though, I'm such a big fan of melodic death metal, as much as I am this genty fucking deathcore type stuff. That it's always going to be a blend and a mixture of those. I love slam, so we got slam riffs there. We have straight up nasty slam riffs, but we're not a slam band. You know, we're always going to have breakdowns. We're going to have.
By the way, your vocal
lot of
technique, your vocal tone reminds me of a friend of mine, which I lost him last year in June.
Yeah, he was telling me about that before the.
They had a band here. They were like, again, tech death.
Right.
So their band called the Billy Bob Blood Drenched Brew.
Wow.
That's fucking cool.
So they were like crazy riffs, and this guy, his gutturals were very low, and for like a medium sized, very skinny dude, he was a Russian dude as well. Dude, he had the lungs.
I
on
mean,
him.
never judge a book by the cover, you know.
Dude, he was
Like-
such a cool dude. My friend, like, he
So-
was into rap as well.
I'm 5'7". I'm only 5'7". I'm 160 pounds.
Dude, I'm like 5'5", so
I
high up there.
I've had a lot of people say talk about like the breath control and the capacity and like the lungs. And I vape all the time, right?
Yeah.
And I'm an ex cigarette smoker.
Okay.
Guilty as charged.
As this though, I was extremely athletic growing up, and I was in swimming and in what we call soccer and you guys call football.
Yeah.
I was in American soccer, or what, I don't know how it is. You guys have the actual football, so
We do it barefoot, man. on the
Yeah,
fucking
yeah,
hot
it's
sand.
brutal.
It's
That is
hardcore.
brutal.
It's just insane.
Just like play around with blisters. You don't give two shit
Yeah.
flying fucks, man.
So I think my athleticism when I was younger is really where my breath control comes from and the breath capacity that I have. As far as vocals, I mean, it means a lot to hear any feedback on my vocals because I was a guitar player for 16 years. And so that's only really something I've taken seriously for the last couple of years. I was always backup vocals, but I can't wait for you and everyone else to hear the new shit because it's just so fucking gross.
Yeah, I can't
it's
wait
just so
either.
different.
I can't wait.
I know, man.
I mean, the people who I have leaked the new versions of the songs to have all told me, and this is my goal. They're like, dude, this makes your old shit sounds like pre-pro demos.
dude,
And I was like, yes.
I told
I was
you.
like, yes.
I'm
like,
so excited.
fuck those old songs. You know what I mean?
That's what I told you. Holy shit balls, man. When I heard it, I'm like,
Yeah, and
What
and
the
and,
fuck,
and
man?
he's selfish. Like he kept it to himself. He's like, no, I'm not gonna
forgot
let
to
my
show
wife
you.
listen.
He actually, like, Ian
I,
specifically told me to show you the track.
Yeah, which you forgot to do.
if you need me to resend it, I can resend
No,
it.
no,
later,
I got
problem.
it, man.
No,
Okay, you can do that, but I think I still have the access
Yeah.
to it. But
And one
dude,
thing,
tell me.
there's a topic that I wanted to talk about real quick as being a musician too. I was kind of worried about redoing songs because, you know, it's like, okay, people were introduced to us by those tracks. I'm like, how do I completely redo these? So we changed the tunings, we changed the vocals, we changed the mix. I always kind of grew up on being exposed to that band, and I've kind of experienced that with Recoil, where people get exposed to us and then they come out with an album and they redo those songs that you already liked. So you already know there's going to be something on there that's more polished and better refined. Plus you have all the other tracks that you haven't listened to yet. And so we're going to have more of a workflow, you know, of releases moving forward into 2022. Because this whole thing kind of started out as a project. And I was really, really lucky, and I'm incredibly thankful to have the people that I have been exposed to and have
That's
met
awesome.
to this. So we will be releasing more consistently. I don't think I'm ever going to be one of those bands that releases 3 EPs and 20 singles in a year, though, because
Yeah.
I'm gonna run out of stuff to talk about.
I
And
was
want
actually
to
gonna
have the
ask you.
substance.
Yeah. I was gonna actually ask you about that because post-COVID, many bands are doing this
Yep.
also. Like, you know, they're releasing singles. So which would you prefer, like, versus releasing a whole album altogether with a bunch of songs?
I think moving forward, I personally am going to release albums and maybe do 1 or 2 singles a year.
Okay.
When I listen to other bands, I don't mind listening to their singles at all. But I think if you've released 8 singles in a year that aren't going to be a part of an album, I might not want to listen to all of them because it's like I want to listen to that full album experience. You know. I want to hear the story you have to tell. I want to see the art that you create.
Yeah.
But I think kind of the releasing a single every month thing it overfloods the market, I think. And I think to me personally, when I would constantly release my material back in the day, when I do it every month, I felt like instead of gaining more people that liked it, I actually lost people's interest. It's like, oh, well, here's another song that's going to sound like this, and we have this stuff in it. But that's just me. That's just my take on it. Other bands do it really successfully. You know, other artists do it really well, and so I don't want to knock that at all.
Okay, so this is actually a good segue to the question it just popped out in my head. Is that if you had a chance to, like, sign up bands to your record label, okay?
Right.
What is the elements that you're gonna look at? Are you gonna go with the trendy stuff? Are you gonna like include the trendy stuff into your roster? How is it gonna be?
I'm gonna look at the heart of the artist. I'm gonna see how much passion they have. I want to see if they're real about what they perform.
Is it like, so you want their demos and you actually want them to explain the concept to you?
Yeah, I want them to be. But whatever they're writing about and they're performing, I want that to be authentic to themselves. I would personally want to sign people that are raw and real to who they are as a person, and not about. I want people that are new and original. You know, and I think it's profitable. It's really catchy and profitable. Like I can think of 5 bands if I had a record label right now. If I wanted to make a bunch of money, I would sign. But I can also think of 20 bands if I wanted something that really expanded the genre and added something new that I would sign. I think that's the problem. I could think of 20 different flavors of uniqueness that would just make an amazing festival. But if I just wanted to make money, I could think of 5 bands immediately and retire.
Oh, really? I mean, that's the thing. When you have the marketing strategies in your head, with the duration that, you know, some musicians, they have this journey, like for, let's say, 10, 15 years, you learn a lot of things. You know where you fucked up. I think that's why he was trying to push something to see where he gonna fuck up and find out if, like, you know, they're gonna catch him or not. So he can learn from his mistake and move on and adapt to new techniques. And, you know, it's basically you need to be always on your toes and just like waiting for the next shot, grab it and just do your best.
The majority of bands that I listen to lately from deathcore have been from Japan. Japanese deathcore bands are insane.
Okay.
It would be highly if I had a prediction, it would be highly surprising for me if the next top extreme vocalist for any extreme metal is going to be female. I think because there's a lot of female vocalists coming up doing crazy whistle tones and tunnel throats and a lot of the shit that like the guys are already doing, quote unquote, now. So I think there's going to be a lot more of a female presence because they have a more unique range, I think, to what we've currently been exposed to. That would be my prediction.
That's good. That's awesome, man. I mean, the good thing about metal, I mean, we're talking about the people that they understand music. We're not talking about the elitists as in, like, you know, they're so hardcore into one genre.
Right.
You know, to the musicians that they have this open-mindedness about learning new things, trying new things. You know, as even Ian mentioned, you know, some bands or artists, they try it for the first couple of years to see what topic they fit in better. So some need to go through these, you know, through these stages till they finally, you know,
and I feel that bands also kick off when they write about things of substance, you know, where it's not just about you know, just abstract topics.
To be honest with you, I don't know. I've noticed this in this region that people that they write about substance, they are not much appreciated.
That's exactly the
They're
thing
like
that
much more
pains
into
me.
the garbage that you see on the top 40 all the fucking time.
It's so mainstream, and I feel that's why, like, I tell so many bands, like even Wretch Tongues and like all these filth bands, like they are smaller bands and they don't get that recognition that they deserve because of the quality or what they write about. So I mean, it's just sad. It's just sad.
I mean, again, for example, in our region, one of the main elements of this pyramid of problems is that we don't have any like backbone as in like agencies to support this type of music. There is nothing.
Yeah, there's just like a couple of event organizers here, and again, they are being capitalized over.
But again, you know, they're bringing in new bands. Their shows are actually successful. You know,
if I was in that position, I would so heavily market myself from whatever funding that I had and resources for Facebook, YouTube.
That's the thing. You cannot make cash through these here.
Yeah.
There is another loophole around these stuff. That's again comes in the censorship.
Yep. That's another
part
of it.
That is insane.
Yeah.
Like I'd like, sorry to cut you off. I have a friend who's a game streamer as well. He does his streams on Facebook. The guy, he's from this area. I just don't want to name drop. He had to create an account by his friend in America. Then uses that account in his region so he can gain so he can start gaining those stars on Facebook so people can donate to it.
And this is the musical point of view. For example, as an artist, like if I wanted to get my art on merch and sell it as like shirts and like hats and stuff, dude, I cannot do that even in my own house or a facility. I need to get here we have that thing that
what the fuck,
dude, 50% of the business has to be, first of all, having ownership of local, okay, which is the UAE, like a person residing here. Other than
Right.
that, there is a lot of like red tape that I have to go through. There's a lot of registration and like a lot of things. Like I won't have complete monopoly of my business. So it's very restricting in this region, you know.
It's
Musically and
yeah.
like artistically, it's very.
But we're talking about artists here. Artists is
So,
just a dead end.
question.
Man.
I'm always thinking about shit. I'm always thinking about ways to loophole and get into trouble. What, so if you sold your art, so say like I came along to you and I'm like, hey Phoenix, I want to get a new shirt print design, and then I would like to buy that from you to use in my shirts. And then like how, so if I pay you for that, like on a Cash App or whatever it is, and I'm like, okay, this is the artist, this is who drew it, I'm selling this, you know, I know that I buy the art. So if I just pay you via like I do everyone else, where does that money, like, can I use PayPal? Can I use Cash App and things like that? Or how does that work?
Yeah, virtually, I think I will have more freedom comparatively to having like a physical, legit business. So yeah, exactly. So like if I have to legalize it and get my copyrights, patenting and stuff, like it will take a longer process compared to.
So basically, you'd have to go to another country with your art if you wanted to make your own,
Dude,
sell your own shit.
I swear to God,
sell it.
we literally want to move out of here and just like.
So
get,
the thing is, like, take it this way. Take it this way. Any sort of promoting your brand without legalizations of the papers and all these things, you're not allowed to. But if you gonna contact, like, you know, privately, that you want this art and you want a design, that's up to us. It's
Dude,
not that
even
there's no
business
one involved.
licenses for musicians or for artists, it's huge chunks of money that no one can afford as an individual artist unless you're coming from a wealthy background. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So there's no break for there's no break for us.
There's a lot of, I mean, we see it here too with a lot of artists as far as how far does well-financed individuals and well-financed musicians make it, or just artists and actors in general, with the amount of financial backing that they have. And they can afford these massive advertising campaigns, and I think that's how a lot of really good talent gets drowned out, unfortunately. But then you have people like me that, and a lot of people like me, a lot of people like us that can go out and seek what actual talent is and appreciate it for what they're trying to create, and that's how that stuff stays alive.
Yeah, I mean,
like I was saying earlier with the amount of streams that people have, like I think that we're around almost, I haven't checked it forever because I frankly just don't care. I mean, I do care, but I think we're at around 80,000 streams combined, like total in the last 2 years. The thing is, there's other bands out there that are well over 100,000 streams that have only been out for a year, and I think that's great for them. The thing that's a little bit different to me is the majority of people that stream my material, I personally talk to, or they contact me. And so I have that kind of cult following or that dedicated fan base. And I'd rather have 20 people buy merch or buy an album than have my stuff streamed quadruple that, but I'm only selling half of the units.
Yeah, that
because
makes
sense. I don't just want to be thrown onto a playlist, although that is beneficial. I just don't want to be thrown onto it like, oh, do you like fucking soda? Well, check out this flavor of soda. And
dude,
I want to be someone's favorite drink, you know?
Don't get me started on this shit, man. The thing is, like, that other day we went to Virgin Megastores.
Oh, dude, that's such a sad sight. Oh my God.
There is no more CDs available.
Right.
Yeah.
They just have some leftover from any genre, any artist. They're just trying to get rid of those. It was such a sad sight to see. Yeah, seriously. I mean, for me, I really like to collect original CDs.
Yeah, the physical form of music, because we've grown up on that like cassette and CD phase.
Dude, I still have my cassettes from the 2000s.
Yeah.
I used to buy them like for like, let's say $5. And the compact disc was for $15.
Yeah, dude, like for me, my first CD was Linkin Park.
Yeah, Hybrid Theory.
Hybrid Theory, yeah.
She's a huge LP fan.
Yeah. I mean,
she's an LP fan, I'm an LB fan.
Oh, you know what? And that was another, I forget, when we were talking about rap and metal and stuff like that, I think that Linkin Park was the true success over.
Dude, that was
that's where every band, even if you don't like a band, they created a band somehow that you love now. And that's why I feel that all music and all art should be heard whether you like it or not. Like there's a lot of shit that, like, I'm harshly critical of a lot of things. I try not to, I'm not open about it often, but I also, at the same time, even if I don't listen to something that I necessarily would go and see live or buy a shirt of or whatever, I can sit back as a musician and be like, you know what, I understand why people appreciate this, and I can see why this would draw in a certain crowd of individuals. And then those people get inspired to make their own art and their own music. And so that's where I feel like it's important to give credit where credit's due, even
Exactly.
if you
Yeah,
don't.
Exactly.
Even if you're not going to see him live, you know?
Yeah, I mean, Linkin Park is one of the reasons. It was my gateway drug to metal. You know, like it
Yeah.
got me into the metal
Dude,
genre. So
she saw me, yeah.
Yeah.
Like we do this to, like, you know, together. Sometimes she just jams LP out of nowhere. Sometimes she just like, I tell her, you know what? Because she gets into that loop of playing awesome songs that you grew up with, and you get all that pumped up.
Like, you know,
Sometimes, like, I tell her, you know what? Play this song from this band, and I'm. Like, you know, those Limp Bizkit drives
yeah.
we had? Dude,
Yeah.
I am fucking jamming behind the
like
wheel.
counterfeit, just like
And I'm like,
Losing our shit.
yeah. Like, I'm having my time.
Yeah.
It's like the music, when you feel that music,
Yeah.
that's good music.
Yeah.
That's good art.
Yeah, and for me, even though like my ears are used to a lot of heavy shit, I am like I will give a band or a type of song at least one try of listening. You know, I won't
Yeah.
I won't completely eliminate that possibility that I will absolutely hate it. I will listen to it. Like, for example, this guy, he makes me listen to so many artists that I've never like heard of or ever known, or bands or
Hey,
You know,
some of it you
MJ.
like.
yeah.
MJ actually exposes me to most of the new metal that I don't know exists.
Oh,
MJ
okay.
is constantly listening to a lot of metal bands, and that's how I get my new
That's good.
exposure.
Yeah.
I personally like try to focus on my friends that are also musicians that are in their own bands. And it's like
I agree.
the mainstream stuff that's out there, like it's always going to be there. I think like Thy Art Is Murder and things like that. Like,
Yes.
I was there when those bands were starting out, like when I was younger too. I think that there's a lot of really good talent coming out of the East Coast, between bands like Worm Shepherd and Sentinels. Those guys are just nuts. And Lorna Shore, of course, and you have Nightfall in Florida. And Brian, you're gonna kill me if you're still here.
What was the
Fucking
other band?
something with the shadows. Something with the
Drown in
shadows is
Sulfur?
Brian's
Yeah,
band.
Tell.
So because I do this like same like Mandy, I'm introducing him to new bands. Like, you know, he wasn't into the heavier like deathcore-ish kind of vibe. So I introduced him to Drown in Sulfur, Chelsea Grin, and you know,
Thank
like
you,
all these other.
Grasping at the shadow.
Yeah, Grasping at the Shadows. Grasping
Yeah.
at the Shadows is Brian's band. So I try to. I'm always supporting all my
Okay.
friends that I know.
I would love to listen to that.
And Ferry?
And Ferry.
In Fury, yeah, In Fury is a sick band. That
Oh,
band is
nice.
fucking nuts. That band
Okay.
is fucking nuts.
Okay, so I'll just take a picture of these because like I'm gonna forget
You know
them.
that the
I will
comments are
forget
there on the video.
I know,
You
but
see
I
what I'm
want to do
dealing
it
with?
tonight. Shut up.
You see what I'm dealing with, Ian?
And there's this dude named, I think his last name, I don't know if it's pronounced Schneider, but there's a guy named Sammy Slam Dance Shim Schneider. That guy is fucking ridiculously talented. Like, I want to work with him in the future. I've been kind of like holding back from. See, this is what I mean. Like, I want to message him and be like, hey, dude, you want to collab on a track? Because I love all the cool shit that you do.
That's nice.
But,
Nice.
I'll do it like in 2022 when I have more of a open worksheet, because I'm pretty stacked right now.
That's a great segue to exactly. I was about to ask him like about this. How are the musicians in your network when it comes to collaboration and being up for the whole challenge?
Okay, so I've learned this one the hard way. When I was starting out, I got a feature from someone who I'm not going to bring up, and my immediate goal was, dude, I want people to pay attention to me, so I'm going to go ahead and grab this guy who's got a really, has a big following behind his name.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, months later, that did not turn out well, and that person is no longer a current vocalist of a band because they got in a whole bunch of hot water.
Oh,
And
damn.
it's not a very good, from my understanding, it's not a very good person in general. So the thing I've learned is when I do features now, I look for the quality of person, and I try to look for people who are real human beings.
That's amazing.
And I think I had these like famous glasses on where I was like, oh my god, this guy's gonna work with me. This is so cool. I'm a fucking nobody, and this is gonna be great. But through that, like, I've met awesome people like Julian Kersey, who was formerly of Rose Funeral and Edgeon, and currently of the Faceless. And he's just an amazing
nice.
he's just an amazing human being. Julian is awesome. Like, he is a hard worker. He loves extreme metal. He's just an awesome guy. And so the lesson that I learned from that now is, I try to make friends with people like the both of you and the other people. I'll develop a friendship with them and an understanding of where they come from before I work with them now.
Yeah, that's
Nice,
amazing.
nice.
I mean, if you get to know the person's even work ethic, it's more easier to
Right.
have a fluid, workflow with them as well, and they can be on the same wavelength with you. Because like if you are
Right.
hardworking and someone's just goofing around, it's not gonna be the same energy, you know.
Exactly.
So it's better to.
So I mean, are they supportive when you come up with the idea, or they approach you, or if you approach them, they're like, yeah, sure, I will give it a thought.
So yeah, so how my collabs like actually work is, say, you know, I find an artist that I want to work with and we're gonna do it, and it's for like my band. I'll say, here's the track. You're doing me the favor. You're working with me. I want you to listen to this song, and I want you to pick up a spot of that song that you want to do your feature on. So I give them creative control to the point of where they're at, and I say, listen, this is the subject matter that this song is about, and this is what I would like you to emphasize when you do your performance. Then I take that feature and I completely write around it.
Well, I just wanted to read this comment from Bundlehead. He's saying, saw a chick in Virgin Megastore with wearing a Motorhead t-shirt, complimented her t-shirt, and she said, yeah, thanks, they are a good car. I think John joined, sorry.
Wow,
Shit.
man, what the hell?
They don't,
That's the
I
thing.
mean, that's
like, you know,
really
people
sad
wearing.
that they wear it as like a fashion
Dude, it's just like,
statement instead of
there's
knowing.
another one which it gets under my, like, it really grinds my
Yeah,
gears. Is
I
fucking
cannot.
AC/DC. You
Yeah.
go to any
Right.
like you go to H&M or you go to any brand of clothing, there is one of these bands like Metallica. I'm like, dude, for a time H&M was giving away Slayer.
Right.
Okay, so I have a question.
go ahead, man.
So what brings you more joy, being like a vocalist or the music production side?
Good one.
Being a live performer is the only reason why I do this.
Okay.
I enjoy writing and producing. It's fun, but I've always wanted to be a performer. I like feeling the energy, and
You
I
like the
people,
rush.
I like people being able to come up to me and tell me about how I want to hear people's stories. Like, I want to engage in their life. Like, I generally care about what people who care about my music think and are going through, because that's the only reason why I'm really doing this at all. You know, I want to make someone's day better. I want to see that person forget about their problems and go into the mosh pit or come up. I want those people to come up and ask me a million questions that I've answered before, because I enjoy answering them. You know,
Yeah.
I want
Yeah.
to make them feel good about life.
Exactly.
You know,
That's awesome.
and the one thing I was been throwing in about the album, that to me the album is really cool, because I make mixed CDs all the time, and all that mixed CD is like Veil of Maya or Animals as Leaders
I
or
love
Thy Art
Animals
is
as
Murder.
Leaders.
And so I make these mixes and I throw them in my car. I think Amalgam is like that. It's going to have obviously the same vocalist on it, but it's going to have, and the same tunings and stuff like that. But I feel like it's a mixed CD for people that don't, you know, you're not going to need to make a mixed CD. If you like Ginger, there's some shit in there that sounds
yeah.
like Ginger. If you like,
Ginger is awesome. Yeah.
if you like After the Burial, there's some stuff in there that sounds like After the Burial.
Nice.
If you like slamming, brutal fucking like there's some shit in there that I do, like Gutalax, which is like a fucking slam band from, I think they're from, oh god, where is Gutalax from? I forget. But they're extremely slammy. Like, that's a slamming, brutal death metal. There's some Gutalax shit in there.
By the way,
you know, there's
you mentioned Ginger, and I remembered this band with the metal chick. I mean, with the female front. You know.
Yeah.
I'm sure you heard about OTEP, yeah.
is there news just of the band, or is there
Yeah,
news
the
about
band,
them?
the band.
Yeah. I know what OTEP is.
Yeah, OTEP, man, that chick is fucking crazy as
Yeah.
well. Shit,
Yeah.
like, you know, it's fucking heavy.
OTEP is a great band. Those guys are nuts.
Even unlike Children of Bodom.
No, but Children of Bottom,
Children
they
of
don't
Bottom,
have a
yep.
girl singing.
It's
I
not.
saw Children. No, it's Alexi.
Alexi,
Alexi, who passed away.
Yeah, Alexi.
But I saw Children of Bodom with Black Dahlia Murder
Mm-hmm.
years ago. The coolest concert I've ever been to was Demi Borgir.
Oh yeah.
Demi was insane. And I saw them with Cryptopsy, Decapitated.
I love Cryptopsy, man.
I mean, if I would have to say
nuts.
like my dream concert to go to would be Rammstein. Like,
Oh, right.
I need to experience that once in my life, you know.
No, I'm
If
sure.
you want a live show, it's gonna be Rammstein or Meshuggah. Those
Exactly.
live shows are crazy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
So I've never been to a live gig yet because of my bullshit previous
Yeah.
life. So
Hopefully-
I think it's gonna be with him that I will get to experience
Hopefully.
all
I
this.
mean, one band that I would actually sell
I mean,
my...
you can you please come here in the Middle East and perform?
Dude,
for
we
us?
will try
I would
to.
like
I absolutely would.
Dude,
I absolutely
dude,
would.
We will get
So-
in touch with the organizers for sure, man.
Yeah, because he knows.
Please do.
Yeah.
I need you guys to hear this. And it's like I'm like every time I joke, I'm also extremely serious. So, I know it sounds crazy, but I have like a really good job, and I could just stop. I could just not do music at all right now. I'm happy
Oh,
in my
man.
life where I'm at.
That's awesome.
great,
That's
man.
awesome.
But the
great.
thing is, I don't really feel that I will ever be as happy playing live. There's nothing in my life I can buy or wake up to that's worth it outside of like Mandy and my animals, and there's music, you know, and my friends and the people that I care about. But like nothing will ever make me feel the way that performing live does. And like I've joked with Mandy so many times, I'm like, you're gonna push me into the state of where it's like I will live in a fucking van if it means that I can play live for 8 months.
I mean,
I will
that's
sell. I will
awesome.
literally sell all of my shit that I do not need
Wow.
for me to
Aw.
play.
I mean,
Because that's how passionate I am about this. The one thing about myself as a musician that I will say is my strong suit that I feel that I have over other people is my heart, because it will never stop. I will never ever stop wanting to play live.
That's
I'll play in
amazing.
front of 5 people. I've played in front of
Oh,
the biggest
man.
the biggest show I've ever played in front of, I think, was like 3,500 people. I'll play in front of fucking 5.
Dude,
3,500 or 5. I don't care.
don't get me started on shit, dude.
You know?
I've played shows for the janitors. I've played
Yeah,
shows. Sorry to
Aw,
say
my
this. I
baby.
played shows for the hookers. Like there were no one else. Like I'm just playing for the
no.
hookers. Like there's literally like I played shows for my dad, which my dad like after.
I
the
wish I
show-
would have met you.
Dude,
Like I would
my
be the
dad-
only
oh
fan
my
in the
God,
audience.
Dude,
being,
my
like,
dad was
clapping.
so cool at the gig. The guy has.
I would.
Yeah, tell me.
I was gonna say, like, I'm more nervous to like do vocalizations in front of you guys and for the stream, or sit down with a guitar and play in front of you. I'd be more nervous to play right now than I would if you were to stick me on a stage in front of fucking 5,000.
Oh
people.
yeah, I get it.
I'm
man,
just
I get it.
I'm just programmed that way. Like I am there to entertain. If I wasn't doing music, I probably would be. I think eventually I would have been a comedian or something, like
Oh,
stand up.
Exactly.
Like I don't really want to be an actor or anything.
Yeah.
I like making people laugh, and I like seeing them emotionally express themselves. I like seeing moshing and walls of death.
That's amazing.
And,
Yeah. I hope that I
that
get
is what I
to
do.
see you perform here live in the Middle
Yeah,
East,
and-
or at
and-
least in
yeah,
the UAE.
On that note, we got.
if I
two-
can make it over to your neck of the woods and make it back, I will do it.
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
no
for
doubt,
sure,
There's
for
no
sure.
doubt about it.
We're gonna be. I mean, if you remember today morning, I mean, I'm sure it's gonna be your early morning. A friend of mine who has Metal East Records reposted
Yeah.
the whole.
So they're
session.
one of the organizers,
He's one of the
exactly.
main
Yeah.
organizers in the scene, and he's a legit dude, and he brings.
And he's a
good
very nice
band.
guy as well. Yeah.
Yeah, and he brought Sepultura. He brought.
Yeah.
He was going to bring As I Lay Dying, but COVID fucked it up.
Yeah, he wanted to bring down Lacuna Coil, which was in 2020 Feb
That's
Feb 2020
one of
got
Manny's
canceled.
favorites.
Yeah,
One of
so
MJ's favorites is Laguna.
they
Coil.
brought a lot of do you know Christian, the whole Brazilian death metal band?
I want to say yes.
Yeah,
I'm so bad with so many of these names now, because like if I listen to a song,
Yeah.
I'll know it, or if I see a picture of them,
So-
I'll be like, yeah, I know that. Band.
Yeah, so they brought a like a very legit lineup, which has like Mayhem, Vader, and all these good bands, even Psychroptic. Like they brought very heavy stuff, man. Like this scene is very heavy driven. I was telling MJ the other day. Oh, by the way, okay, before we jump anywhere else, I just want to pay attention to the comment section. We have 2 new followers, which one of them was Night Shell. Thank you very much for the follow. And
The second one is Manav, who's the vocalist
is
of
of
White
a band
Morgue.
called White Morgue. They're the new kids on the block. They're like
Hell yeah.
Yeah, their stuff is legit. They do all this genty proggy stuff. So
Yeah.
Nice.
it's all like groove bass, and Manav is
I've been there for one of their song releases in one of the places, and the drummer is fucking insane,
Yep.
and
Crazy, dude.
they're really good. So
Leslie is in the house. What's up, Les? Les is a good friend
Yeah.
of ours of the show. Les, welcome to the
Something-
show.
Something else that I want to say too is when I really sit back and think about it, maybe I'm just coming to like the realization of it now. Recoil and Horror is something completely new for me as well, because if I wasn't in Recoil and Horror, I would be in a band probably like Suffocation or like oh
DSI?
god, dude, what's that tech band from Canada that's so good? Artspire. Yeah, Artspire. If I wasn't doing Recoil and Horror, I'd be writing music like that because I've been playing guitar forever. I probably wouldn't be doing vocals. I would just go back to playing guitar and writing tech death.
By the way, fun facts for you. There is 2 metal bands that I'm sure you would know one of them at least. Do you know Nephilium from Canada?
I want to say, again, man, I don't want to
Anyway,
say yes.
I know. Anyway, okay.
Because it makes me feel like a
yeah.
poser.
No. I thought you would not know it, but the other band you would know them for sure. Asking Alexandria.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Asking
Yeah.
Alexandria came from Dubai. I saw the early stage of
Awesome.
that band, man. Dude, it was crazy. The only guy left in the band, it was only the vocalist who made it.
Dude, do you know a band called Attack Attack? I got a funny story about this.
Attack,
No.
I'm
Attack
not
Attack.
aware.
They were like that when Screamo first came out with like Sticks. They like did like the crabcore, like organized
yeah.
breakdown shit. They're around that Asking Alexandria era of music. I was playing games with the wife of the old lead singer from that band, and I didn't know that like the whole time. And then one of my buddies is like, "Hey, you know who that is, right?" I'm like, "No." They're like, that was the wife to the Attack Attack singer.
Oh.
And that dude came into some of the lobbies that I was playing in, and I was just like that's a huge band. Like that
Yeah.
was a huge band. They were trend setting. It's like this whole time I didn't find out till months later. I mean, it's not like really relevant. I don't know what I would have done with it because he probably, hey dude, check out my band all the time. He probably hears that shit 24/7. You know, I didn't want to be one of those guys.
Dude,
But it's just kind of like small world, man. Like the types
Yeah.
of people that we run into and you don't even realize till later.
exactly.
by the way, if you ever had a chance to, collab with another vocalist on a track, first of all, what would be the tuning of the song, and who is that special guest that you want to collab with?
The tuning of the song would be in like drop F because that's my favorite tuning.
Damn it, man.
Drop F.
That's like below
I had-
A and like going back is like we won't stop. It's like Meshuggah timings, you know. like-
Recoil is in drop E, octave
Ah,
E. Like
oh.
recoil is
Damn.
fucking. So it would be definitely in drop F. So for a vocalist, man, that's really hard.
Oh, by the way, I'm very, very bad in this. I put the guest on the spot. Sorry. This.
No, I mean
you're
that's a good
fine.
question. If you're making him
Yeah,
think,
it's
that's amazing.
I'm not sure how this would work, but there is I forget her name, but she is in a band called Hydrated, and they're from I think they're from Russia as well. I listen, like I said, a lot of my metal is from
Yeah.
other countries. So I would really like to collaborate with her. I'd also would like to collaborate with Megan from Casket Robbery. I would want to collaborate with a female artist. Chelsea Strickland is another female vocalist too that I would probably want to collaborate with. Well, it would definitely be female oriented, or Bobby. Bobby's another. She was on a Dead Vectors track.
Okay.
So I don't know like.
You like you have
Exactly
a
who it
list
would
of
be.
people that you
Yeah.
that
It would
you
be. I'd want to collaborate with somebody like that.
Okay, so I have a follow-up question for this one. What are the artists or bands like you've always mentored that if you met them, what would you tell them? Like, like what would you say, or how would you react? Like,
So I think about this all the time and I get super embarrassed. I saw Slipknot with Mudvayne and
Nice.
Mudvayne. I love Mudvayne. man.
and System of a Down. It was System of a Down, Mudvayne, and Slipknot.
Nice.
Rest in peace, Joey Jordison. Very sad.
Jordison.
Yeah,
very,
yeah,
very sad.
Very
Yeah.
sad, yeah.
I saw Slipknot first at Ozfest, but then I saw them again for their audio.
Oh,
tour.
Ozfed was just a new metal lineup.
And so the one thing that I'm afraid, I hope there's no footage of me because like I kind of had like row seated, and when Slipknot came out, dude, like I must have been like, I was still a teenager.
Yep.
And I was sitting there like fucking trying to rip my seat out of the fucking arena, like throwing shit down. Like I looked like a fucking moron. And I'm like, dude, if anyone has footage of that, I look like the most unstable motherfucker in the world. Like,
Damn it, man. That's crazy, man.
But like,
That
if you
is
met
the
them in
most-
person, what would you tell them? Like, what would be your words of like,
So here's the thing. I think if I met Slipknot in person, I don't know how they would react because their whole thing is the mask and the persona
Exactly.
The whole
and
gimmick,
like the
shock rock.
counterculture.
Yeah,
Yeah,
shock rock.
like the counterculture is their image. So, if I could meet one band though that I think has influenced me the most and just sit there all day and listen to them, it would probably be Between the Buried and Me
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I've heard about them as well.
or Beneath the Massacre.
You would
Beneath
love
the
them.
Massacre, Between the Buried and Me, one of those two.
Yeah.
I'd want to listen to those guys talk and play all day.
I was about to say this. I am ready to sell any organ part in my body to see Tool live.
Oh, you should.
MJ, correct me if I'm
Oh
wrong.
my God,
MJ,
he's a cult
come
fan, not a
to my
fan.
aid.
He's a cult fan. Okay, so
I'm a cultaholic about Tool. Like, you know, like
So, like I asked him on his interview on our podcast, and I asked him that what would you do if you met Maynard, like in
hey,
person?
can I
tell me.
Can I do a flex real quick? Because the types of people that we have here, like I consider everyone here right now like part of the inner circle.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it is inner circle.
Yeah,
man.
it is.
And Mandy is gonna know the power flex that I'm doing. Hey, Mandy, do you want to send him that one picture from behind the scenes of Tool that we're not supposed to have?
You know what?
Oh
Ian?
God.
Don't make me hate you, man.
I know we know people.
He's gonna get jealous
We know
now.
people.
Ian, I was
no.
telling MJ that day. Tool came to Turkey. From here to Turkey is 5-hour flight. I didn't make it. And after 13
Oh,
years,
that
they
sucks.
release another album. Fuck my life.
If I ever get that big, if I ever have that much influence, I will arrange. I'll make shit happen. Did MJ say, "Oh yeah, that picture"?
Yeah. She's saying Ahmed and I are Tool family. Oh yeah. She's saying, oh yeah. Oh man, dude, that would be the best night of my life. I mean, aside of marrying you.
See, Anna. Okay, good save.
Boom,
good
my
save.
man.
Yeah.
Very
Good
smooth.
save.
Pull out
good
game
save.
is on spot. Pull out game is on spot. This is the
That
definition
was
of
a
dirty
good
talk
save, yeah?
sessions. You know, we do this shit. So the thing is, like, dude, Tool had the most influence on my vocals. Like, if you listen to my clean
Right.
vocals, listen, shamelessly, I'm saying it that most of my clean parts is all driven from Maynard's vocal tone.
Oh my God, dude, listen to me.
Maynard and Aaron Lewis, these two.
Okay, so when he played Tool for me, like his favorite songs, he was pausing the song every 10 minutes to let me know about the technique and how he was singing and what it means, and because they're into all like
She started crying when I
symbolic
was
stuff.
singing to the Tool song.
Yeah, because his voice is just amazing.
Like, I'm so religiously into Tool that I
Yeah.
am actually ready to join it,
That's
you know?
one. The first time I cried. The second time was Stained Outside, and I was like, holy shit.
The only bands I've ever been seriously like in love with, and I'm not anymore, just because of my change of taste, but was Between the Buried and Me. I followed them from when they were like a nothing, like they were in, I think a band called A Prayer for Cleansing or some shit like that. I think is what it was. I could be off.
Dude, we
but
have a lot to catch up on, man.
Yeah, exactly.
I really followed that band big time, and I'm a huge Tool fan as well. I remember the first time I saw Tool was when on Beavis and Butthead, probably, and I was like, "What is up with this weird ass music video?"
Dude, man, like, because of Tool, like, I got introduced to King Crimson, and then, that whole thing started, like...
Between the
whole
Bury Me
prog-
covered a King Crimson song.
Yep, I know that,
Yeah.
man. I mean, like, that whole prog movement in me got started around 2010. I was listening to a lot of stoner metal bands, sludge, and, like, heavy tone guitars and stuff, again, with the prog elements. Then a lot into post-rock, if if These Trees Could Talk. Have you heard them?
Yeah,
They're-
I've heard that.
Dude, they're
Yeah.
heavy as fuck, and there's another band called Russian Circle. They're
Yep,
fucking
big
great.
time. 3
fucking people in the band.
So
And they
I got something for you. I'm gonna blow your mind. The bass player from Russian Circles, I believe, was, and I could be wrong about this. I believe he came from a band called Botch, and I opened up for Botch when I was younger,
Nice.
and earlier hardcore bands. I could be wrong about the information, but I believe that the bass player from Botch went into Russian Circles. I could be wrong on that though.
But dude, they are insane. There is another band that I discovered lately, like let's say around 2018. The band with the vocalist is called Dorje.
Okay.
It's like Dorje.
Okay. Oh yeah, I think you played it for me once.
Their instrumental project of the guitarist and the bassist and the drummer, it's called Tosca. Toska. Dude, they are freaking heavy as fuck.
Yeah.
But with the prog element. Like, I like this shit. I mean, other than that, like the whole groovy part that they...
Even, I mean, this reminds me of a German band called Mansfeld that got their music produced here in the UAE. They've got some interesting shit as well. So
exactly. I mean, dude, it's just... Like, Ian, I don't know. Is it the whole musician thing in us that kind of we slack on not learning about new music sometimes? Or is just like we try to stay away from it to keep, stay focused?
So that's a really good question. I try to listen to the majority of new releases that my friends release that I know, like their bands. Like I've listened to all their stuff. So if Brian were to release one, or Nightful or Darian or Larry Harper and the Maxwell, all the people that I'm really good friends with, like you, like if you release something, I would listen to it. I listen to a lot of what my friends do and the covers that they work on. As far as other bands go, I will always listen to a band when they start out fresh and new, but I want them to compel me to continue to listen to me. So I'm not going to judge the first thing they release. But probably that first year as a band, like if you don't do something, I probably won't continue to listen to your third or fourth album. I'll listen to your first, 1 to 3 albums. But with new music, there's so much of it being thrown in your face at once. I feel like it can be discouraging for those bands, but you got to think of it as like the listeners and the people consuming your art. You're having 50 bands sometimes in a week releasing something. You don't possibly have the time, and it's not that you don't like the music or that your favorite band could be out there right now and you've never heard them ever. And I feel like my favorite band is out there right now and I've never heard them because I always give bands, especially extreme bands, a listen to. But for me, I've personally played for such a long time, I've heard it all before. And not to sound like a jerk or have my nose in the air,
No,
it's just like when you get bands like Rivers of Nile, those guys are fucking like insane. Like they're doing a lot of stuff that's already been done, but they're different, art-inspired, completely different. These underground bands like Nightful, like it's been done to some degree, but it's different. And so I love bands like that. And I think with Recoil, I want to be fucking different too. I want to be so different that people are like, dude, they sound like fucking, After the Barrel, but then they have this shit that sounds like Ginger, and then they have this shit that sounds like Gutalax. Like I don't want that listener to feel comfortable. Yeah. And I'm going to keep listening to a band that makes me feel uncomfortable. I want to see what they're going to bring out of the hat next.
Like, I mean, I tell them often that nowadays bands are releasing music that you can't really specify or put them in a specific genre. Exactly. Like there are many hooks or like the way they sound is not like specific, or they have parts of the song that you can't really like put them in a genre at all. It's
there's a band that I just like it. They used to be, I think it's their second band, Beyond Deviation, and then they have another project called Burnt River, and that is some of the craziest shit I've ever heard ever. And they're fucking phenomenal. So if you want to check out a band that's worth your time, go listen to Burnt River. It will melt your brain.
Ian, MJ,
she sent it to him. The thing you were talking about.
By the way, MJ, listen, from a Tool fan to another Tool fan, I understand how Tool is anal about filming. So I understand, and believe me, your secret is on a rock, so don't worry about that. I would never gonna show this to anyone.
Oh my god.
Dude, thank you very much for sharing this with me, man. Dude, kudos to you guys that you guys actually met them, somehow.
I want people to know one thing. Like anyone listening right now, and like everyone, being a good person and giving a shit about what you do and making strong connections and always respecting those people will get you further as a musician than any stream numbers or any amount of views on your videos.
That is epic words, yeah.
Because when we start playing live, which I'm hope comes sooner than later, it will happen, and I start booking and looking at people that I want to play with, I already have a good list of people who I'm going to first. And I'd rather play with them and go on tours with them than other people I might play with, just based on how their social presence is.
That's amazing. I mean, that's really words to look up to, you know.
That's he just
he just summed it up really nicely.
Ever.
Okay, so I have a question.
Just before your question, just hold on to your thought.
Too excited.
MJ said, "I've met Justin only, dude. Still." It's not like Justin is anything smaller. Anyway, Abundant is saying, to people who say I listen to all kind of music, I play Infinite Annihilator and I smile.
Dude, Infinite Annihilator, it's the perfect band that you can actually judge. Like, are you really gonna listen to all genres? You know, like not many can take it.
I mean,
yeah.
Infinite Annihilator is they're fucking gnarly, and then
exactly.
The dude's other band,
even the same is like Goat Whore. Goat Whore is the
Destroyer
same.
is awesome, man. You remember Z?
I've seen Goat Whore live. Yeah, I've seen Goat Whore live. I'm old. I'm old.
Ian, like stuff like Ghost, I don't understand. Ghost is just doing something. It's like picking up scraps.
They're opera.
They
So,
look so mean though, you know.
Yeah,
again,
that's the thing. It's so fucking fooling.
I don't own anything by Ghost. I know of Ghosts. I've read about them. I've seen videos of them. And again, even though it's not my cup of tea, I think there are people out there that want to see a band for theatrics and for the show. And I think that
acquired
they
taste,
put on
acquired
a
taste.
definitely acquired taste. Definitely a fucking vintage 1985 red from someone's basement.
I mean, come on, man.
It's like, but I feel. Man, that was my trash towards Ghost.
Dude, the thing is, like, it's not about trash talking. It's about, like, you know what? Okay. I mean,
the band image is very deceiving.
Art in general is for the expressive mind. So, if you can't take it, fuck off.
Yeah.
We're doing our shit. We are managing. We are connected. Music is an international language for everyone that understands it. So, stop giving, trying to fucking just... come in and fucking say, oh, this and that. That's why I hate the elitists. The elitists, they think they know everything. Yeah. You know, the only thing they don't know is how to enjoy their fucking music and their fucking hobbies. Dude, it's just fucking sad Dude, you don't believe me, Ian. The amount of people that I met.
Oh, I believe you.
Dude, the amount of people you meet, even among them, there is musicians that they'll be like, why I'm even concerned to fucking build up a reputation here.
Yeah.
My personal take on elitists, having dealt with them like one-on-one, because I have multiple times, is they were a part of something that created a lot of buzz. They were a part of something that took a lot of people for that buzz to be created. It wasn't just them. And then they kind of get an ego off of it, and they kind of get relaxed on that ego. And what happens is they end up not playing their instrument as well as they used to, because they don't have to, because they're insert big name now. They don't give credit to the people that helped them get to where they were. And although they might have elitism or they like things a certain way, when it comes to actual performance values, that kid that no one has heard of, that is waiting for his big shot, is way more hungry, and it's like fucking taking a thoroughbred dog off the chain. And I've seen these up and coming artists absolutely destroy some of these people that are gatekeeping how things should be. It's really, and I wish that they could let their ego down just a little bit to see how. There's some kid that's like 15 that none of us have heard of in another country right now that's better than all of us.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. It's not about comparing.
There's this guitarist from Polyphia. It's a band.
Polyphia.
Oh yeah.
He plays like a fucking man. What? Like, I was shocked that he's just a kid,
Yeah, Polyphia. That kid is crazy.
They've been around for a while now.
Insane. When I first saw it, I couldn't believe my eyes that this is just a child and he's just playing like a fucking professional. Like, it was amazing. So okay, this is a nice segue also for my question.
I'll just be back. I just want to get a drink.
Okay, sure.
Okay, sorry. Okay. I'll get back, guys.
Okay, so my next question is like, okay, so you've been a guitarist for so long. What is the instrument that you would like to learn next? Is there anything on your like bucket list that oh, I would love to learn this instrument?
I'd like to be a master piano player.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
I still play piano. I do play keyboard. Like I program a lot of it, but I don't play it the way that I'd like to. Instead of like programming arpeggio rolls like on a synth pad and putting it into a drum roll, I can write it. I can hear it in my head, but I would love to be able to go live and, you know, back when I would sweep and do that stuff and be like, oh my God, crazy sweeps. I'd want to go up there with the, you know, because on the piano, they're like crossing their arms and shit.
Exactly.
And like coming up and putting their foot at the very end of it and like fucking hanging out, like chugging a beer, you know?
Yeah. Those are the pros. Yeah.
I'd like to be a more proficient piano player.
So if
I love the piano.
One day when you reach that level, would you release like individual pieces out for people to listen to your compositions?
Absolutely.
Nice.
Yeah, I've done random pieces of art that I've done. I was actually I wrote a singer-songwriter song, so it's just acoustic and clean singing. And I put it out there, and then this is years ago. And I got an email from a guy who's like, hey, I'm setting up a playlist on Apple Music, and I ran across your stuff on Reverb. Can I use it? And like, I just didn't care. I just wrote the song for whatever. And I was on fucking Apple Music Radio for like 3 years. And someone called me. He's like, dude, do you realize that your song's on this? I'm like, no. It'd been played. It'd already been on there for like over a year. I just remember the email, and I was coming back from Portland into Washington State. And then I released a chill step track with Aaron a couple years ago. And then some guy that does model cars for Le Mans racing heard it within like 24 hours and then asked to use our song for that. And we both agreed that was super cool. So, yeah, definitely. I'll definitely be doing other music productions and writing outside of metal in the future. I just have some things I got to get off my list, and then once that's in the clear, I'll be making all sorts of stuff.
Nice. Okay. So I have a tattoo related question, because since hubby's fucked off, so I can ask this. Which is the piece on like your skin right now, which like is really close to your heart, and like you're glad that you got it done?
Probably the sleeve that I'm working on, and I'm not sure. I mean, there's just a whole lot going on here.
Okay.
And the reason it's absolutely still in progress.
Okay.
And it's got like the atoms and stuff up there.
Ooh.
The reason why that, even though it's not finished, and I probably have a good 5 sessions left on it, that originally was a tattoo that I regretted big time. And so the coolest thing for me about
this is like a cover up, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
Big cover up. And it got rejected from countless artists to cover it up for like almost 10 years.
Oh. Okay.
Because it's just black, and they didn't want to black it out. They didn't want to like do white and black. They just didn't want to work with it. So then I met my dear friend David Gregory. He's like, no, I want to do this. I'm going to make this, and I want you to be able to enjoy looking at your arm again. And that connection with David has really healed a lot of old traumas that I have. And so now I look at that arm as kind of like being able to trust people again and rebuilding good relationships and good friendships, and it really healed me in a lot of ways. So probably my entire right arm is my favorite tattoo that I have. And he did my neck piece. He did my throat piece too.
That's amazing.
Which is also a massive cover up as well.
That is mean. It's so mean. Yeah.
But
I like it.
This was cool because in order for me to be able to have a tattoo up here, he it sounds weird, even though tattoos hurt. Over the course of working on my sleeve diligently, it showed me that someone can, although it hurts, like you can trust that person and they respect them. They're trying to turn you into something or create art with your body. And that's just a really special connection. So my right arm, to answer your question, my right arm is my favorite. It means the most to me.
Yeah, I mean, that's amazing, because even for me, when I design to see it on someone else's skin, like I can imagine that's such an honor, first of all. And that's amazing. So I was asking him like a question
I know.
because you went away, so I took the opportunity.
Sorry, I had to answer some calls as well. So shit happens in between. You're living in an area that your folks are like a couple hours away from you, and the perks of having a Middle Eastern family. You know? Like they don't let go, man. It's like, we want you here right now, dude. It's like 8 months, and my mom cannot get her head around that I'm married. You know, like.
You're always gonna be her baby, though. You're always gonna be her baby.
Bro, man, you don't have any idea. Like even with her, man, it's the same thing. I mean, it's
my level is another level because I'm an Indian child, so for me it's like.
You know what? I mean, I used to do this game section with the guests in my previous sessions on Facebook.
All right.
So the thing is, like, I'm just gonna throw 2 random options at you.
Okay.
Choose any, and if you want to explain why you're choosing, it's all up to you.
Okay.
So are you up for that?
Absolutely.
Okay, for starters, are you a hot dog guy or a burger guy?
Hamburger.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
That was a quick one.
Very quick answer.
Marvel or DC?
Oh, Marvel.
Nice.
Oh, one of
Marvel,
the few.
big time.
One of the few.
Nice.
Yeah.
One of the few that we know around my network that
Wolverine, Punisher, Spider-Man.
X-Men series. X-Men series.
Nice.
Woo! Storm. Gambit.
Yep. So the next one is okay, this is regarding your career as a musician. Working with creative control or working with a manager?
Oh, creative control.
Really?
Oh god, I butt heads. The part with you guys should see MJ and I butt heads so much. Like, we love each other and we get shit done, but holy fuck, do I butt heads with shit.
MJ.
I'm such an honorary person.
Oh man, that's where the sweet element really works. You know, that wow factor comes in between.
MJ is right. I'm gonna preface this, and I'm not kissing ass. MJ is right 98% of the time. Okay, I'm just like, I have this fear that someone is gonna fuck me over because I've been fucked over so much me and management are gonna get really.
He's relating with you on a spiritual level here. Dude, you know.
My lost
me
brother.
and management are like, ooh boy, me and management. And so when I sit back and I'm like, oh, that's just my girlfriend. She's got my best interest. It's all good. And I let that fear go. Everything flows right. But I am creative freedom.
Oh man, that's awesome. That's awesome. I really relate with you on that.
Wait, just a second. Mandy's asking, what is the question? Because I think she missed it or something.
We are asking, working with creative control or working with a manager.
Yeah.
So yeah, he answered that he actually wants to work with creative control.
And you know what? I'm gonna answer this too. Mandy actually presses me to be more creative and more open, and I'm like I'm a little scaredy motherfucker. I'm like, oh, I don't want to piss off anybody.
Holy
and she's
shit.
like, no, do it, you pussy. And I'm like, you're right.
Dude, you are like my
I feel like
brother.
I'm looking into a mirror.
Exactly.
You know?
Like, dude, this is crazy.
Same shit here.
So moving on, Ian, do you prefer theme parks or watching a documentary?
Documentary.
Nice.
You're not a theme park guy?
What is like your favorite type of documentaries? Like, what do you want to just like cozy up to?
Oh God, this is
okay. Top because
I'm asking him this because he said he's a huge nerd. So this is a huge like I want to know
checkpoint.
The majority. So this is gonna sound depressing, and it's not meant to sound depressing. The majority of documentaries I watch are just how fucked we are as a world. And it's not like,
again, this is the stuff we watch.
Yeah, we watch that all the time. Yeah.
I really watch a lot of things about the industrial complex and about like. And the reason why I do that is so that I value what we actually have.
Yeah.
Like Dirty Money on Netflix is something like that.
Social Dilemma,
yeah. There are a bunch of good ones.
That one about the fishing market.
Oh, Seaspiracy. Yeah.
That's a legit
is that about
one.
Dolphins in Japan?
Yeah.
Dolphins.
They do a lot of
bluefin tunas and all this.
Yeah.
Dude, some disturbing shit, man.
Yeah. So we watch a lot of that stuff as well. So that's cool.
And now I'm showing her a new anime called
Castlevania.
It's new to her. It's called Castlevania.
Oh, we love that.
Dude, it's
such a good one.
It's such a good one. Dude, because I used to love Death Note stuff, so I told him that can you just like put something like that, so he put this for me, and I was like instantly hooked.
So man, moving on. Okay, this is on top of my mind right now.
Okay.
Corey Taylor or Eminem. Which
Corey
one would
Taylor. Corey Taylor.
I thought would you.
I mean,
like,
after he spoke so much about
I
Slipknot,
know,
and then
but
you asked that
I
question.
thought he gotta like give Eminem a chance.
No. So I will make a comment about Eminem. And I try not to sound like a fucking Portland hipster, but I seriously listen to these artists when they're coming up. Slim Shady released an EP or an LP. It was a demo, and he was still before he got picked up by Dre, and he was saying some of the fucking gnarliest hip hop shit I've ever heard. And that to me, when I think of Eminem, I'll always go back to that stuff that like he was saying some fucking crazy shit.
You're talking about Marshall Mathers, yeah?
Yeah, Marshall Mathers. And so before Dre kind of picked him up and started producing him, I loved him. I still loved him even after his success. But when I think of Eminem, I'll always think back to when he was on hip hop radios in Detroit.
Exactly.
But he's brilliant. He's brilliant. I just would want to pick Corey Taylor's brain.
Okay, this is a good one for you, man, because it goes with the theme of the show. We got Recoil and Horror in the house. Ian, the main front man. Do you like gory movies or scary movies?
Scary.
You're not
nice. Which is your favorite one, though?
Oh, one of the best psychological movies. Okay, so I have two psychological movies. In the Mouth of Madness, which is the cosmic horror about a spaceship that opens up a portal to hell. And it's got the guy from Jurassic Park in it.
This is your area. I hate sci-fi.
It's sci-fi, so like I would like to watch it.
It's cosmic horror. So In the Mouth of Madness is probably the other one that I thought was really well done was Shutter Island with Leonardo DiCaprio.
Leonardo, oh my god, that was insane too. I like Conjuring as well.
Leonardo DiCaprio.
Conjuring's cool.
Yeah.
Dude, Leonardo DiCaprio and The Revenant. Oh my god.
It's got to have that because in the Mouth of Madness, even though it's about like a portal of hell and there's monsters and gore in there, it has a psychological horror to it, and so does Shutter Island.
That's awesome, man. Okay.
Oh, and MJ, real quick, MJ and I watched this one, and she might be able to answer it. It's like a residential neighborhood, and it's ran by aliens, and it was just the most disturbing. Oh God, that movie was so disturbing. Mandy, what was the name of that? If she can answer it.
Dude,
I would love to know about this because I like sci-fi stuff.
Have you watched Human Centipede?
Yes,
all
I have.
All the houses are the same, Mandy. They're like all green.
Dude,
oh fuck, that movie fucked me up.
Which one?
Okay, I would love to watch that.
Human Centipede was very disturbing, but there's a movie that Mandy and I watched, and she might know the name of it, and it was just, oh God, it's like your worst nightmare ever.
One of the best movies that Phoenix introduced me to was Baby Driver. Have you watched Baby Driver?
I have not.
Dude, if you like all
it's like a heist movie, but like an action kind of thing. He's got good driving skills and stuff.
Kevin Spacey is in it.
Yeah.
I'll check it out for sure. Plug my headset in real quick here. Give me 2 seconds.
No worries, man. Take your time.
All right.
So okay, moving on. Okay, anyway, are you into NBA or no? Or you said you completely no into sports?
I stopped watching basketball around the time that Michael Jordan retired.
Oh, okay. So
I love the early '90s. I'm a big '90s sports guy.
So
I mean, like Kobe. Like I watched Kobe, like when Kobe was blowing up and getting big.
Kobe, rest in peace, man.
And Tiger Woods and stuff like that. That's when I kind of like stopped watching sports. So everything before like Kobe Bryant and Tiger Woods down is what I'm fluent on.
But you mentioned to him you had wrestling kind of.
Oh yeah, you guys shared that thing. I mean, I'm a huge wrestling fan.
Oh, so, Thomas Latimer. Yeah.
That guy was wearing your merch in the NWA event. That's awesome, man.
That's what I mean, dude. Like that shit blows my mind because it's like
how you guys reached to that extreme, you know, like as in like
you gotta
in
understand
wrestling.
though, like the both of you is just as awesome to me as Thomas Latimer. You have to understand, like my music is reaching a couple in Dubai and it's reaching people like Thomas Latimer, and we've had there's a really awesome girl in I'm not sure if she's in Australia still or the Philippines because she travels, but we reach all these awesome, amazing people from all over the world. And like, so it's just so fucking humbling. It's just the coolest shit in the world for me.
Awesome, man. That's a very good way to go about it. And like,
I treat every time something like that happens to me, I'm just as stoked about it as you are. I'm like, how in the fuck did this guy hear Flair? You know,
dude.
I'm like, and then I think, man, he's gonna really love the new version of that track because it's 10 times as gross.
By the way, do you know this American band which I think they just like they went big in America, but on the on the international stages, they were not very showcased. Skinless.
Yeah.
Dude,
I've seen Skinless.
Skinless is dope as fuck, man.
They're really good.
Dude, they had a guitarist called Noah. Do you remember?
Maybe not personally. I thought that Skinless did all right touring. I might have been off with that.
I don't know.
But
That's the thing.
they're
No,
fucking.
no, they
that's
did
an OG
tour,
band.
but they did tour, but not like on big stages. As in, like, you know, they didn't like they did tour like in Download and like, you know,
Right.
these events, but as in, like, you know, to be on the top all the time, like, let's say, you know, Parkway Drive or like
Right.
those bands, you know, that they made it internationally. But dude, Skinless is dope music. Like, I like that old school brutal death metal slash you know.
Oh, the new Cannibal Corpse was really good. The new Cannibal Corpse
Dude,
album is
Cannibal
fucking
Corpse,
fire.
the last one I heard was Kill.
Yeah.
I still have to listen to the new one.
Yeah, can't
The new one is so good. The new one is so
I
good.
love Nile. I love 6 Feet Under.
I saw Nile live.
Yeah,
I've seen Nile live.
Nice.
Yeah, I've really lucked out. I've seen a lot of these bands.
That's good, man.
So MJ is saying the movie's name is Vivarium or Vivarium. I don't know
Yeah.
how to
Oh
say it.
man, that movie is.
With the Facebook guy, I think she's talking about Jesse Eisenberg. I
Yep.
don't know.
Jesse Eisenberg.
Yeah.
That is correct. Vivarium is just a.
I would love to watch
Oh
that.
man. Oh god.
It's
Which
a mindfuck movie.
Which
so,
one?
She mentioned the name.
Oh.
I'll check it out.
Dude, Ian, have you watched Mindhunter?
Yeah. The
Dude.
show on the
Yeah.
Netflix show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude,
So
that's
I
dope.
because I'm a big serial killer documentary girl, so like I'll sit down watch Ted Bundy, Son of Sam, and like, you know. So I got him into Mindhunter, and since then, like, he's
Dude, we
just,
sit down, we don't talk. Like, you know, we're just so focused
Yeah.
to the TV.
yeah, you're just
It's
into
like
the
sometimes, you know, there's that, you know, type of the transition between the scenes is just like quiet, just the scenery. I'm like,
Yeah.
what the fuck am I watching?
yeah.
It's like, this shit is so
Yeah.
legit.
Because
it's a
dude,
good show.
yeah, because I like a lot of shows that are very psychological like this that can have an impact
Where's
on you
the
and
other
make you
one?
think.
Dark?
Dark. It's a German show that is
Yeah.
translated into English, but it's about time traveling between portals and stuff,
Yeah.
between universes. And
I saw the
it's-
first season. Saw the first season of that
It's
one.
really good. It again fucks your mind
Yeah,
up.
I like Ozark, you know, Ozark type.
Yeah, Ozark,
Like, I
yeah,
like this
okay.
heist, what's called, the whole La Casa de Papel,
Yeah.
what's called the
Money
whole Money
Heist.
Heist.
Yeah.
Money Heist was legit, man. Narcos was legit as
But
fuck.
he still hasn't seen Peaky Blinders, which I hate
Yeah,
him for.
dude,
'cause-
but we're still bench watching Modern Family, man. That show is so retarded.
That's a good show.
That's
I
an
like
awesome
that show.
yeah,
Season two,
but
like,
he still hasn't watched It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, which is my favorite
I'm
show.
watching it with you. I'm just
Another excellent show.
Oh my
just
God,
told
I
you
can't-
it's I just told you it's a slow show. That's it.
Fuck off.
You
First
know-
of all, fuck off.
You know the episode of Always Sunny where they beat the shit out of the kids? I swear to God that they stole. Someone overheard me somewhere and stole that idea because I'd always talk about how ridiculous would it be for just a bunch of grown men to beat the shit out of kids. Like,
Kids,
if we were to
yeah.
treat kids how we treated adults and what we want to do.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm a stable front man. I talk about beating up children. Everybody.
Dude,
Super positive.
MJ is saying Ian and I live in an area that of the U.S. that has the most serial killers.
Oh, shit.
I don't even want to watch it because I'm from there.
Oh no.
Bundy, Green River Killer,
Green River Killer is another serial
The
killer,
majority-
like, dude.
Manson himself.
Oh, really?
The majority of serial killers have resided in Oregon and Washington State at some point in their life.
Wow. That's insane.
It's
That's insane.
it's really kind of disturbing. Like, it's shocking when you find it out, but like all of them, like the majority of them that are prolific have lived here at some point in time.
Oh shit.
Man, that's crazy. I mean, like, you know, to hear about this shit. I mean, I always don't judge everyone's problems as in, like, you know.
But again, it's all triggers from when you were a
that's
kid.
the thing. Like, you know, when
like,
you hear about their story,
Yeah.
you're like, man, my problems are not as bad as that.
Yeah.
And then you kind of come back to yourself, and you know, it's another type of.
That's why-
I have a
why-
counter on that though, and it comes from a very famous comedian, Dave Chappelle. He said,
I love
"Listen,
Dave Chappelle.
I understand that
We
there's
love
kids
him,
in
yeah.
other countries that are starving, but that doesn't mean that I'm not hungry."
That's the thing. No,
that's
but
another
the thing.
perspective, yeah.
I believe in the motto of give and give and take. Like there should always be something for the person after you or next to you.
Right. Absolutely.
That whole human connection, which is getting so lost in this whole shit show.
Yeah.
And dude, you won't believe me. We went to watch Black Widow a couple of days ago. Dude, Dubai is the first. They are the first ranked country. City in the world with the most vaccinated people.
Right.
And the biggest mall of the whole world, which is Dubai Mall.
Right.
The securities for the theater was just like telling this person behind Phoenix, like, please, stand 2 feet away. Use your mask and all this shit. The guy lost his shit. Like, how many times he told him?
Okay,
like,
so what I call these type of people is basically specimens of Darwinism,
Okay,
like Darwinism is gonna take care of them. Yeah, just like specimens of this fucking survival of the fittest. Like they're just gonna, exterminate.
Well, Dubai is number one at something. America, I think, is number one at Darwinism. So there we go. America is also number one at things that are not so flattering.
Like the whole thing is just like, man, people, I don't know. It's like,
we have people here that believe everything's ran by lizards and UFOs. So you guys are
and even flat earthers, like who believe that the earth is flat.
Dude, the thing is, like, I respect everyone's fucking, perception of the whole thing, but what the fuck? Use your brain,
if only everyone thought like that.
I mean, like, okay, you know what? In our holy books, they told us that the most gracious, most completed creature of all time and creation of God is us. Yeah. Dude, there is so fucking malfunctioning in our body that we're like, I'm like, dude, I'd rather to be a fucking cockroach. At least I would know where's my fucking destiny. Like where I'm ending up.
The worst
and you could survive a radiation blast.
There you go.
Cool.
Yeah, exactly. You can survive.
You just gotta die from hunger if they cut your head.
Yeah, true. Plus you have like 8 hearts.
I'm talking about how you're raised to leave something behind for other people and to come together and stuff like that. For me, being an older musician, and I work with a lot of younger musicians, like in their 20s, like, well, I'm a middle-aged musician, I'd say, because I'm in my 30s. I think the reason why I listen to a lot of these up-and-coming 20-year-olds with an extreme amount of talent is I do have some push to tours, and I look at these younger talent bands that come up that I'd like to bring on tour with us and do tours with. So I can, in a way, kind of pass the torch so that when they're my age, they can look back and be like, oh, yeah, I saw fucking Decapitated or Nile or Slipknot, like whatever our versions of that are in the next 20 years. That's why I kind of like those, because the younger musicians are going to be carrying that metal torch. And I also think that internationally, too, the more countries that get into metal are going to be carrying the torch of why we play metal. Or why we play extreme music. That's kind of my ultimate goal.
That's awesome to know that. I have a good question for this segue. What do you see that will change, that can be changed in 5 years in the metal genre itself?
If people like, okay, here's the coolest thing. A lot of what I do with Recoil and Horror and how I market is based off of the pop industry. I'm not even gonna lie. They have great production. They have great producers. They have great networking. They co-write songs. Why are they doing that? So that they can be successful and they can come together. The metal community could seriously thrive if these bands started working with one another and picking each other up and setting up their own tours and going out there and really, not to sound like Kumbaya and everyone's peaceful, but if like people were to put down the attitude of competition and pick up the spirit of cooperate, not put down the spirit of competition and pick up the idealism of
working in harmony.
Metal could become hip hop again, like it used to be here in the 80s with arena rock.
Yep.
I firmly believe that we have the production values. We have some of the most expensive gear, like all the people I do know. We have access to it. And if it was just like with Recoil and Horror, like I built it to play with multi-genres of metal. If slam bands could play with deathcore bands, if deathcore bands could play
that
with
would be amazing.
Hardcore bands. And it used to be like that all the time. Like one of the craziest lineups I went to was Unearth, Shadows Fall.
Fuck, I was just wearing Shadows Fall.
Cephalic Carnage, okay, and they're like a fucking crazy grindy band from Colorado, and then some other, and the Locust or some shit like that. And the Locust is this like crazy noise metal, and it was just such a mixed show. If mixed shows like that could come back, then I feel like metal could grow to the lengths that hip hop is now.
So you mean like a different pool of different genres, and like that whole booking card. It's like it's a necessity for every organizer to really consider.
I feel it would be very beneficial. I feel it would be beneficial for them. If I had the money and the resources to book and get the people that I wanted to on a label or booking shows, that's how I would do it.
I mean, I want to mention this. The thing is, like, no offense to the organizers in Dubai, they're doing a great job. But the thing is that sometimes, I mean, sometimes some of the gigs was very focused on heavy bands, such as like Recoil and Horror, and Psychroptic, and this type of music, which is like their own favorite band and genres. When that comes and goes to the local artist, which is going to be like opening for the main event act, the problem is it gets so narrow that the amount of heavy bands are way too much in our scene comparing to other genres. Like now, because of this whole pandemic gap that happened, some for instance, my drummer, he made a fusion disco jazz,
right,
and the band called Godfist. And they're just two guys. It's our bassist in my band and the drummer of my band. They just, both of them wrote everything together, and their music is just like, what the fuck, we don't have enough options to join up on these lineups. You understand where I'm going with this? So this is my frustration somehow about the scene, which they call it so-called scene, which it doesn't exist. It's just like very focused on one side.
Yeah, which is so sad.
I think for me, I've dealt with, like, obviously I was poking fun at it earlier. Like, I've also dealt with my own scene issues, but then I kind of had to sit back and look at what do I want to create as an artist and what I want my band to represent. If I'm a part of a scene that I'm a part of and they welcome me into that, that's great. But at the same time, I don't care about their scene. Like, I want it to thrive. I want metal to go. I'll make my own fucking scene, because the way I see it is, a lot of these bands are writing about stuff that they've never lived, and they're writing about stuff to make an image of themselves that is not authentic.
Well,
I'm not going to stop and think and care about what other people do and why they do it, but I know why I'm doing it for my reasons. Like, my stories come from real people that went through real shit.
Exactly.
And that's amazing that it's put into.
I was always like, actually, I wanted to ask you, what is the origins of the band name Recoil and Heart?
That was when Mandy was in the accident, and then she realized she kind of had the mental realization of the extent of damage that was done. And she said that she recoiled in horror seeing herself in that condition because she was in shock. So mentally she knew that she was not like physically okay, but like she was in shock, but she knew she was going to survive. She knew she was going to be out of it, but it was just extremely terrifying to be in that scenario.
By the way, how was your experience?
Now the band means more to me now, like, after knowing this. How
was your experience, being with her in that stage?
So this is, oh my God, man, I might get emotional, and it's okay. And no one's asked me this. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm happy to answer.
I didn't want to.
No, I'm happy to answer it because I need to kind of get this off my chest a bit. No harm, no foul here. That was probably the worst moment in my life, because I got a phone call from her, and it was like it was like a ghost voice. Like, I could hear her, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And she's like, I was in an accident and I'm gonna be okay. And I'm like, well, where's the phone? She's like, it's on speakerphone. Like, I think I'm upside down. And I'm like, where the fuck are you? Like, are you okay? Like, I don't know what to do, because she's 1,600 miles away from me at the time. I don't know what road she's on. I don't know what ambulance to call. I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Holy shit.
And she's like, no, there's someone here. They've called an ambulance. People are on the way. So I'm like, fucking thank God, because she fucking flew off the side of a road. So I'm like, fucking thank Christ someone knows like that, like where you're at. And so I'm like, can I please talk to whatever the dude is, about you? And so I get the phone, and I'm like, I already know that Mandy's in shock from my experience with traumatic accidents. So I talked to this guy, I forget his name, because he was kind of a prick. He was like, he sounded like he was inconvenienced to have to fucking talk to me. You know, it's like
what a
fucking
douchebag.
self-important American shit.
What an asshole.
So I basically told him what he can fucking do with his day, and that was give me the information or there'd be a problem. I said it nicer than that, but that's what I told him.
Yeah.
I said, hey man, I need you to be real with me. Like is she just in shock? Like, is she gonna die? Because he had said that the whole fucking car had crushed her.
Oh.
And he's like, I think she's gonna live, but she definitely has broken ribs. But she didn't have any broken ribs. She had broken legs. But she's like, I think she's gonna live. She's gonna be okay. You know, she's not bleeding out or anything. So I'm just like, okay, well, this is a horrible situation that is starting to get better. The immediate thought in my head was that our dog died because he's a little dash hound.
Oh man.
And Mandy being Mandy and being amazing, when she flew over the side of the road, she had picked up Racker Bean and held on to him. So when they impacted, the dog was completely okay. Her doing that is essentially what saved her life, because the whole front of the car pushed in. And most people, when you go in an accident, your hands are at the side. So when she went and grabbed the dog, the seatbelt took the majority of the momentum going forward.
Yeah.
So all the metal came in, and it missed her fucking face, it missed her throat, it missed the dog, and she held on to Bean, and so Bean was okay. And then this is where it got scary for me. So I knew she was alive. I knew that the paramedics had showed up. They had to use the jaws of life to get her out. And then I didn't hear anything for fucking 12 hours. I didn't hear anything. I didn't know what hospital she was in. I didn't know what happened to the dog.
Man, I'm so sad to hear this, man. I'm very sorry if I opened a can of worms, man. I'm very sorry.
You're fine.
I didn't.
No, do not apologize at all. Do not. Like, these things need to be talked about. And so then I called her friend, and I'm like, oh, fucking thank God you know where she's at. And then so, like, my tears go into happiness real quick here.
Man,
so
I'm really proud of you guys,
thank
to be
God,
honest with you.
Thank
I'm
God
really
she's
proud of
alive,
you.
right?
Yes.
And so the
thank
surgeon calls me, and they're like, hey, so her right leg is really damaged really bad. We want to do all these surgeries on it to save it and to repair it. Are you okay with that? And like, I'm her boyfriend. I'm not legally allowed to say that. So I lied and said I was her husband. And I was like, yeah, fucking save her leg. Do what you need to do. Because Mandy liked to rock climb and go hiking and shit.
Oh.
And they're like, okay. So she went into surgery for like 12 hours, and they ended up, they had like 3 surgeons, and they had 4 nurses that were cycling to keep the circulation in her leg going. And she had 3 blood transfusions.
Oh my God, man.
And so I'm on the other end of this, lying that I'm her husband the whole time to make sure that she gets proper medical treatment. And then she came out of it alive and with both legs. And, you know, we are where we are now. We did a lot of rehabilitation. Her friends helped pack her up and move her out here. I almost quit my job, but financially, in order to assist her in what was needed, I needed to have the job that I currently had have to take care of her medical needs. So if I quit, I could be there physically, but I wouldn't be able to financially support the disabilities. Moving her out here, we were able to properly rehabilitate her to the best that we could.
Oh
Yeah.
man, sorry again. I'm very sorry to hear this.
But
this
thank you so
story,
much for sharing that with us. I mean, I know it's something hard to talk about and, you know, process even that it happened, and that I'm so glad that, you know, everything worked out and she's out of it now.
I mean, it was.
She's all good.
I like talking about it because it's like a literal miracle that I've experienced. And
Yeah.
sometimes I sit back and I'm like, and that she lived through, and it kind of made me question, like, really, how the fuck does the universe work? Because my career field is applied sciences, right? So I'm not a scientist, but I am scientifically astute. Like I'm learned in scientific studies and procedures. And so watching her go through all that and seeing the odds that were stacked behind her, against her, was like, dude, what the fuck is going on? She's the luckiest person in the world that I've met, you know? And
Yeah.
I'm glad that someone asked me about it, because it's a very real thing that happened. It's a very real, painful thing that's happened.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of passion that I put into my music, and that's the kind of passion. That's why this band means so much to me.
Yeah.
Is because of that experience that I lived through with her.
I mean, when I told him about all of this before, I told him that this is the story and stuff, because I remember reading the post on your page, and I just have massive respect for you guys that you went through so much in life, and then you've come out to be out of this being a creative person. You created art out of it. You've given other people the medium of processing stuff that happened to you, for example, for example.
Right.
So like that just amazes me, that how come a beauty or art can come out of something so tragic and something so dark in a person's past or life, or something harmful.
Because the dedication was there.
Yeah,
so
and,
obviously,
and like you said, the love and support from Ian.
The one thing that I kind of want to emphasize, I kind of brushed upon earlier, is when you look at that scenario and you look at the trauma that her body sustained and the hardship, and like her whole life was like flipped upside down in a second, right? It was easy for me to be there for someone in that situation, because although I haven't been in a car accident, like all the shit in my personal life was like a mental car wreck. Like I wasn't physically almost killed from a car wreck, but mentally the amount of traumas that I sustained growing up as a child and the things that I had to go through as a young man like damaged me severely. And I remember no one being there, and I didn't get into trouble. It wasn't my fault. I just like came from a hard path in life, and I'd always remember thinking like, man, I wish I had someone here that could support me. I wish that this is my moment of weakness, and all I have are these heavy metal bands in my headphones, and that's what drove me to be a musician. And so when Mandy was going through that, I was like, she had told me, she's like, it's okay if you don't want to be together in my life. And I'm like, no, fuck that. Like, I'm not going to step away from someone in their lowest time. I don't operate like that, man.
Man, God bless you, man. God bless you.
We gotta,
really,
as human beings in general, my opinion is that we have to love one another in our weakness and like one another in our strengths.
Exactly, man. Exactly. I mean, dude, I'm so lost of words. I really don't know.
And I'm
I'm very bad at these things.
Yeah, and I feel that we are really fortunate that we got to hear the whole thing, and thank you again for sharing something like this.
I mean, I'm sorry if I.
Yeah.
If I
no, do not apologize at all. Do not apologize.
No,
there's no bad questions.
Thanks a lot, man. Thank you very much.
I'm glad that I get to finally talk about it, because it's been something personal between Mandy and myself. But I feel that people need to hear like what that's like. I mean, in my head when I was on the phone, I'm like, this is the worst scenario that anyone can think of. Like, I am literally talking to the person that is my whole world, like potentially dying on the phone with me, and I can't be there.
Oh, that's so sweet.
And like, yeah, we had only been dating for like 4 months, but like that was my best friend. Like, her and I knew a lot of the same people. We had the same interests. And like, if my best friend right now called me doing the same thing, I did the same thing for him. You know?
Yeah.
Man,
I mean, I feel very lucky and fortunate that I know souls like this who have, come out of adversities, and
I'm really fucking honored.
I'm just glad.
Honored to know these guys through you, Phoenix.
Same.
I'm not joking at all.
I'm glad.
It's not like I know this is like really. I'm not trying to sound shallow or superficial. Like, I'm really glad that out of all of this, like, I didn't get sued, because I fucking straight up lied and said I was her husband, and I wasn't.
Oh, is that shit that bad that you cannot like? I mean,
fuck yeah, her family, her legal family, which I think goes to her aunt. So like, I'd be in good hands there, but
okay.
They can't do shit about it now.
Dude,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I had like the similar story with her mom. Dude, we were buying the furniture for this house. We're at the mall, and she calls her. She's telling her, you need to be home before sunset. Basically, it's like an Indian traditional thing.
Oh yeah.
So what happens? I pick up the phone. I'm like, auntie, we're buying this stuff and it's gonna take time. And she's like, listen, I know you will understand me, and you will feel that I am lying to my husband about you two guys. And I'm like, and I look at her. I'm like, wait, your mom is religious and she believes in this garbage? Dude, it is a good deed. It is a good deed. How the fuck you gonna go to hell for this?
To be honest, you've got, this question is like,
dude, it's like
my life story.
Ian, when we go to her family's place, we avoid dude, every time we're going over there, we're learning one mistake that we did, and we're like, oh, you know what?
We get
next
lectures
time,
for
next
it, so
time,
we just
beware of this.
Yeah.
Like, the last time we did it, it was in our holidays last week.
Right.
So we just said we couldn't cook food at home, so we
Right.
ordered in. Dude,
Yeah.
I said this and I got up, I went to the washroom, I came back and I mean, there was nothing happening. We left the place. Then we left. She was rampaging on me in the car. I'm like, what the fuck happened? She's like, stop fucking saying everything we do at the house. I'm like, why? He's like, they gave me a lecture about ordering from outside. COVID spreads this way. Don't
Yeah.
get from outside.
Yeah,
They serve you expiry, like, you know, they serve you expired meats and all this shit. I'm like, what?
We've
the
been through a
fuck,
lot of
man?
this shit.
Like, dude,
Yeah.
I'm so thankful.
Welcome
that,
to 19th century Indians.
dude, you said,
Yeah.
dude, you mentioned your journey with MJ. And
I just
I'm
don't know how my parents process the fact that I'm a metalhead. Like, I don't know
Dude,
how
I
they
don't
process
think they would
it.
understand.
Yeah.
Like her
They
brother,
call my drawing
like her
satanic
brother-
anyways.
Ian, her brother wears a Coldplay T-shirt, but he's against music. I'm like,
Yep.
What?
exactly.
That's like a vegan butcher.
Guess what?
Nice, nice analogy. Nice analogy.
It's like a
Yes.
vegan butcher.
Exactly.
Guess what? He has a drum set at
Perfect
his place.
definition.
They have a drum set. They have a piano. Sorry, they have a keyboard. I'm like, what the fuck is happening here? You guys are exactly preaching against these stuff. Well, like, why these stuff are in the house?
Welcome to my life,
You know-
dude. Welcome to my life.
I kind of have something that I can relate to that on. When I was growing up, there were certain social trends that I knew that I enjoyed, that I made myself feel guilty for enjoying because of how I was raised. And it was very conflicting to me because I realized at that moment in my time that, like, I didn't love myself and I wasn't confident in myself, and I was putting restrictions on my inner being. Like, one of them was like smoking cigarettes. Like, a lot of people smoked cigarettes, but like I felt guilty, really guilty for smoking cigarettes. And it's bad for you, it's unhealthy, but I was kind of the people I was around kind of made me feel like a social leper. You know, and that's just one example. And so usually when people like if you're against music, you know, you're saying they're against music, but they own a drum set and wear band t-shirts, they probably deep down are a huge music fan. They're just in a predicament in a situation
I mean, my
to where
brother
they can't
used-
be honest with themselves because
Yeah.
they don't want to face ridicule and they don't want to
Exactly.
be judged.
Exactly. Like, my brother used to like have his own like mixing board at home, and he used to like produce his own music. He had like a guitar and stuff, like, so he was doing that shit. So I don't know.
I'm anti societal standards, and like to a degree. Like, it doesn't mean like just do whatever you want, but an example of my life that I have is the old facility that I worked at. I was harshly criticized all the time for anything I did, and I constantly felt like I was doing something wrong and I needed to change, and I wasn't doing good enough. And then so I transferred to the new facility that I'm at now, and they really value me, and I feel really appreciative, and they give me like positive feedback all the time, and they also give me negative feedback on the things that I mess up at, but they do so in a healthy, constructive way. It's not like demeaning or demoralizing, and I don't feel like it attacks my character as a person. And so just that change of environment changed my mindset, you know, to be healthier. But criticisms, depending on how you frame them, can be very damaging. And a lot of times we're criticized by people that are uneducated or don't know how to properly give feedback to one another.
And even poorly educated, as in her case is poorly educated, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, I want to ask a question to Ian, because he mentioned before that he also had dabbled in like trying to draw and stuff. So is there any other form of art which you like to dabble into?
As much as it sounds weird, like portraits. Like,
Ooh.
I've never really been good at I've always been good at observing things, and then like my strong suit for being a terrible artist is like recreating, you know, if I have a source material in front of me. But I can't free draw. I can't like think of like this cool ass like magical castle and a dragon, even though like I can see it in my brain. I can't I'm terrible with shading and stuff, but for some reason when I have source material, like say a wolf or something, I can kind of figure out like the eye socket and the brow and then the nose and then you know, the mane. So if I did become a physical artist, it'd probably be to draw or paint portraits.
I really want to show him the artwork you're doing for the band.
Show him. It's right here.
I'll just get the
It's just a
artwork.
first rough draft because he asked me to design for Alpha Kenny Buddy. which is Alpha Anybody. It's supposed to say said separately according to him. So they want some kind of artwork at the end of the song. So he asked me, so I said, okay, of course, I'll be glad to.
I'll try to show it as the best I can.
More closer, I guess.
Mammoth.
Yeah, it's like a mammoth. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. It's impaling somebody.
Yeah, it is.
That's dope. Okay.
So that's the first rough draft. They wanted something mean and heavy and like brutal looking. So I said, okay.
I don't know how you draw the way you draw, because a lot of your stuff has so much line work in it, and I'm just like, oh my god, how do you do like my, it hurts my hand and stuff, and it takes so much like dedication and commitment to draw some of the stuff that you create.
No, thank you so much.
It's extremely impressive.
Thank you.
Dude,
Thank you.
you don't
that
believe
really means
it, man.
a lot
Dude,
that you've.
the thing is, like, my drummer contacted her, and because she wanted to get the band's perspective of what they want. I always tell her, you know what, this is your brainchild, so go wild.
Yeah,
with
but
it.
It's not like it's I wanted them to give
like
me
our drummer came as like, man, I want an angry, mean-looking elephant with a man stuck in his tusks. I'm like, what?
That was so absurd. So I thought, okay,
so
mean looking has to be a
ran away
mammoth.
with it. She made a mammoth with like 4 tusks and like the whole Maori shit that she does. I'm like, by the way, check her IG page called @SheIsAPhoenix. Her
you.
like, she did her shit. I'm like, dude, this is so dope. Like last night we were not, even she mentioned it last night. She's like, she usually start like, you know, dabbling into the whole artistic side of herself while she's listening to bands or like music.
Mostly heavy things, you know, because
so last night we were like complete silent, both of us on the same sofa. We're like, I'm so like tuned in of what she's doing. I'm like, then she's like, dude, it's the first time I'm drawing without music. I'm like, nice.
It
It's
was
the
a good
first time I'm seeing this shit in front of me.
like, because for me, I needed to escape to draw, because it was making the pieces were an escape, a form of escape for me. So this was the first time that I sat with him, and I felt peaceful, like while drawing, and I felt accepted, and you know, like it was a good peaceful. Yeah. It was a. I felt the most creative. I made that sketch in what, half an hour?
Yeah, half an hour, dude. The thing is, like, man, us coming back in the whole writing process, and the guys are being, all of them are angry. You know, everyone has a situation to deal with.
Good, because when you get older, that anger turns into like old man anger, and that old man anger is just like you sit in a chair and stare at the wall. You need that young, collaborated anger. You need that young, like, dude, wanting to protest shit.
By the way, sorry to cut you guys off, but Mandy's saying that she would like me to design the
Bullet's in the house. What's up, Bullet? Thank you very much. We have a new follower, by the way, Nitin. Thank you very much for the follow and dropping by, man. Thank you very much for the support.
Can I finish my sentence?
Hey, this is part of the deal. Okay.
So she was saying that she would love to have me design her Metal Chick Mentality logo.
Awesome.
So
for sure.
Yeah, that'd be great.
It would be my absolute honor, first of all, and I would love doing it with her. I mean,
dude,
so
I cannot wait.
On the topic of art, I'm in this other project, and we're gonna release stuff eventually, but it's a slam band.
Okay.
Like straight slam, and it's outrageous, right? So I was thinking of an art piece to draw up, and then I started drawing up a shirt, or not drawing it up, but I started thinking up an art design as to how I wanted to contact an artist such as yourself. And I'm sitting here writing this, and I'm like, there's no fucking way I can send this to somebody and not think that I'm not fucking with them.
Without judging you, you know?
Crazy.
Without judging you.
Like, all right, so I want to have a giant shark emerging from the ocean.
Okay.
And it's ejaculating the band logo.
Okay.
And the ejaculant from the shark is the band logo.
Okay.
On the shark's gonads are 2 fish people with machine guns.
Okay.
And the whole city is melting from the machine guns that the fish people are shooting at them. Like, there's no way I'm gonna send that in a fucking email to somebody.
No,
but it needs to.
I mean, that's, first of all, that's a fucking badass.
I'm trying to process the first 2 points. He's talking about a
right?
giant shark. Wow.
Like, if I were an artist, I'm a musician, right? And if I were to collab and someone was like, "Hey, Ian, so the premise of the song is a giant shark ejaculating onto a city," I'd be like, "Nah, I'm not gonna do that shit. I am not gonna do that,
I'm
sir.
actually interested.
But I'll
in
write
that
my
whole
own song
thing.
about it.
I mean, first of all, whoever will design this logo or this artwork is going to have a weird Google history by checking out.
And you, and you need a very good, very powerful, lawyer.
Yeah,
to get out, you know?
you need some legal backup for
The
this.
thing is, like, man,
You'd be surprised in America. Some of the shit I see released is fucking insane.
Yeah.
I can't believe how some of this stuff even gets on a platform sometimes.
man,
to be honest with
dude.
you.
By the way, man, anytime if
I mean,
you
if
guys
you want,
need
I
any
can
help,
make the
please let us
drafts
know,
for
man.
you, and then you can give it to an artist who can like make it into PNG and stuff. I don't know.
Yeah.
Wait a
It's up to
second,
you.
we got Bundlehead in the house.
Yeah, he can.
Dude,
he
this
can-
guy does crazy shit.
Yeah.
This guy, dude, bundle it. Akhilesh, can you pick up on this idea? The whole Megalodon ejaculating the band logo.
That is the name of the song. The name of the song is Megalodon.
Yeah, I know
Nice.
Megalodons, man. I
Yes.
fucking love Megalodons. That's fucking nice, man. That actually will go with the whole sludge
Like
shit
fish,
that you want.
Yeah.
fish people with machine guns on the shark gonads.
Yeah. How does a shark ejaculate? He's asking that.
That's why I said that the person who's going to design this is going to have a very
Yeah.
interesting Google
Yeah,
history.
it's gonna have to shoot in the air, and that's gonna be where the band logo is at.
Wow.
Oh shit!
And he said fish people. What you
Wait,
mean
first
by
of
fish
all,
people?
who came up with this? I want to know who came up with this. The idea was it you?
Oh, we all collectively did the band practice.
Who
What
came
were
up with
you-
the
okay,
ejaculation?
I need to
part?
ask. What were you guys
What
on?
you? Fish people look like that one character from fucking Star Wars, and I forget that guy's name. He's in the cockpit with Chewie.
I hate sci-fi
looks like a
movies,
fish.
so I'm out of it. I don't know that, man. I really don't know.
I'm actually gonna Google the fish person's name. Fish person.
Wasteland
Wars.
say yo, and Peppermint
Wasteland?
Poot sounds
like
like
a
a
normal
normal band practice to me.
Oh, it's Admiral Akbar. That would be what a fish person looks like.
Admiral Akbar.
Admiral
we should Google
Akbar.
this. Wait.
It's a trap. It's a trap. That's what a fish person would look like.
Man, the thing is, like, we always like, dude. If you see our fucking DMs in IG, it's just like memes. Like we just do-
I just send him like lowriders or like car modifications because we both love cars a lot. So that's basically our shit.
By the
That's
way,
it.
have you ever heard about this Netflix series called Gotham Garage?
I have not.
If you're into like choppers and stuff like this, like drifters and like muscle cars and
I'm into Japanese imports like big time.
JDM guy, nice.
Yeah, I
You're
own a
happy,
350Z.
Dude, come on, man. The whole culture over here, it's surrounded by the JDM community. Dude,
I'm a Nissan person. I love Nissan.
Okay, I'll just assume Skyline for sure. Yeah.
I wish I could have a Skyline.
Or a Z,
I don't, it's a
man.
little outside. I have a Z. I have a
Oh.
350.
350. Oh, you're old school.
Yeah,
one.
I have an 06.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's good. Dude, I used to have a Challenger RT, man. I fucking love that car, man.
Yeah, for
What's
me.
up with you challengers always trying to race me then? It's either you or it's either you fucking Challengers, Chargers, or fucking Subaru guys that try to take me off the line.
Dude, I mean, dude, with me, I wanted to race with a ZL1 Camaro. And the guy just fucking put the window down and gave me a fucking bad stare. It's like, dude, what the fuck? Look at your garbage vacuum cleaner and look at mine. It's 6.4 liters, man.
I mean,
And
for me,
she's a Mustang.
yeah, for me, my dream car is Eleanor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just I'll die happy.
There's this Lotus Elise that I keep on trying to race around here, but he won't race me. He does everything to avoid me, and I run into him. It's an orange. If the guy with the orange Lotus Elise from Milwaukee, Oregon sees this, you're a fucking pussy. Like I've tried to race him so many times just for the experience. I don't even care if I win. But he won't do it. He won't fucking hit it up.
That's fucking dude. Anyway, that's a direct fucking invitation to a race. And Bullet is saying he had a Skyline R32. Nice,
Nice
man.
R32.
Nice.
Yeah, that's my favorite.
Yeah, and Bundle is saying my bro got a GTR Gojira. What? Oh, he's just bullshit.
Oh, okay.
So, by the way, these are my network, and these guys are very fucking cool. But a bunch of them are gamers, and all this art designers and stuff. So
Oh God! You want this conversation? If you want this conversation to go another like 19 hours, we can talk about video games.
Oh, dude! Oh, yeah, we
my
fucking
God.
missed
Why
out
did we
because
ever-
yeah, man, dude. Let's talk about your Twitch channel, man. How?
Yeah.
If you want to give me 2 seconds, I'm gonna close this blind behind me.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Give me
Go
2
ahead.
seconds and I'll be right back.
Sure. Take
No
your
worries,
time.
take your time. Okay, let's attend to the comments for a bit. Hello, Metal Chick.
Hi, Wastelands.
Hi,
Z
Wastelands. He's like, Bundle it saying he's getting a boner, want to make the video. Wow, that's good, man. Anyway, I mean, if the shit works, come on, man. Why? I mean, go for it.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's a bunch of the car stuff. And hello, Wasteland, how you been, man? How's things? And tell us, guys, do you guys have any questions for Ian on the show? Please, feel free to drop to drop it on the comment section. I'm sure Ian would be more than happy to answer them. Welcome back, Ian.
Hello.
Just a second, stay with me. I have a technical issue now.
Uh-oh.
Is the monitor.
Oh, there we go.
Okay. I think because it was untouched for it was on for like 3 hours. Wow, we're on 3 hours mark. Wow, it's the first time
This
we're
is the
going
first
this
time
long.
we've streamed this long. Yeah.
Yeah, man, this is awesome.
Oh, you
man.
ask me questions, I won't shut the fuck up. You gotta tell me to shut the fuck up.
won't shut the fuck
quiet.
up, man.
I'm super quiet. Like, I'm just a quiet person, but if someone starts picking my brain, oh god, I feel sorry for all of you.
Oh, man,
I mean, I'm
it's
the
all
same
good,
too.
man.
Like, I'll be shy, and then when someone like asks me a question about something I like, and then I'll just fucking rant on for hours.
I know,
Just
man.
ranting.
It's all good, man. It's all good. I mean, the thing is, like, the good point is that we're enjoying our time, and it's you're free to talk, to promote your band, anything you want to do on this platform. It's all about the guest. It's all about the artist.
I'll plug it. It's recoilinhorror.com. Band is Recoil in Horror. We are, I guess, classified as a deathcore band, but we're a lot more than that. And
Yeah, your music is it has deathcore in it, and it has
if you
a
like
really
metal, if you just like metal, you'll like. I hope that you will enjoy my music that we create. I want to shout out to Aaron Shapirian, our producer from Iron Audio, because he's a genius. I wanted to shout out to Brandon Cooper, who also helps my band, and his other band is Worm Shepherd. Brian is grasping at the shadows. He's in the lobby. The White Bear Project, which is Larry Harper's band. Planet Killer, which is my buddy Alex's band. Zero Falmia, which is Darian's band. God, I'm probably forgetting people.
There's so many
these are all
bands
my
I need to. Yeah.
That's all good, man. That's all fucking great. And
You wanna-
We got a music video coming up, and we have a full-length album coming out in the fall, hopefully.
Which I'm
and the reason why I say
excited for.
hopefully is
what
if we
is it
independent-
stopping it? Like, why you're hesitant about the release, man?
Oh, I'm not hesitant about it. It's about how it gets released. If it's independent, if it's an independent release, I have a strategy for that. If somebody
Awesome.
else releases it,
Awesome.
kind of the say of how that goes about is out of my control. It has to be a compromise.
That's great, man.
So-
That's great to know. I mean, dude, it's all about the love for the music and to know what you want best for your product and your brand.
Yeah.
And it's always good to do your homework and be ready. Learn from your mistakes.
And hopefully you guys can come have a tour here in Dubai and
For sure,
play out
man,
the
for
new
sure.
album
There
here.
will be some strings attached after this session, which again I want to thank all the viewers that we're having tonight and they're stood around until
Wait,
now.
you didn't touch on his Twitch first.
Twitch, yeah, we're gonna be talking after this,
okay.
especially about his gaming.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
you do like, his handle is at Ian Horror. I've seen a couple of your streams, which is like Apex Legends, and you
Yeah.
had a game which you were streaming for 12 hours. Which
Yep.
game was that?
Oh, it was probably Apex, or Halo. I play everything. I really like RPGs a lot. Like I'm a big JRPG person, and I like anime.
Yeah, I
so
actually read that in your bio.
I really enjoy Final Fantasy and Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross and Xenogears. Things that have a real like heavy story-based emphasis. And then for Western RPGs, it's gonna be like Elder Scrolls or Diablo 2 probably.
Diablo is nice.
I'll never play World of Warcraft again. I'm tired of that shit. But I used to be a big WoW person.
Yeah, I understand. Everyone had a
and-
phase.
And then I play a lot of first-person shooters. I used to play competitive for the original Quake, for Quake World. is where I
Wow,
started.
nice.
Interesting.
And I used to play a lot of Magic the Gathering too, but I lost all those. I sold and lost all that. So I no longer play Magic, but I am a gigantic
We are.
nerd.
I'm much more into like okay, like PC gaming. Like you're talking about LAN gaming and stuff is much more for me. It was like CS or like or like NFS
or like Call of Duty.
Call of Duty, yeah,
GTA.
Battlefield, GTA.
Yeah.
No, actually not GTA. Like those multiplayer games.
Yeah.
You know, like have you played what's called Dead or Alive?
Yes.
Yeah,
And they're
that's
going to
the-
be making a sequel to that called what is it called? They're making a branch off of it. But yeah, I've definitely played Dead or Alive.
Like there was another game that I recently got into it and I'm like crazy about it. I've been playing it for
Leslie
over,
saying Rocket League. Stop lying
exactly
dirty.
it's for over 6 years, man. I'm heavily into Rocket League. Like today, just before the stream, couple hours before the stream, she was taking a nap and I was like just playing, man.
Rocket
It's
League
just-
is super fun.
Yeah, man,
Rocket
it's
League is
fucking
super
cool,
fun.
dude. Add me on PSN. I'm on a console, so we can like play together.
Do
For
they
me-
have crossplay?
Yeah. If
Oh,
you have,
sweet. Awesome.
yeah. If but again, I think
I do
you
have a
need-
PlayStation, but I probably would be on the computer
Okay, cool.
so I can stream it.
Yeah, man. If you get the whole connection from the PS4 into the OBS thing, if you
Yeah.
run that,
I'm
that would be
more
fun,
into
man.
like racing games like NFS and stuff. So
Yeah.
for
Dude,
me,
sometimes when
and like
she's
Mortal
like pissed
Kombat,
off, she just tells me just put Need for Speed, and she picks up the Mustang and
just drifting, just
Yeah, I liked Gran Turismo. That was my favorite.
Oh,
for me
yeah.
it was Most Wanted. I like Most Wanted.
Yeah,
as
Most Wanted was the best one.
Yeah.
out of
Underground
all.
was sick.
Yeah, Underground.
Need for
yeah,
Speed
wanted to.
Underground. Oh man, I love those.
well. Yeah.
Dude, have you ever been into like obviously you've been into MK and Tekken
Yeah.
and all these games, you know? So man, she beats my ass every fucking time in MK.
Does she?
Yep. It's
So
always the button smashing, man.
Hey,
My-
shut up!
my brother-
I actually play.
I really like Tekken a lot. Like Tekken 3 is my favorite. I mean, I played
Oh,
the current
nice.
ones as well. My brother, every time, I mean, literally every single time, with the exception of maybe one time in my life, I've beaten him. I can beat him as any character setup that he has, but if he chooses King, I cannot beat him. And I don't even know if it's about skill anymore.
yeah,
if it is
King,
about
yeah.
psychology, because he's beaten it into my head so much. But if he chooses King, I just know that it's over.
By the
I
way,
cannot beat him when he chooses.
by the
him.
way, Bundlehead is asking what is your PC specs?
I am AMD
Represent.
3700X.
Okay.
I'm still in the 2080 series of cards. I
That's
don't have the 3
amazing.
series.
That's amazing.
I don't have the 3000 series, and I probably won't upgrade to the 4000 series. And then just your standard 32 gigs of RAM. I'm probably gonna end up getting more for music production because I'm switching over to this computer when I do production in the future, and I need a lot more RAM and probably video editing too.
That's amazing, man. I mean, I'm running it with 16 GB and on a 1050 Ti.
Nice. Yeah,
Yeah.
TIs are good cards. TIs last forever.
Dude, you know how fucking hard was to get this fucking one piece of TI that I found in Dubai? The thing is, like, the guy told me either you build up a PC with me or
Right.
you're gonna buy it for like $500. I'm like, fuck my life. So I spent like around $1,000 on the PC, and
Yeah.
he gave me the shit, and touch wood, it's fucking working good.
A lot of those pieces are coming down in value now because the problem was the crypto mining.
Yes,
all the crypto
exactly.
miners were
Yeah,
buying up
yeah, yeah,
everything.
yeah. The guy
Exactly.
told me all these Africans come to the market and they just buy it in bulks. Dude, there was a local guy in front of me. He had like around 40,000 dirhams. How much is 40,000
By local, he means like a UAE Arab.
UAE currency.
Yeah.
So it's like a huge chunk. He was buying like 4 3080s. I'm like,
That's insane.
dude, I'm like,
That is
he-
fucking ridiculous.
He was just counting, that money. I'm like, damn, man. And he was like bargaining for the cash. I'm like, what the fuck, man? Why you guys like? Then the owner said, look how
What's that
this
song?
shit is.
Arab money.
Yeah, Arab money, Busta Rhymes. Yeah, we got Arab money. We got Arab money.
They fucking they've been buying out all the PlayStation 5s over here really bad. Like I still don't have a PlayStation 5 or the new Xbox
Yeah.
because you just can't get them anywhere, and they're scalped by like hundreds, if not thousands, of dollars above market value.
Yep.
True.
Yeah, the same thing over here. It's a like an international issue for this video gaming consoles. And dude, the webcam that I'm using is C922 Pro Logitech. You won't
I think
believe
I'm
me.
C920.
Oh, I got the
C920.
20. Yeah, I got the 922 Pro. Dude, I searched the whole market. I found one. The fucker was not selling it for the real price. As in, like, dude, he was charging me exactly 100 dirhams.
Yeah,
extra.
it's like they monopolize over it.
Yeah, because of the pandemic, everyone learned the whole kind of a loophole of streaming.
Yeah.
So they started doing all this shit, and suddenly everything, boom, up to the roof. You know.
Yeah.
The one I got was actually not a United States one made. It was a UK version. The one that I got. I couldn't even get one that was US manufactured. I had to go to the UK.
And you know what? It gets under my skin, Ian. Here, the whole RGB culture is so fucking widespread. Like, you go
Wait,
to the shop.
excuse me, you participated in it.
Yes, but I didn't.
Your keyboard is RGB.
I swear to God, I had no option. Bundlehead knows my fucking problem. I went to the places they don't have the normal shit. It's like only RGB available, and I need to pay another fucking 100 dirham extra just for that fucking light. I don't fucking want it.
So it's kind of the same thing when I had mine built. It's RGB, but it looks like fire. It's all red and yellow.
Nice.
I can't stand like the constant effects because it almost gives me a fucking seizure.
Oh man.
It's just like
24/7
color strobing,
Exactly.
and I can't even pay attention to the game.
Exactly.
So it's crazy, man. I mean, over here, the market is just saturated with all these rich ass kids that they just want like high tech shit. Dude, I've seen people picking up PCs that are for over 15,000 dirhams from fucking like a video store or like from Virgin Megastores. I'm like, dude, are you out of your mind? You can build
Get a car.
better. Yeah, you can
Get a
fuck
car for
that.
that.
You can build 2 fucking powerhouse PCs with that fucking cash that you're paying this fuck.
Yeah.
It's just
By the
crazy.
way, sorry, continue,
No, you're
please.
fine.
I just
I was
remembered a
gonna say,
question.
I was gonna say, if I end up using my computer for video editing and stuff like that, and some music production, the other option that I have is going over to the Mac for music production because we're gonna be using that Mac live, and I'm kind of fucking even though they say it's easy, I'm kind of nervous for that because I think I'm gonna be transferring over all my music production tools to using Apple, and I'll try it for a little bit, and if it doesn't work, I'll just go back to Windows.
Okay. So I
He's
wanted
trying to convert.
I wanted to ask you a question. Like, if you were given the opportunity to give an idea to a game developer to develop a game for you specifically, what would be that game?
Oh, gosh.
Would it be over your influences, like, you know, the games you like would be a mixture of all of these, or is it going to be something completely out of the box?
If I were to have a game developed, it would be extremely atmospheric. So,
Like, will it be choice based or like?
yeah, it would definitely be RPG. It would be RPG driven. I want it to be not open world, but open. I wouldn't want it to end. Number one, I wouldn't want you to be able to beat it. It would have to have active weather effects. So there'd have to be rain, snow, lightning, thunder, all of that. It'd have to be active weather effects.
Nice.
I don't know if it would be horror based, but you know what? Yeah, it would be like a fucking Lovecraftian RPG. That's what it would be. I want there to be these fucking weird, like almost like a steampunk MMO with Lovecraft lore.
Wow,
I think it would be cool.
That's a very out of the box thing.
Yeah.
But dude, have you ever played Journey?
What is it called?
Journey.
No, but I've heard of it.
Dude, that game is so calming. Have you ever played Flower?
Yes, I know. Okay, yeah.
It is same concept of Flower.
I remember playing a game like this called Bard's Tale, where he just roams around the village and he's just like, you know, it's like olden era game. Like it was, I think, a PS2 game.
Flower is literally a flower that it's under your control, and you just fly around with it.
Holy shit!
Dude, it's so calming, and Journey is also a character going in the desert.
Okay, next time when I have my panic attack, play this.
I have them.
I
on
need-
console.
I
Oh,
wanna
by
play
the way,
this.
she has panic attacks, and man, I like every time when I see her like that, I just like, you know, I put myself in her position, and I just hug her, man. I'm just like,
I
just
get extreme
tired.
anxiety attacks. I get extreme anxiety attacks all the time, randomly too, especially with the amount of job responsibility that I have,
Yeah.
like in my 9 to 5.
Yeah.
I get really bad panic attacks, and I usually have to play a video game to kind of pull my brain out of it.
And by the
Yeah.
way, we got Bullet who's saying he's ready to invest. Sounds sweet.
Yeah, so let's get you a game developer now.
Everyone is
Yeah, I'm gonna
saying
have
so
to-
down for it.
we're gonna rip off Lovecraft lore, so we'll just change some names around, but it'll be the same kind of shit. It's gotta be have a good environment. I want people to feel like they're actually inside of the world.
What was the most stupid game that you played and you actually got hooked on?
Oh, nice
Oh, that I
question.
got hooked on?
Yeah.
Oh god.
Because I had one, dude, Fall Guys.
I'm thinking about mine.
Fall Guys was stupid as fuck, but it was like, man, why the fuck is this hard?
Everyone's gonna laugh. This is gonna be big LOLs. Probably fucking Peggle.
What is Peggle?
What is that?
Peggle is like a game where you just like shoot like little colored balls at shit and it.
Oh, it's like,
Peggle.
is it like Jules? You need to like...
To a degree, yeah. It's like
I love Jewel games, man. Dude, I love those marble games. I fucking love them, man.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I have this one game in mind. It was like a helicopter game. I don't remember what the fuck. It was for PS2 again.
Ace Combat?
No, dude. It was just like a helicopter, just like hovering in a room, and you had to just control it, and it doesn't go out of the room. I don't remember what the fuck was the name of the thing. I think my brother still has it. It's so ridiculous.
I never heard about those
Dude,
games.
and the controls for the helicopter was so bullshit. It was like a toy one, like, you know, inside the room.
Okay.
So there is no other environment other than that room. And that was the most shittiest game we've ever invested in.
That's the whole game? You're just a helicopter in a room?
Dude, yeah, exactly. But dude, you spent hours
How
just
big's
trying.
the fucking room?
I think they had
Someone's
like.
fucking Apache helicopter in an apartment complex.
Oh my god.
I think
Is it a toy helicopter? Or is
Yeah, it
real?
was a
It's like
toy
basically, I
one,
think
toy
you're like
helicopter.
you're
But
controlling it.
no, I think it was like a normal, like a black or camo kind of.
I
green
never heard
camo.
about
but
this
dude,
game.
it had tasks like you had to like tip over vases in the room, and like you had to you know, like push some stuff off of tables and stuff. Ridiculous as fuck. Like
Bullet,
so pointless.
Bullet is saying he remember playing Toy Story on PS2.
Oh my god.
Man,
I remember playing Toy Story on Sega and Super Genesis. I love Toy Story. Dude.
Ooh, I
The
miss
platformer.
Sega.
dude,
Like
Sega.
Lion King and Aladdin.
yeah, like Tarzan.
Those Disney games were sick.
Tarzan. The Tarzan was nice as well. And dude, one type of genre of this, like, you know, of games that I really, really love is it's what's it called, the multiple choices one. I fucking love this genre.
Like Last
of
of
games.
Us.
Yeah, no,
What's that?
not Last of Us. Until Dawn.
Oh, Until Dawn. Sorry.
Until Dawn.
Yeah.
The story-driven
Yeah.
games. Yeah.
Yeah, the story, like, dude, the latest one I played, which it fucking impacted me, like, is that even a word? Impacted me?
Yeah.
Had an impact on
Yeah,
me.
it had an impact on me. By the way, excuse my English, but, like, you know, it sucks.
No, that's okay. He's a lyricist, by the way.
So the game called Detroit Become Human.
Yeah, that's a great one.
Dude,
That's a crazy game.
Crazy fucking game, dude. It's fucking
Hey, don't
so
feel-
good.
I did a recording session for the last song that I tracked, and then I got all the way through it, and then I realized that I had said a word, and I was unsure if it was actually even a fucking word, and I was freaking out because it sounded so brutal. It sounded so good, and I talked to Manny. I'm like, Manny, I don't know if this is even the correct word, and we actually found it, and it was, but it's uncommonly used.
Yeah.
And I kind of had written out some of the lines, but the last like 4 words, I was like, fuck it, I'm just going to ad-lib this thing, because I do that sometimes. And I did it all, and it came out so brutal, and then I'm sitting back, I'm like, yeah, this is fucking heavy. And I'm like, I don't think that is actually a word at all that I just made up right there, and it's clear as fucking day, and you can hear it, and I'm like, these people are going to think I'm just making shit up. But no, it was an actual word. I haven't heard it in about 25 years, but it's real.
Man, I mean, dude, sometimes I come up with the thing is, like, I never had a mentor or like a teacher to teach me English. I picked it up from the music that I was listening to, or like the comic books that I was getting, and you know playing with the neighbor's kid. Dude, I used to remember, like, I used to call, like, I wanted to say you're my friend, or he is my friend. I used to say he's my enemy.
Oh.
And I'm like proudly saying it. And I'm like, you know, I learned my, like, you know, whatever I'm talking right now is just all self-taught. Like, literally, like, okay. And by the way, again, MJ, Tool had a very big part
Here we
in
go with the
me
Tool,
learning
like I
new
said.
languages. New words. All these big ass words that they use in their lyrics, like Maynard, like. it just like it made me very how to say curious to go and find out what this fucking means.
Yeah.
And it really helped me in my and like
I mean, I think that habit of yours has still continued when you hear me use a word or you hear another artist or song say it, and then you ask me, what does this mean, So that's a good habit.
Bundle is saying my rage word to abuse someone online is bazuzu bitch monkey.
What the fuck? What? Oh my god.
Bitch monkey. That's, by the way, on that topic, he said bitch. We were our band, what's called the new song that we're gonna be releasing.
Are you gonna say the name?
Yeah, the name is like we've been thinking about like, dude, what can be a big fuck you? Like literally, dude, it's like our drummer just came up. He just came up as like. I think he was chilling at our house. Like, we're just chilling, having dinner, and it's like, man, let's just call it bitch tears.
I was like, why don't you call it cunt kicks?
She came up with cunt kick. I mean, like, what the fuck? By the way, we should not say that C word. I completely forgot.
Sorry.
This is how we are not. I mean, some part of these things we're not. We don't have enough knowledge about it, but it's so.
You guys, anyways, wanted to keep like a sarcastic title for the song, but still like badass.
Yeah, so we're going ahead with the name, like just bitch tears, because we think it represents the song in a very good way. It's like, dude, the other names on the table was pillow fight.
Which is already taken by some other
it
artist.
was all taken.
Then he came up with another one. I was proposing cynical rhapsody.
Yeah, like a lot of we had serious one, but like we really laughed at the whole.
And then the drummer comes up to me. He's like, "I want a mean elephant with import." I'm like, how does that even?
Dude, my drummer, he's one of these guys. Like, if you sit down and talk to him, you're gonna end up in an acid trip. Dude, she started talking about something sensitive. The guy took it to another level. I'm like,
dude, and we ended up talking about the universe.
Can you handle his acid trip?
We were talking about the universe. I think I had a conversation with Z for like what, 2 hours?
Yeah, like they started and like from one topic suddenly they jumped into something is like spirituality and like you're not yourself and like and I'm telling her, dude, are you ready for this shit? Because this guy will not stop now.
But I like to have intellectual conversation with people, so that was interesting for me.
To be honest to you, I'm gonna bring him on the show, but I told him, listen, if you're gonna come on the show, there is a lot of red lights that you need to fucking abide to. Like, don't get me flagged.
We need
was
to
doing
censor
a lot of random jokes on the comment section a couple of sessions ago, and I was like, dude, you're gonna get me flagged. You're gonna get me like, dude, in trouble.
But it blows my mind that there's that much oversight over.
The thing is, like, it's here. It's mostly about.
I mean, I believe it. It's just like it blows my mind.
The thing is, like, here, it's part of the whole, protocol for them. So there's no way around it. You need to respect the rules.
Yeah.
So they give you the opportunity to express yourself, but you need to be respectful to what they're providing you.
I mean, the opportunity they give to express yourself is still censored. You cannot completely do it.
Yeah, I mean, dude, this song will get us arrested. I'm telling you, this song that I'm releasing is gonna get me arrested.
First of all, if they release their song "Bitch Tears" and they have to perform it live, you know how many beeps they have to do because the whole song is swear words.
I was thinking like thinking about different.
It will just sound like everyone is listening to Morse code. Beep 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 beep.
Dude, me and my drummer were thinking, and even Phoenix was in it with us. Like, we're thinking about different synonyms, and like, dude, how I can fucking like the song has this section in the pre-chorus called "Fuck This Mother." Like, how do you want me to get around this? Say what? Fuck this water? Like, it doesn't fucking make sense. Like,
you cannot.
There is a straight out fucking rage anthem going on towards the middle of the song is saying "suck on a dick." Like, that fucking disturbed fucking, like, we're just pissed off, like.
Yeah.
So I think that's the difference between like hardcore music and death metal is you can say the same things, just death metal has a way more wordy and lengthy way of conveying that, and then hardcore music will just come out and say it exactly what you're thinking.
Exactly. We're like, fucking, we're wearing our hearts on our sleeves anyway, so why not fucking showcase that shit? Let's make cash out of it, But I mean, it was a great journey to come back to the band, and I'm really looking forward. I'm sure you're really looking forward to releasing the new album, and the artwork, dude, it looks fucking legit. It's
My buddy
fucking
Matt.
dope, man.
That's amazing.
I went to school with Matt. His name is Matt Braskett, and he does Legion design. And
Nice.
we've been friends since we were probably, I don't know, 13, 14 maybe.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I've known him for a long time, and then I found him on Facebook, and then I didn't know he was into graphic design at all.
Mhm.
And when I realized this was going to turn into a full album, I contacted him and I gave him some concepts, and that's what he sent back, and we are extremely happy with it. It looks amazing.
That's great, man. This is
It's
really good, man. And
Badass.
I'm
Yeah.
just really excited to go out and play live again. Like, I'm obviously really excited for the album and all that stuff, but I'm excited to what I can bring people in a live environment. I hope it's something that they never forget.
I know, man. I know.
Yeah.
I feel that urge again to go on stage, because that rush that you get with the audience is
I
just
mean, I
fucking
have seen
insane,
only
man.
videos and stuff, because when I met him, it was post-COVID, so he couldn't like perform live anywhere. So,
Like the
I
biggest,
I
like-
cannot wait.
Yeah, like the biggest crowd I ever played was I played in front. It was for Nickelback, and it was 13,000 sold out.
Oh my God.
Yeah, dude,
I
I was.
cannot
See, I haven't
imagine.
even done that. I haven't played in front of that many. Like I said, like the cap on mine's like 3,000 to 3,500. I think.
Ian, I was just doing this to fix my T-shirt. People are like, cheering for you. It's like, it was, dude. It was,
so cool.
it was
Dude,
such a rush.
He dropped his gum wrapper. He dropped a gum wrapper. I don't wanna fall.
It's like, dude, it was just crazy. Like, dude, it's an insane energy.
And I'm so
It's
happy.
euphoria,
Yeah.
man. I mean, you would know what I'm talking about. And I felt the same thing from the 5 individuals in the smallest gig ever I played. You know, that 5 hardcore dudes that they're always there for you, and they cheer you up, they support you with whatever you do. I feel the same energy from them, the same way I felt in the Nickelback gig. And dude, it's something you need to experience yourself. As much as I talk about it, as much as Ian talks about it, it's something you need to be in the center of attention of the whole thing, and
I
just
cannot wait
take it in.
to watch you perform live as well. Like,
Oh man,
I'm really glad I'm married to an artist, and
I'm glad to be
Yeah.
married to an artist. Dude. By the way, none of us thought we're gonna be getting married in 2020. That
Yeah.
was the last thing on our bucket list.
I didn't want to get married at all, because I got out of a really bad relationship in 2019. So I was like, fuck it, I don't want anybody, fuck this. And
Yeah,
then
man, it was just a big shit show for everyone.
yeah, and then he just walks in like, hello, I'm your husband.
What's up, Knox? Knox is in the house. What's up, Knox? Dude, the thing is, like, it was so fucking spontaneous. Like, like my situation was getting fucked. I had to leave the country. She was in that strict environment, and then suddenly we meet up, and her mom gets involved. She fast tracks the whole fucking marriage shit. I'm like, is God doing us a favor?
Yeah.
Like, there is COVID, we cannot
Once
held,
in a
like,
while, the
hold any
universe will like
events.
align itself,
Yeah, I mean,
and
like,
it just
dude, I
works
told
out.
her, like, I've never clicked with anyone this much. Like, dude, talking this much in my previous relationship, which was a 9-year, I was like, I never had this. Never had this. So I'm
I
going
met
to
Mandy when I was done. Like, I was like, I just didn't want to date anybody at all. Like, I had no interest in being in a relationship ever again. Like, I was just gonna work and play video games. And then Mandy and I happened, and I think that's what
That's
happens.
beautiful. That's beautiful, man.
It takes 2 people that at a certain point in their life, and that's when it will happen, when you least expect it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
it's just about that ignition point. When you click, it clicks. And dude, thank God, the only thing she doesn't like is raisins.
Yeah, most of the things were just like similar and just like soul twins,
Dude, food, we are not having any problem to fucking choose a place, unless because I was vegan for 2 years,
Yeah.
but once I got married, I kind of went off track. So,
Yeah.
we fight over food, we fight over music, we fight
Oh,
over.
we definitely fight over music,
We
because he
fight
wants
over
to listen to
Netflix and
Offset.
shit like this. Who gets to drive the car?
Yeah.
Some
Mandy
bullshit.
Mandy always picks the best thing in Netflix. I pick some good ones here and there, but she has a good taste for movies. I don't
Nice.
so much. She makes fun of me for the music that I like that's from the West Coast. I make fun of her for the music that she likes.
Oh, she's saying
we're-
that you guys met on OkCupid. We met on Instagram
Yeah, we
as
did.
well. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
And then choosing pizza with her is impossible because she's from the East Coast, and
She
the
was
West
vegan.
Coast makes weird pizza out here.
Man,
Manny and I fight about everything. I'm not even gonna lie. No, we don't. We don't fight about literally everything. But
No,
we,
it's that sweet fights that you guys do, the
Yeah.
ones we do as well. Like, you know, like I think the universe wants that yin yang balance. It's
Yeah.
like, guys, you cannot have it always good.
Yeah.
Have a
No.
fight every once in a while, you know. Keep the balance going on.
Yeah.
But which is perfect, you know. It's a great dynamic. It works in a very mysterious way, but you learn a lot of things in this journey, you know. You learn how to be compassionate, you learn how to compromise more, you learn how to adapt to new
Yeah.
environments, you know.
Yeah, like for example, he's a very like rebellious and fighting for my rights kind of a person, and I'm a very calm, like peaceful person. So like
Like, dude, if someone cross me, like, you know, if he cuts me, like if someone cuts me over in a road, dude, I will fucking push the brakes and put the window down. I'll fucking start beefing up with the guy.
Oh, dude, you know how much anxiety he gives me when he does that? Because I'm the person who like drive away, you know? I'll just drive away. But this guy, oh my god.
Because I was bullied at school. Then, you know, when you get bullied, you learn how to work around it, and you don't you know, that's my habit. I don't
I used to be like
slip
that,
down.
and I think in a certain situation today, I would still be like that. But the crazy thing with America is that everyone has a fucking gun now, so you never know. It used to
yeah,
be.
for you guys
It used
are-
to be that you can mutually be like, "Hey, fuck you," and the person would be like, "Yeah, fuck you too," and you're like, "All right, well, cool, fuck each other," and then you just drive off. You know what
I
I mean? Or
understand,
like,
yeah.
if you got in a disagreement, at the most, it would get in a fist fight. But now,
Dude,
everyone
I
over here is shooting each other for a difference of opinion, and it's fucking disturbing.
that's fucked up. But I had an
So
incident.
I just
in-
mind my own business now.
Dude, I had an incident in Palm. There's an area in Dubai called the Palm. So basically, it's an island in the shape of a palm. It's all like
Like a palm
houses.
tree, yeah.
Yeah, like a palm tree. So I was there dropping a friend. I had my Challenger, and I had a new catback, like the whole exhaust system on it. Like I got a I forgot the name, Thunder something. Okay, anyway, then someone was not giving me way. I was on the left lane, and dude, I overtook him and I gave him the middle finger, and I saw him. He just reached out to his phone to fucking, you know, take my my plate number. Dude, I just fucking changed gears, and I had that pedal shifting in the steering
You
wheel.
bought
I'm
it
just
upon
like,
yourself.
Dude, like, I just bolted out of
Because
that
Ian,
place.
because here when you mess
I
around
got
with
pissed,
people,
dude, I
they
get
directly
pissed
like
easily.
take pictures of your number plates and give it to the cops, like they're
and
misbehaving.
you're fucked.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So
They used to do that here, but they won't do that anymore. There's
Yeah.
somebody that, like, a couple months ago, someone was literally, they had stolen a car, like, right outside where I live, and were parting it, like, taking it apart for a week, and they did not come and do anything about it. And I called them. I'm like, they're literally, this car is stolen, and they're disassembling it, and they never showed up. They only asked me if he had a weapon, and I said no.
what the fuck?
Oh, it's crazy over. I mean, the crime over here is fucking nuts.
Yeah,
That's
They
man.
don't give a
insane.
shit.
I mean, if I was with him in that situation where he did that middle finger shit, I would just panic the fuck out
I
and
was
just
panicking,
die.
but you know,
I would
over
have
there,
died
you
there.
need to pay attention to what was the fuck up, work on it, and troubleshoot. So I had the only way I could troubleshoot was just going zigzag, and like a 3-lane fucking road, you know. And dude, like this region is infested with radars. Like every
Yeah.
5 meters there is
Really?
fucking
Oh,
radar.
dude, oh my
huge ass
fucking-
huge ass.
We have cameras everywhere. Like, there's probably literally, if I were to step outside, I'm sure there's cameras up on the street posts.
Dude, everywhere.
I mean, dude, here,
everywhere.
like for example, when I first started driving, I didn't drive like a powerful car. Now I drive a V6. When I started driving it, I got like so much fine, and because I love speed, so I got because they keep these
She drives
mobile
like a
ones.
truck driver.
Why do you say this? Fucking idiot.
Dude, she is a great driver. I mean, sorry, I'm not trying to be sexist or something, but you know what I'm talking about. You know how bad drivers are in Dubai. Dude, we face this shit.
All aunties, you know.
Like even she loses her shit sometime, and I fucking love it when she fucking start rampaging on the fucking guy on the road. I'm like, fuck yeah, where is this fucking? Show me
Because
this
I used to
girl.
never do it before I met him. I was very calm. Like I was like, okay, someone's doing that shit. Okay, that's your life. This is mine. I'm not gonna pay attention. With him, I'm like, look at that asshole. You know, like I'll actually like rampage on that person. So
Dude, it's fun. Like we booked a hotel and the hotel fucked it up and everything. Our booking was fucked. Dude, she lost her shit, and the place that we booked is like 2 hours from here. Dude, she made me drive all the way there, started fucking rampaging on the guy at the counter.
because they fucked up, it was supposed to be his birthday surprise, and they fucked it
So,
up.
I've been in a lot of like questionable situations in life. Like I know how to hold my own. I'll just say it that way.
Yeah, man,
Yeah.
dude, it's
And the
good.
scariest,
It's good, yeah.
the scariest situation I've ever been in is when I don't know what it was, but somebody fucked up something like an order of food, and Mandy got on the phone to correct them, and it was the scariest shit I've ever seen in my entire life, and I completely looked at her differently after that moment happened.
Oh man.
Because the shit that was coming out of her mouth, it was like, oh my god, this is inside this person.
Oh.
I am not gonna kid them anymore. And they would
Oh.
literally go outside and probably flip someone's car over for fun.
No,
Yeah,
that's
man.
fucking
MJ,
badass.
Yeah, but
props
they
to
started-
you.
They started flipping her shit, and she wasn't gonna have any. I was like, wow, we do not mess with Italians from the East Coast. We just don't do that with red hair. We don't mess with the red haired East Coast Italians. They will fucking destroy everything, and you just stay away from it.
What a badass.
Yeah,
I
man,
cannot
dude.
wait to meet Mandy now.
You know, I love this part of the cultures. You know,
Yeah.
like, you need to know how to fucking find
Yeah.
ways around it and be friends. You know, just for like, to continue the communications with them.
Yeah.
It's just fun because we have it differently here, dude. You won't believe me. I'm coming from two ethnicities.
Right.
From my dad's side, I'm half Iraqi, and from my mom's side, I'm half Persian.
Okay.
So I have two native languages. So I know both fucking ways of playing around in these two cultures, and they're very similar. And dude, there are races against each other.
Right.
You know, it's like it's funny. It's funny to us. It's like, man, you guys are dissing yourselves.
Dude,
It's
you're
just
talking about yourself. Us Indians are like racist against each other.
exactly the same.
Like
it's
within the sectors of our,
Right.
our communities.
Anyway, I mentioned
Anyways,
this just to tell you how we know how to play around the situation to.
By the way, I wanted to ask one question which I just remembered. So before my goldfish memory allows me, I wanted to know wait, shit, I forgot.
Oh, by the way, she had a huge list of questions regarding your
Yeah.
music journey. I think she went
okay.
through half of them.
Yeah. So I wanted to ask, for example, normally artists are asked a question like, what would you tell the new generation or the new bands to do? But I want to ask you, what should they avoid doing?
Oh man, avoid doing.
That's actually a good question.
Thanks.
I'm trying to think how to say it. New musicians, it's really important to network. But I feel if I were to come back and kind of redo things differently with Recoil, I would have kept my circle of musicians I was working with closer. I kind of feel like there are a bunch of people that came out and were like, oh, we like Recoil and horror and we want to be your buddies and we want to be a part of what you're doing. But they were doing it only for their gains and not about for what the band was representing.
I understand.
So it's important to network, but be cautious of people that are extremely eager to want to work with you as a musician, because they're doing it. A lot of these people are just doing it for financial gain and for their popularity and their clout. And you'd be surprised. It's actually, I'm not going to name any names, but knowing who these people are and knowing the history that I've had with them personally and knowing what they've done, if I were them, I'd feel fucking embarrassed.
Oh,
You know what I mean? Because some people will take advantage of you, and it's just like when you see the types of people that do that, you're like, wow, like you wouldn't expect that coming from those people who have done international tours and were on a major record label. But I've dealt with that. So just be cautious. Don't over send out your music. It's okay if you release music and it sits there for a while. A lot of albums will sit on a shelf for a year before people realize it's there and then buy it. If you're constantly putting your music in people's shit 24/7, and sometimes the same people. If every post you're dropping your music in it, stop doing that. Like it's I'm not going to listen to it. Like, cool, I've noted it. It's there, but a lot of people aren't going to listen to it either. It's important to spread your music, but just don't every single time you have a chance to just talk about your band, maybe don't. You know, maybe turn it down a bit.
Oh man, this is very fucking.
You have to be patient. You have to be patient.
This is here as well.
You get Thomas, you get people like Thomas Latimer from NWA that see it, and U2, and all sorts of these really awesome people that I feel like being patient and letting that kind of narrow its way to finding the right ears is important to learn. There's no shortcuts in this. You're not going to get big overnight.
Oh man, I just want to give a quick shout out to Bundlehead. He's saying please hit follow for Combos and Chill, 5 more followers to 50. Thanks a lot, Bundlehead, for all the support, and thanks a lot for the people that they're still here and they're watching us.
Yeah.
And sorry, I'm not trying to undermine your statement that you made about it, like about the musicians.
Do not apologize to me, sir. I've been through so much shit in my. You have to.
I relate to what you said.
Bro.
I relate to what you said because this is exactly one of the problems that a musician like us in this region is facing. It's just like very very biased market.
Yeah.
We have no option.
Yeah.
So we need to, again, clicks come along, people, they have their own sources, so they just keep it into the, keep it in the family. Don't fucking invite
And I often
anyone.
try to like remind him that it doesn't mean that because other artists are getting a specific kind of attention doesn't mean that you won't unless you reach out to your fans and to the people who actually enjoy your art or music, So that's more important. That, like Ian said, it's better to have those faithful 200 than 2,000 that don't give a shit.
Exactly. I mean,
my buddy Larry is actually just came across my mind. He's working with a musician that lives in Jordan, and the kid in Jordan.
Tell me the name. Tell me the name.
I'm not sure what the name of the project is yet. They're still working on it. He's gonna release it soon. He showed me some demo material, but the kid that lives in Jordan wrote all the instrumentals and did all that stuff, and then remotely sent it to my friend Larry, who was doing vocals on it. And then Larry will send it back. He'll mix it and master it, and then send it back to Larry again. And then Larry will be able to release it in the United States for whatever that project name is. And it sounds killer. And so I think working with musicians in other parts of the world is extremely beneficial as well. It makes it difficult when live performances come around, but you're also kind of connecting a bridge there. You're connecting gaps that more people universally can hear what you've been working on.
By the way, just a personal like music related question to you, Ian. What other type of vocal techniques you can do aside of like growls and that whole slam type of vocal?
I can clean sing and stuff like that.
Oh, nice.
I'm not super proficient at it, but anymore. I used to be a good singer, but I am so under practiced on that it would probably take me a year to get back to where I was for clean singing. And then the majority of the tones and stuff I create for metal come out of kind of like ventriloquism. I just come up with these voices and like almost like monster noises.
That's interesting.
Weird tones. And then I just kind of throw the diaphragm into them and see how gnarly they sound. And then that's how I come up with a lot of the new vocal tones I have.
That's amazing, man. That's amazing that this much of thought and practice goes into this craft, which it makes it valuable. I really admire artists like this. Like once you have something, not to show off, it's just to present that. Dude, I actually put this much of effort in this. Like.
I have met so many people in my life that underestimate metal vocalists so bad. Like they think that gutturals and screaming and all the different kinds of tones they do with their voice is easy to do. It's not.
No, it's not.
It's not at all.
I was a fry screamer for a long time, and I still do fries here and there, but in the last year I switched over to doing false chord, and it completely changed how I approach vocals now as well. So, and that's kind of happened out of accident as well. I mean, there's a lot of practice and a lot of experimentation that goes into vocals, because also too, you gotta remember with extreme vocals, when people are trying to figure out new ways to do stuff, you have a high risk of damaging yourself. And you have a high
Yeah.
risk of really hurting your body irreparably, that we're not afraid of. Like, I'm really kind of cautious and curious. I mean, I'm going to keep doing it because I'm older, and why not? Fuck it, YOLO. But I'm really curious to see the effect of all these people that have started to do tunnel resonance in their vocals, and if that's going to have any long-term effects on vocalists.
I mean, that's
You know?
great because there's very new techniques when it comes to death metal. Like, you know,
Yeah.
they're like, it's like a new plethora of
Yeah.
like fucking
I mean, remember
new
when you were
styles.
recording the other day, you felt the strain on your vocal cords.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
imagine the level of like,
Like, the style that I was doing, what's called the new track, is like ranting, harsh rapping.
So, like, yelling.
Kind
basis
of
of it would be
yelling,
like
and like a yelling rant.
With rasp.
Yes.
Yeah,
Exactly,
so it's like
rasp.
there's
Exactly.
different.
yeah.
So there's different ways to approach it. That's like more kind of like, to me, if I were to hear that explanation, I think it's more of like a hardcore vocal. You know what I mean? So
Never heard that, but I mean,
Yeah.
thank you. It's a new thing that I'm hearing, which is like fresh to my ears, and I really like to get these feedbacks. You know, thanks a lot, man.
which I think resides primarily in the false chord registry. You know, coming from how I would do it, when I hear that explained that way, that'd be a variant of a false chord technique. Like, I just learned how to unlock my whistle registry, and that's really weird. I feel somewhat comfortable with it, but a lot of these techniques, the more extreme it goes, the more you're at risk for damaging yourself.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, even
So I'm
pig
just gonna make
squeals,
the
you know?
gnarliest shit. Yeah, even pig squeals too. I used to not ever be able to do that, and then one day I just did them. Like, I tried for years to do pig squeals, and then I quit. And then when I came back into vocals, I was just doing pig squeals all the time. You know, so I have no fucking clue how it just connected in my brain, but vocals are like that as well. And
I mean, for me, the thing is like, when it comes to clean vocals, I have a very open land for myself that I can go and come back and kind of, again, I'm not trying to show off, but I kind of know my way around the notes and like the melodies. Like, dude, I was part of a project called Portable Mind. I mean, again, we were like 6 people in the band. We were like, everyone is writing in the band, which it doesn't work in my opinion.
Yeah.
So, dude,
it's very hard. If
it's
everyone's
very-
writing, it's really hard.
It's really hard, man. So it reached to a point that I couldn't fucking sing anymore. I actually quit the
Right.
band. I was singing off. I was like, listen, guys, it's better for you guys and it's better for me. I need to take a rain check on this fucking shit. So I gotta fuck off. You guys are better off instrumental.
And then when it came out, because I listened to the project, he had very less
Very,
vocals
very
in the
little
track, so
vocal parts in it, which
Yeah.
it was very like.
it was so disappointing as a listener for me.
Like, we had bigger plans, but
Yeah.
again, shit happens. And dude, tell us what you got in stores for future aside of Recoil and Horror with your with your streaming channel on Twitch. Well, what you gonna be doing soon?
It's going to be primarily based for the Diablo 2 remaster. I'm going to probably be exclusively streaming that game because I've played that game for almost 20 years now, and I still come back and play it. So I've been playing I've been playing the OG Diablo 2, but I already have it all pre-ordered and stuff. So as far as gaming goes with Recoil and Horror, I'll be doing pretty much exclusively Diablo. I'm going to start making custom playlists for not only my band but my friends' bands. With their permission, and I'll be streaming playlists of their music. I think when I have more time to kind of set it all up, I'm just going to tune what I've already been doing. It's actually, I feel like it's been pretty successful with what I've been doing so far, and I'm extremely thankful for that as well.
That's
So
awesome.
I'm just going to keep
man.
doing what I'm doing, but I'm going to add some more bells and whistles in there and slowly progress that.
And by the way, congrats on being affiliated with Twitch, man. I
Yeah.
didn't get to
Congratulations.
congratulate,
And I'm excited for the new album. I cannot.
Yeah, man, you got a hardcore fan over here. She's dude, you gotta lose your
means the
shit
world to me.
listening.
I cannot.
You gotta
It-
lose your shit.
Yeah, when you hear this new one, Phoenix, like, you're holy
Yeah,
shit.
I mean it's like almost 1 a.m. here, so
Yeah.
we're already in the next day. So I'm gonna wait to blast that shit. Either
Don't wait, it will wake your neighbors up and they'll think that there's some problem.
No, we're gonna go to the car, man. We're gonna go for a drive. We're gonna get like
Exactly.
some tea or
yeah,
coffee because
yeah, I would love to blast.
we
it.
are like
Yeah.
we are night owls, man. We don't around. Well, we
Right.
just fucking stay.
So then, if I drive like a truck driver, you need to bear with it. Yeah.
Exactly.
And as far as the band goes, like, yeah, we had the album release coming on. We will have more merch prints again.
We are
it's either
getting,
be
we're getting the
independent-
stuff.
Definitely getting it,
We're
yeah.
getting the stuff, man.
Yeah.
It'll either be independent merch releases or it will be from a distributor of our
Nice.
choosing. So there's been things that have been in negotiations for a while. I just don't want to talk about it.
MJ saying
because,
live stream the song.
No, I
have-
wouldn't. Dude, MJ is asking to live stream
I
the
have no-
song.
If you want to live stream the song, I have no obligation to it. It would be really cool to see your reaction. You can do it if you want to. It's fine by me.
Dude, I need to go
And
to
as
the.
far
I need
as
to
far
go
as
to the
the-
drive. You know that. So
as
are
far
you
as
cool?
the band goes, my focus now is getting this up and ready live. I have a drummer, I have solid musicians. I'm in the process of finishing up our in-ear monitoring rig, and then I think that we're going to pretty much be good to go. We need to practice some stuff. I need to figure out a couple more of the compositions live as far as edits, but
Dude, in-ears are a bitch to work with. I had a run
Yeah.
with them. It's a bitch to work with.
so I'm hoping this time next year we'll be playing shows.
Hopefully, man. Like
And hopefully Dubai, cross your fingers.
Dubai, man. Dubai most probably is gonna be back on track.
In my
with-
lifetime, I hope it happens, and I will do everything I can to play. I am really looking forward to playing outside of the United States.
Oh, for
Imagine
sure, man.
like I've not been to any gigs and the first one will be Ian.
Oh, that's gonna be incredible.
Hey, you never know.
man.
If you
I'll
if you
lose my
think that
shit.
you can manifest it, you can manifest it.
Yep.
If you think
Already,
that you can manifest
already on it.
Yo,
Because I've had random crazy thoughts like that, and I've been like, "What the fuck is going on right now? This is so cool."
Yo, people are pushing for the fucking track. What you want me to do,
All right.
Ian?
You can play it.
Are you
It's
sure?
fine. You can absolutely. You can play it.
Okay, guys, give me a bit. I need to create the thing. Okay, Ian. I need to search for the thing.
You're gonna type
If you
on
don't have it
your.
up right now,
Can you
can
play it
email-
on you? Can you play it on
I'll try. Let me know if this audio comes in.
you? Tell us, guys, if the audio, if you guys can hear
I
the
have it.
audio.
I have
Play
so
it?
funny. I'm like, I have it right here. Hold on a second. Oh gosh, I don't want to go to that. I want to go to.
I'll do it. I'll try to send it from my phone.
Hey, let me know if you guys can hear this real quick, okay?
Sure.
Okay.
No, we're not hearing if you.
What? Do you hear it now?
Nope.
No.
Nothing?
No.
Okay, yeah. It's not audio link. I can email it to you right now.
Wait a second, Rusman.
I
Yeah,
can write-
sure. You can email it to me now. I can fucking just send it and. Can
Sure,
you
I'll
email
copy.
it to the Combos and Chill
Here.
Gmail?
Yeah. I'll copy the link real quick here. It's up in here. We're gonna come back here. I'm gonna reply with the link.
I'm gonna just scoot back so you can.
Yeah,
type.
there's some things needed to be
He's gonna
done.
type on his RGB keyboard now.
Oh man.
There you go. All right, let me know if this link works.
Yeah,
Sorry,
just a
email it.
second. Yep, I'm just signing into the email.
All right. Cool. There you go. Phoenix, you're not prepared.
Did you send it? to which
I-
one you sent it, Ian?
I sent it to.
My private one, what's called my personal one, or the?
I sent it to Abakari.
Okay. I got it. Okay. Ian Har, I got it. Lamia, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How? Wait.
This is gonna be good.
I'm trying to download it.
I should just
Yeah.
load it from the link. If that doesn't work, I can always message you.
Okay. Yeah, that's actually a good one. I need to open a browser. Oh fuck, man, I wasn't ready for this. MJ, come on. Wait, I need to open a browser.
I don't want to get an ego, but be prepared for one of the heaviest songs of this year to be released, if not in the last 5 years.
Oh man, that's
My ears
amazing.
are ready.
Okay, copy. Pasting. Guys, sorry for this. Stick around. I think I got it. So I'm gonna be playing it. Guys at the stream, tell us if you can hear it.
I can hear it.
If you guys can hear it, please put a thumbs up and tell us.
That is
Dude,
sick. That is
was
so sick.
Fuck.
Oh my god.
Oh,
I'm so glad that this actually happened.
dude.
Yeah, so I went and redid the whole album like that, Bill. I mean, all the songs that you heard has that quality of production value and vocal.
Jesus
levels,
Christ,
so.
man, dude, my lips are so numb because I was just like,
Like you want to break shit, you know?
yeah, it's just like so fucking like in your face, like
Yep.
you know, it's like a punch.
The breakdown is heavy as well.
Dude.
It gets slower.
Dude,
Love it.
this shit is. By the way, MJ is saying Recoil and Horror as I drag you to hell, and she's saying this is the first time that this is being streamed over here. Such an honor
Yeah,
to
really,
have
thank
the
you
fucking
for letting us,
upcoming single to be streamed on the show. And dude, thank you very much for sharing this
I mean,
stuff.
for
Thank you
me,
for having me.
I'm
Oh, man.
speechless, but inside my heart is like because I'm so
She's
happy.
saying she wanted to see your reaction.
Could you
I don't
like
know
the
what
thing?
to say.
The thing for
Because-
me is like, can you imagine this shit live? Like
It's gonna be
fucking
massive,
explode.
man. Dude, this shit needs pyrotechnics, like like fireworks and shit like
I mean,
this.
just
like,
be ready for me to, go into the mosh pit. That's it.
Yeah.
Just be
I
ready.
know. I gotta be joining you.
Like, I want to break shit now.
Yeah, I gotta be. I'll get my hip broken. Like they're gonna break my hip.
Yeah, I'm gonna break a
it's
neck
like,
as well.
I'm too old for a mosh, but I'm that old dude at the back. Like, yeah, this shit is dope.
But this is so sick, and I
Dude.
cannot wait to draw to this. First of all,
Dude, awesome fucking job,
I
man.
cannot
I'm
wait.
wishing all the best for the new album.
Yeah,
You guys
really.
deserve it.
This is
You
gonna be
actually
awesome.
worked. Yeah, you
Yeah.
worked hard on this fucking track. I can see
I want
that.
to say, like, I personally want to give a big shout out to Aaron.
Shout out to Aaron.
For Iron Audio for making this fucking crazy fucking
Massive
nightmare
of a beast, man.
nightmare/dream of a music project come to life, because he really captured everything that I wanted it to be, and this is just as much his baby as it is mine.
This feels like that Megalodon song that you wanted to fucking make. This sounds like a Megalodon ejaculating the band name,
what's the name of the song, by the way?
Lamia?
Yep.
Oh,
Lamia.
Rot.
does it have like
Lamia.
a specific?
Lamia's rot.
Rot? In
Yeah.
what language?
Like steel, like WR.
He said it's a metal?
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, because it's all the because
what
of the album name. Yeah, I got it. Okay.
Man, such an
Nice.
honor, man. It's a
That is
fucking awesome
amazing.
song. Guys in the comment, what you guys thought about the song? Tell us what you think about
First
the
of all, I
music.
just want to say one thing. I cannot believe that I participated in this, because if someone would have said like 8 months earlier, like past in my life, I would be able to sit and sit with Ian and like listen to their new music. I would not have believed this.
Yeah, man,
So
dude.
first of all, thank you, baby, for giving me that opportunity.
Oh
that
man, come on! You don't need
sitting
to
and doing
mention
this
it.
with you.
This is all happening because of you. You are in touch with this awesome musicians, and for me to reach out to these guys is always a fucking honor, and I'm
Yeah.
so proud of myself that the channel is reaching out to musicians such as Ian, that they are literally putting their 150% into their product, and they're proud of showcasing it, no matter how hardcore is it or how soft is it. They just go with the flow, whatever it's sounding good to themselves, and they know their fucking strategy, and they have done their homework. So
Okay, so now-
kudos to you, bro.
There's one thing though, just be ready to get fed up of the song, because I'm gonna keep it on repeat.
For fucking sure, man. I won't. I always love
your
to
ears
jam
are
to
gonna
new
suffer.
stuff, man. I mean, I was kind of like, in the like early days in the marriage, I was kind of hesitant when she used to like, blast deathcore, because I thought she's pissed off at me. So I'm like,
No, this is just me, dude.
and like, dude, when she's blasting that shit in the car, she just drives like fucking like a Formula One driver.
Thank you.
Like, it's fucking
Thank
crazy,
you.
man.
Thank you.
So, man,
Well, I'm glad that you can enjoy it, because I never listened. Like, I listened to my stuff a couple times for quality reasons, and then I listened to like
I understand,
Chill
yeah.
Step
I
and
know.
like soundtracks to video games.
Oh yeah, man. Those are
And then
the
I wait
best.
for something to make me really mad, and then I write the next song as angry as possible, and then I listen to it twice, and then everyone else enjoys it.
Yeah, I get
Exactly.
that, because like I used to wait to do my art also when I was like fucking pissed off and shit, just like plug in and like start drawing. So I get that.
MJ is saying, she's saying, Nazneen, it's an honor
Aw,
to be
thank
able
you
to
so much.
someone like you and Ahmed to support us. No, man,
No,
not
it's-
at all.
it's
We are all in
just
the
us.
same boat.
Yeah, yeah.
Musicians and artists, they're all suffering from the same main issues that it's everywhere in the world. So if we don't help each other, no one gonna do it.
Exactly.
My
And-
cat heard it, and now it's a tiger. Now she's hunting dogs and
My
shit.
cat heard it, now it's a tiger. Awesome.
I sing 60s Bolly in my restroom, hoping to be reached out someday. He's saying Bollywood music,
Yeah.
He's like, can't wait for this live. Everyone looking
Seriously, I
forward to it,
cannot
man.
wait.
Everyone is gonna look forward to this shit. This is
Yeah.
gonna be massive, man.
And the last thing that I want to say about as far as myself as a musician and what's important for me, for other people to realize, is that I don't forget people, and I don't forget where I started, and I don't forget where I came from, and I definitely don't forget people
The
that
humble
have supported
beginnings.
me
The humble beginnings.
along the way, and will continue to support me. That's those same people that are there when you're on your way up, or wherever, however you want to look at it, are going to be there
Exactly.
on your way back down. And that's the most important thing that I can give anyone for advice on anything that you do.
Exactly, man. I couldn't put it any more
Yeah,
like this
exactly.
is perfection, man. But again, man, good luck with the new album, and everyone is
Thank
looking
you, guys.
forward.
Thank you so much.
to
We're
see
really
it.
fortunate to share your life story, your musical journey, everything with the new releases, everything. Thank you so much for sharing everything with us.
Thank you for listening, and thank you for providing me a platform to do so. It means the
Oh
world
man,
to me.
oh man!
Thank you
Don't
so
mention
much.
it. Don't mention it.
Thank
And last but not least, I want to give a big shout out to the guys that actually been here since the fucking time we started. Thank you very much, MJ, Ready Brian, yeah.
Ready Brian is
Yeah.
Yeah,
homie.
Ready Brian, Wastelands, and
Wastelands.
Pepper. I think Pepper something.
Peppermint Poop?
Yeah, Pepper Poo, and Bullet, Bundlehead, Leslie, and all these good people. Thank you very much for the love. It means the world to us.
Yeah.
And
Thank you so much for giving us your time and sticking with
hopefully
us
this
for
won't
almost
be the last
4
one, man.
hours.
Yeah, hopefully this won't be the last one. We can do
Yeah.
game talks, man. You can come on the show anytime
Absolutely.
you want.
Yeah, we would love
We can
to.
just
We would
chill
love
and
to.
talk,
Yeah.
play games and shit. It's gonna be fun, man. But dude, any last words you have for the audience that they're watching you? The red carpet.
Don't say
is all
last
yours.
words. What the fuck?
I love,
like,
I
the
love
last
all,
speech.
as cheesy as it sounds, I love everyone that supports me. And the thing that I want people to realize that means the world to me is that you're supporting my story and you're supporting Mandy's story. And at every show that I will ever play or song that I write, like it's the hardships that we've been through. So you're basically saying, hey, although I wasn't there for you 20 years ago or during the car accident, by supporting my band and listening to it, I don't mean by buying anything, just listening and sharing. You're making all those, like you're helping heal that, and you're helping us connect with you, and I appreciate that so much. That's what this means to me.
No,
That's
really
awesome, man.
and
Amen to
especially
what-
after knowing the history behind the band name and the creation of the music and everything. And again, thank you, MJ, for pushing Ian so that he created all of this. And
Oh, I was a stick in the mud with her. I was a stick in the mud with her. I was like, no, I'm never doing this shit again. I'm fucking over it. She's like, no, you got too much talent. You got to do it.
yeah, she's
Yeah.
the MVP. She
you always
deserves all
need
the
that.
credit. Yeah.
You need that motivation from someone that believes in you. Like like even Phoenix, she really believes in me, and I really, I'm like I'm fearing the day that I won't be able to deliver. So. And Bundle It is saying he will follow Ian for sure.
Yeah.
And
Thank you so much.
Yeah, and MJ saying you are healing us and being part of our family.
Oh,
so
that is
much
so
love to everyone
sweet.
here.
I just wanna
Thank you
hug
very
her,
much,
you know?
MJ. And for sure we can chill. Anytime you guys are free, we can again coordinate the timing accordingly this time.
Much better next time.
So we can chill on the Zoom talk.
Yeah.
We can talk. Just a little catch up.
Yeah.
MJ, thanks a lot for putting all this thing together and helping me out in the whole, publishing the updates about the event on Facebook and everything. Thank you
Yeah.
very much, Ian, for joining us for this session, man. It means the world to us that you actually dedicated 4 hours of your life
Exactly.
to spend
Thank
time with two
Absolutely.
dudes from
My pleasure.
Dubai.
It's my
It-
pleasure. Thank you.
It's all good, guys. Again, thank you very much for sticking around, and we're gonna see you soon. And hopefully on Sunday we're gonna be again having another absolute shenanigans sessions. That me and Phoenix we're gonna be having a topic. We're gonna think about the topic, and we're gonna let you guys in the loop. Any final?
No, I'm
statements
just
from you?
dude, this is surreal for me because I've never got an opportunity like that. I had a closed life to now having this much exposure to artists and brilliant minds and brilliant souls. I'm just so happy. Thank you so
Some
much.
of us, not to be a bummer, but some of us musicians are not so bright, to be careful.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I'm the optimist, I'll see the good in the person. So,
she's the
I'm
angel.
naive that way.
Thank you so much for the kind words.
Oh, man.
to both of you, and
No.
it's been awesome.
Thank you,
It's been
thank
awesome.
you.
Thank you guys.
No worry, man. Okay, let's see who we gonna rate. Are you gonna be gaming, Ian?
I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna go meet up with Mandy, I think, and get something to eat. So I'm not gonna be streaming for a little bit. Probably not till tonight.
Okay,
Okay,
that's
okay.
good. So we're gonna be jumping to my one of our friends, Wonder Wanger. He's playing Call
Alright.
of Duty Warzone. So you guys stick around if you like Warzone and Call of Duty. The guy is chill as fuck. Give him a follow and tell him that you come down from Combos and chill. And we see you guys soon.
Yeah.
Take care of yourself and
Bye.
cheers.
Bye.